we're going to have to deal with a little bit longer of a bear market, right? It ain't the bull market yet, but could we potentially have some bull intraday action today? Who knows? Let's find out. I know Zunaid will probably be looking at some trades out there, maybe looking for some reversal action. We'll have to wait and see what he's looking at. And of course, Lord Ryan, not going to hold back, right? Going to definitely take a look at all the biggest movers in the markets right here on Live Trading with Benzinga. Let's get right to it. You guys, smash the like. It's time for live trading.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
Good morning, traders. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on the guys here. You got Ryan Faloona. You got your man Zunaid in the house. What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Let's get right to the action. Of course, looks like powed the market, you know, or kapow, like Joel said today, our new kapow, you know, the markets. So we'll see what happens today. Right? Could we get some bounces? One of the stocks that, man, I called it at the close, and I really need to start taking my shots on some of these sometimes. But I feel bad when I call a shot out and then take the position. I would rather have the position then call the shot out. But it was Roku to the short side. I was like, towards the close and at the close yesterday, I was like, man, this just looks like an easy short on a day where a stock that probably isn't doing well because of advertising gonna get hit in the earnings, and boom, that was money right there. Not a bad outlook there on that Roku. You guys can see how much that fell in the after hours. Would have been a nice short definitely to have, but we'll see what happens today. Can any of these other stocks kind of break down? I'm going to be watching stocks like that, especially in kind of the ARKK names, those growth names, Unity, names like that. They're starting to break, and I think that those are the ones that keep getting hit down further. We'll see what happens today.
Yes, sir. You know, we'll take a look at Roku. It's right off the bat. The only level I see is like 46. And then you've got a floor about 44, but not the cleanest one for me in terms of charts. But yeah, VRAX. I'll rely on Ryan to kind of cover this as well. But we did have exclusive breaking news from Benzinga ourselves. So our users that are Benzinga Pro users went ahead and got the news first, and we're able to take advantage of the play, whether you want it to go long or short. It's completely up to you. We just deliver the news to you. And you can see the nice little pop from about 190 all the way to 260s now. So we'll see how this one kind of plays out. I'm going to wait to kind of have it digested. Maybe 230s. I'd look to take my shot if it wants to come down to that. But again, I believe we've got a description in the chat as well for the link. So make sure you check it out. It's a 2-week free trial, so you don't miss out on the next free trial or free exclusive that we'll have. So make sure you check it out. No credit card needed. Moving on out to, let's go ahead and check out Amazon. Man, once it went ahead and cracked this 93 level here, which had all day, and then obviously kind of messy because of the whole Powell speaking thing. Something I realized is to kind of wait until the homeboy's done, because you'll see. I'll get logged in here. Actually, I think I am logged in. Looks like I tried to play this one yesterday, but there was a couple of stocks that I tried to play yesterday after the news while he was talking, and that was just silly of me to do so. But anyway, 94 is the level that I'm keeping an eye on for rejection, right? Support, crack. Now it's resistance coming back down. And then you've got 92 that I believe is going to hold on to support right now. So it's in the middle. It's not really going anywhere. I would love for this to possibly come on up to 94s, and I'd go ahead and short it and try to see if we can make some money on that. And matter of fact, let me see if I can go ahead and stop loss. Let's just have it be, 94, right? So 94.30 is what our stop loss can be, and then our take profit can go ahead and be 80 to the downside. So give us a little 2-to-1 trade. So there it is, ready to go on Amazon. Let's go ahead and keep it moving to where to go? Nope, Amazon. Yep, there we go. So this one was a little tricky. This is the one that you can see all these arrows. I tried to go ahead and trade money on this one right as he was speaking, but once it finally went ahead and broke. Matter of fact, real quick, you had a little bit of consolidation here, and I was on the show with AB yesterday, and we went ahead and shorted this one live, and it worked out thankfully. With that 60.88 was a level that continuously wanted to hold, right? I always do this. You've got support, and then it cracks, and then that support becomes resistance. I mean, come on. It just pay attention to these levels in terms of look left, what support, what's holding. Matter of fact, I've got another example, I believe on Meta, that I'm going to show you guys here in a second. I think 92 was holding that I played yesterday on Meta. I could be wrong, but we'll check it out. But anyway, that's what happened yesterday. Based off of that, I've got these lines ready to go. My first area to short is $60. So I would love for AMD to come on up to 60. And if it does, matter of fact, we're going to set our little fire alarm right here to set an alert. So if it comes up to this, I would love to go short 60, maybe give it about 30 cents of a stop loss, give or take. That's what I've got on AMD. Since I brought up Meta, let's go ahead and check out Meta. Did I lie or did I actually go ahead and short this puppy? I did go ahead and short this puppy. Here you go. Yesterday I went short at 92.43, covered at 92.04. So about 40-cent scalp. And obviously you guys know my problem. I just get out too soon. But here's another consolidation piece, right? Just support, 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 and then it finally went ahead and cracked here. I don't know if you're going to see it on the 5-minute. You can see it on the 1 minute, but on the 5 minutes, not as clean. But once it finally went ahead and cracked, you can see that you got a nice little flush there. And look, continuously support, 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 then a flush. And if you look on the 1 minute, you can see that it tried to test it as well, but it just could not get over it. Where's the 1 minute? There it is. So once it broke, it tried to go over it, but it just couldn't. Not as clean on the 5, but you can see the 1 minute here itself. So what's the game plan coming into Meta now for me? I'm going to see if this $90 wants to hold. Matter of fact, if I really want to be cute with it, should we be cute with it, chat? I think we should be cute with it. So let's try 90, right? Just for fun. Let's try 89, 79 will be the stop loss. And then in terms of, let's just have a little bit of fun. Let's just do 50. Let's just see if we can risk 25 and make $50 on this trade. $90. I'm hoping to hold its support. If it wants to come down, test it. This is probably a solid bad idea, simply because it's the opening bell. If we get filled, and it's probably going to wick through my stop loss, but you know, we like to enjoy life. Matter of fact, I don't want to do what happened in match yesterday. I want to try to be a little bit more reliable here.
I can't wait for that order to fill and then have it go down to 89.80 and bounce.
As long as it's not 89.79, I'm okay. But yeah, you're probably right. That's what I've got on Meta, because otherwise, I think if it comes back to like 92.49s, then yeah, absolutely, I want to go ahead and be short Meta if it wants to come all the way back up. So let's see what happens on that one. Let's go ahead and check out Netflix here. You can see kind of a similar story where you had a little bit of consolidation a couple of days ago, then it finally cracked. Again, just an example. Support, 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 crack, retest, fail, coming back down. Support, turn into resistance right over there. On Netflix, if it wants to come on up to this 279 area, I'd be interested in going short. But besides that, I don't really have a long area till maybe the 250, 230s. I know it's a long ways away. Maybe the 268 holds right over here. But I'll be honest, I don't have the cleanest look on this one, so I'm not going to mess with it. Checking out Uber after the crack of $29, which was holding on as support. It's just kind of been to the downside. I don't really like it. I think the news and all that stuff on it is kind of gone, so I'm going to move out of this one. Apple, you guys know, had a frustrating time with this one yesterday. That 150 level was just not trustworthy for me whatsoever. But once it finally broke this 147.51, straight little flush area right down here, I'd be interested to kind of go short 144 and try it out. But I would absolutely love to go short 145. So it's kind of like, do we get there 144 and then just reject, or do we try to go all the way up? Be a buyer at their stop loss, right? Yeah, thank you. So Ryan just went ahead and put a buy order at my stop loss for Meta. I know he did. It's okay. It's fine. Checking out this.
You'd have to pay me to buy Meta.
Even for a trade. Let's go ahead and check out a little bit of SPY action here. It was interesting. I went ahead and drew a Fibonacci, which again, I don't usually do this. I'm just testing out new things, and it bounced there after Powell was speaking or whatever. It bounced exactly from that, jumped all the way up, and then once it finally cracked, you saw a little bit of downside movement. I'm looking to possibly go short around this 180 area if we ever go ahead and get a nice little move to the upside. I don't think we will. I think the most we might get is like 376 of a bounce, and then we go ahead and come on down. I am curious why I have this alert here at 368. I don't know why I have it, but I have it. Not the cleanest look for me on SPY.
368 was support, wasn't it? Wasn't that a longer term
sure
support
it
level that we
was
had
somewhere in
identified from the
life.
daily?
I'm sure it was somewhere in life. I need to start writing things down, but
I'm trying to help you.
yeah, let me know if you find that. But in terms of anything else, maybe 380 is all I got. Unfortunately for me.
368, sorry.
Yeah, 368 is what it was. We'll see. And then on AMD, I don't know if I went over AMD. I think I did, but $60 on that one. Oh, let's go ahead and check out Tesla. 210 can go ahead and hold its support, just like a psychological number of 210. It looks like it bounced at about 210.65. But I do expect 210 to kind of act as support. And if it does, let me go ahead and move that puppy right there. You can go ahead and see a little bit of down movement to 206. It looks like 206 held on as support last couple of times right over here before it finally went ahead and failed. And then let me go ahead and take a look at a couple more stocks for us here. As Microsoft, the 220 level, you can see support. Now, how do you behave? Ooh, this could be fun. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can go short here. Stop loss on this one would be 221.30s. All right, because if I go short around there, yeah, I'm okay with that. And then we can see, I'm wondering why is that? Oh, that's why it is 220.30. There you go. That makes more sense. We'll see if we can get a one-to-one trade by going short on Microsoft around 220. So 219.88 is where I'm looking to go short on Microsoft. Just for kicks and giggles, let's see if we have anything on match. It's a little too down here. It did finally go ahead and kind of meet our levels, but I was wrong. I thought it was going to go ahead and hit the previous close, similar to what NEO did in the afternoon session, but I was wrong here. And then on NEO, the $10 rejection continuously happens here. That continues to just be a great trade. And now you can expect that 950 to be an area of resistance on ticker NIO. And Ryan, I think I went a couple of minutes over, but it's all you.
That's all right. So first of all, let me switch to my screen here. So first of all, that SPY level that you were talking about, this was a pretty crucial support. We had identified it between 367 and 368. So it looks like you just marked the top end of that range just to kind of clear that up real quick. So that is a pretty important support level that we've identified from way back. You know, the one thing that I will say here about SPY, first of all, if you remember before I signed off yesterday, I said that I think we'll trade up after the announcement. That call looked good for about 30 minutes until Homeboy started talking. And then, of course, it ruined that completely as we went and pounded the lows. Yeah. The interesting thing that I noticed yesterday is that after the Fed meetings, the VIX normally drops. And yesterday it actually closed green. So if you take a look at the VIX chart, I actually can't pull the VIX up here. But if you take a look at the VIX chart, you'll notice that the VIX actually sold off right after the announcement, went red temporarily, but then came back and closed green. And that's not normally the case. So it'll be interesting.
Here you go. Just give me a second here. And here you go. So that's what you're talking about. Went red and then came back. This is the VIX chart that you wanted,
this
right?
Is it.
Went
right?
red
So you
right
see
here.
That big red candle there. That was the move down. But then it got bought back up and it actually closed green by, I think, 5 cents. All right. So it closed green, and normally it doesn't do that. Normally it closes red. Now, of course, we're seeing it elevated here again today. And lo and behold, we're right at the intraday high of yesterday on the VIX. So that would be something to watch in terms of what direction we're going to go when the market actually opens here. We're going to be patient on that. I don't necessarily have a trade set up for it. And I don't necessarily have, a gut feeling either way. I want to react to what I end up seeing here today. You covered VRAX a little bit early. This is the stock du jour as far as I'm concerned. As you mentioned, our news desk team, we had an exclusive story here with VRAX today. Caused a huge pop. As you mentioned, Zunaid, users or Benzinga Pro community members got that news first. And that's one of the advantages of having Pro. So if what you're trying to do is play PRs on stuff like this to kind of capture this initial pop here, I would advise starting that 2-week trial and taking a look at our exclusive news, because you're going to be the first to be able to react to that. Nonetheless, if you were in the shower like I was when this was happening, there are still more opportunities to play. In fact, we got a volume expansion trade right here in the pre-market, right? We traded right up to 213, pulled back, stayed under the VWAP, and then started to push through the VWAP on expanding volume. That is always going to be the key. We took out this 213 by 1 cent and pulled back to the VWAP, and this third attempt through, we just blasted right through it. We actually consolidated above this 221 level, pushed up to 232, came back to 221, and then took the next leg up. So there were multiple opportunities to day trade this already in the pre-market. If pre-market trading is one of the things that you do, what I'm going to be waiting for are setups just like this in the regular session. So I want to see how the market actually reacts to this news. We're actually pretty extended here. So as always, in an ideal world, I'd love for this to come in a little bit. And looking at the chart here, that level would be right around the VWAP here at 233, 232. So I'd love for this to come in. If it doesn't come in that much, maybe 238, 240, we'll see. And we'll see if this stock sets up. I think that there might be some more to go here. Next one here is going to be AGFY. Very, very light here on the movers tool, and the relative volume scan last night also very light. Did not really produce anything of note. AGFY traded up here on volume this morning. We do have a PR here. Agrify announced a successful commercialization of recently launched PX10 hydrocarbon cannabis extractor. Not sure what that does, but it sounds sweet. So market actually popped this stock right up to that 157 level. That was our intraday high from yesterday and our intraday support from the day before. Now we've retraced off that move, but I think as long as we can hold 140, maybe if we get some more expanding volume, we can actually push this higher. So those are really the only two stocks I got. Looks like Neuro just popped up here. So let's take a look at this live. So Neuro is going. This is actually one that we've traded quite a bit before. Let me see if there's any news on this. Yep. Neuromet just came out not long ago. Looks like 27 minutes ago. Maybe it's not as fresh as I thought. Neurometric announces strategic launch of Quell fibromyalgia. So is that one of the drugs? I have to go. Medical device authorized by the Food and Drug Administration to help reduce symptoms of fibromyalgia. Okay, so looks like Neuro here going to be moving on a PR as well. Let's go ahead and just chart this real quick, doing the same process that I do every single morning, regardless of the stock. I'm just going to mark off some of these different points where the stock changed its direction and where it kind of found some support and resistance. Now, I would expect this to have a battle around this round 2 number. We just pushed through this 202, but even so, even with us being extended, I'd like to see this come back in, or I wouldn't be shocked if this came back in and kind of played around with that $2 level. So we'll watch Neuro here. Nice that they added another ticker right before we got started here, Zunaid. 2 minutes till the market opens. And I paused at the perfect time while Zunaid is downing a huge gulp of water. That was pretty sweet. I'm not sure I could have timed that any better, to be quite honest with you.
It's okay. Sorry, Mitch is here.
You like that, Mitch? You like that timing?
Hell yeah, I like that timing.
Well, you got like
What's
a minute.
all about?
What stocks you got?
All right, so today's one of those days. I don't know about you, but it's seeming like it's going to be one of those days where I'll be looking to short growth names, looking at maybe some big cap to see if they're going to bounce. I think I'm going to be focused more on the big cap stocks than looking anywhere else, right? Because they are the stocks that let us down. If you really want to wonder why we're down, well, just take a look at Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon. That will give you the levels that you need to like kind of know, right? I mean, that doesn't lie, at least put it that way. So what I'll do today is just look at those stocks. If they can get into the green, then maybe some stocks can catch a bounce today. Now, stocks that look like they can continue getting short, I'd be looking at like maybe even a Zoom to start getting hit. Stocks like that, healthcare names, I think will keep pulling back. Zoom, I think eventually takes out this low 72 and then keeps coming down. So I even still see Zoom as a short here. Carvana had recently gotten some lift. That looks like a good short eventually. But that stock's already destroyed. But you guys can see here, it's probably going to keep coming down. I did see out there different stocks that you guys can be watching. NCLH is another big short opportunity, I feel, out the gates. Big reason is, I don't know if you guys saw, but RCLH definitely got hit hard. Even in the pre-market, I was already thinking about shorting at 16. So I'm going to look to see if we can get a bounce to 16 and then a flush right back down.
Good
We'll
luck.
see what
We're
happens
open.
today. All right. So I like airlines also to the short side today. We keep getting union problems. You know those union problems. Amazon to the downside through the downside break of 92. So for right now, I think you're seeing at least Amazon continuing the flush down. I'm going to watch Apple, see if Apple can get into the green. It's red right now. We'll see what happens today. What do you feel about Apple today?
Hang on a second.
No, you're good. Do your major watch.
Well, here.
Microsoft?
No, you're good. Yeah, Microsoft here. It
like
looks,
it.
so, it looks like I already got 3 orders, right? Things already went ahead and happened here. I don't even know what I honestly played, but I know one of the things here. I got a lot of shit going on here. All right.
The sound
Anyone
effects
feel-
help, though.
I know. So on Meta, you guys know I always have trades right off the bat. On Meta, we went ahead and took a loss right here as it broke 90 and came right back down, right? On Microsoft, we went ahead and made money. As you can see, we went ahead and bought some at 219.46, and then we sold it at 220 on the dot. So we made money on that one. So 1 for 1 right out the gate. Now my focus is going to be if Meta wants to go ahead and test this $90. Let's see, we want to go short Meta here, and then our stop loss can be high a day. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually, you know what, stop loss will be right up there. See if the previous close wants to be acting as resistance on that one.
All right. Sorry about that, folks.
No worries, pal. Let's see what else is going on.
Liking this pop in NCLH for short now. NCLH, come on. Hang up here for just a second.
All right, looks like my short went ahead and got filled on Meta. Now we just see if we go ahead and take profits here for $68 or if we take a loss for $68. We're going to leave it be. Whatever is meant to be shall be.
Trying to get short NCLH there. Got it.
Arrow pulling back to the
1603s.
highs.
1603. The risk is going to be off 1620. Seen already a bounce there towards 1619 here. Got to keep it on watch. Don't want it to really squeeze too far up. It's about 17 cent risk right now. Just a little push there. Going to see if it can come right back down below the 1620s here. If not, could go back through the open here. All right, getting squeezed out of this NCLH. Trying to get out here.
SONN moving through 2 here. 218 would be the next level of note on SONN. And you're right on Run. Another good shout there, Becca. Run moving right here out of the gate. Took out the pre-market highs already on Sunrun. They're trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS and sales results. So Run moving up here on a pretty decent catalyst.
Out of that NCLH for a loss there. About 30-cent loss there. Gonna look for NCLH to come right back down eventually, but it is getting a little bit of a bounce there. There's the opening price, so I want to see if it rejects here at 1640s, but I didn't want to hang on for that move. Apple holding to the green side here. I'm gonna take a look still at these bigger cap names.
VRAX coming in a little bit here.
Tesla pushing.
Right to the VWAP. This is what we were looking for. Might try some VRAX here. All right, VRAX just below the VWAP here. I would wait for a cross back above as opposed to buying the falling knife here.
I go all the way up.
Energy bouncing back today so far. XLM was red in the pre-market, now getting a little bit of a bounce back. We'll see if it holds above 109. Now NCLH right back down and rejected that opening price.
I'm going to go ahead and try a little bit of short on Meta on options. I went in and got the December 16th $90 puts on Meta. I got filled at 614 and 612. Stop loss will be whenever I get stopped out on the equity side of things here.
I might try some VRAX right here and stop at 233. So this is going to be a tight stop here on a bounce for VRAX off the VWAP. Would love to see what we have a intraday high print of 255 here. So we're looking for 255 as a first target. Go ahead and mark that here on the chart. Coming back in here, stop 233. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out. Come on, VRAX. Show some strength off this VWAP. If it doesn't keep going here, that just means that the bounce off the VWAP was just not strong enough to give me the bounce that I'm looking for, and it hasn't resumed its upside momentum. So that's kind of what I'm looking for right here. And I'm going to keep the stop tight just in case I don't need this thing to get any worse, or I don't need this thing to get worse, I should say. Good morning, Judge. How you doing today?
Meta could end up being frustrating here for me. Main reason is because we went short here, right on this candle at 89.94s, and it did go ahead and come all the way down. We were about $50 in the money, but again, I think something I need to work on later on is my profit taking levels because they're off at the moment. But let's see if we get that flush that we need. That 220 level on Microsoft worked out very well.
And looking at AFib, we'll take a look at that here. Let me resolve my VRAX trade, which I suspect will be an L here. Really wanted more strength off that VWAP bounce.
What do you use for your trading platform? I use TradeStation that's integrated with TradingView, and I also use E-Trade for options. E-Trade for options.
And I use Thinkorswim.
Let's see what else we got going on. I'd love for Spy to, let me set an alert here in case Spy wants to come over there, but let's go ahead and take a look at Apple. Might try out a cheeky short if Apple closes this 5-minute candle below VWAP. Keep you guys posted. We've got a minute left to go. So you got Microsoft here. That 220 short was lovely. Unfortunately, we only got 50 cents out of it. There's Apple, and there's a Meta. Nice long wick on Meta, unfortunately, but matter of fact, I'm going to put the market up here since that's more important. PMI in 5 minutes.
I like run to the upside but I need a little bit of a pullback. It already hit the VWAP at 2350s. See if I can get 2365s or something like that. Like some solar stocks today. Ooh, SunPower doesn't look too bad there. Got in there at 1746. Want to add here on the pullback.
Oh man, I was paying attention to another short, but here's Meta coming down. Let's see if it goes to hit some things, but I did just go ahead and get filled on Neo. I assume it's the 9. Yep, it's the 950 short. Let's see what happens here for me. I'm going to go ahead. Man, I got to figure out a better way to. But I'm short Neo at 9. What is my average here? 948, it seems. Bro, can we please stop this nonsense? Ryan, we need the asset. Ryan, we need the asset, Ryan. Here's my rant. Here's my rant for the day. Comes down to my profit to the penny, and I don't get filled. Bro, and it moves to the upside.
Adding on SPWR there. Average 1742.
I can't.
Folks, I'm a tad worried about Zunaid's computer. I think it might get hucked out the window, Office Space style, if this keeps happening to him. To the penny rejection. Oh my goodness.
At least on Neo, I missed it by a couple of pennies. But like otherwise, like, bro, come on. Whatever.
Come on, VRAX, you know you want to pop. One of the deficiencies I have in trading is when I'm waiting for one of these stocks to materialize, I become more and more impatient. And I shouldn't. This is the battle with emotions that I talk about all the time. I should just rely on my plan. Here we go. VRAX moving back down towards the stop. And stopped out. Okay, so 0 for 1 on VRAX here. That did not work. It tried, just did not have the strength. Oh, Shelly's here. Okay, Shelly, I was waiting for you. I do have something interesting. I told you guys that I got a drone from Costco. I'm definitely bullish on drones. Yesterday, my cat tried to catch the drone. So I was fortunate enough to be able to clip a very short video here.
Oh, yeah, I need to see that.
Yeah, so here you go, folks. This is Buddy trying to catch my drone.
Man, looking at my trade here. And I'm like, man, I want to look. Oh, I'm sure he was trying to catch it.
It's like getting ready to launch.
Yeah,
he wants to swipe this thing out of the air so badly. I can't even put it into words. He is a predator.
Oh man, I'm surprised he didn't launch.
It doesn't matter that it has spinning blades on it. He wants to attack it out of the air. So anyway, bullish on drones because of that. And VRAX just stop hunted me. Fun. Zunaid, can I join your rant, please?
Please, can we get an asset? Is Enver in the chat? We need an asset.
Good Lord.
We need an asset. Hey, it did come down to that 230 level.
Apple breaking to the downside. Just be careful there. But the SPY is green here, so I'm in SunPower playing a little bit of solar game up.
SunPower moving on the back of run there. Is that the thesis, Mitch?
Yeah, it's not only just run. It's a green industry in a sector where it's all red today. Run is like the leader right now. It's up 10%. I like that pullback. You got JKS up today. EMPH also was looking for a pullback on that one below the VWAP. Array is off that 17. Nice whole dollar. VWAP at like 16.95s. So I like that setup. And then also Maxen starting to come up. First Solar is another one to keep watch, right? That's the leader of the industry right now. If that one can stay in the green, I'll like Solar today.
Apple just flushing to the downside.
Yeah, that's scary for me. That's where I start getting worried. That's what I'm worried about, is if these leadership keep coming down, the SPY is going to follow it, and it can do it right now. Microsoft is taking a big leg lower there, guys. Just be careful here. We might get caught in a down move here. Yeah, I'm actually not liking this at all. I'm already cutting some of this SPWR just to cut down the risk here.
On my meta short on the option side, I've got a sell order here at 650.
A little frustrated on that end. Definitely getting hit hard, and it's the market.
All right,
SPWR.
Neo short went ahead and executed. We went ahead and covered for some profit. So that's money in the bag. We were short 1,000 shares. Made about 80 bucks on that trade. Now that's left is Meta. Come on, baby.
PMI numbers are out, which caused that market move down. So we got the services PMI for October was 47.8 versus a 46.6 estimate. So not what you wanted to see. Higher than expected. It was what someone is saying. Someone, the person. It's an odd handle, someone. Anyway, this is not what you wanted to see if you wanted to see a weaker economy for the rate raise slowdown or pause. We didn't get that here, and then market's moving lower on that.
Yeah, I cut some of my SPWR. I still have a little piece, but I cut majority of it on that pullback. We'll look to see if it can keep coming up here. It looked like it was going to break through that 1755, so I'll give it a chance with the last remaining shares, but definitely risk down there because it was just starting to get a little bit worrisome with that SPY move. Apple's coming down strong. That's what's a little bit worrisome. When these big boys come down, we all know how much of the big boys are in a lot of portfolios, so they start dragging the SPY with it. You can see the SPY was up and actually into the green, 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Why is this not?
There's SPWR again above the VWAP. It's cut the VWAP 3 times, so now it should either go or no go. So I'm just going to give it a chance to break out here. If it breaks out, we can get some of our loss back and then try to get back close to break even on the day. That's what's going to be my goal here. And if not, I'll just cut it break even here because it shouldn't cut the VWAP anymore.
There we go. I think I already said my meta trade was good. Yeah, meta went ahead and covered, as you can see. Let me go ahead and pull up the trades. Talked about how I wanted to go short meta. Now look, it's in this consolidation here. This is interesting. We'll see which way it wants to go, but I basically got to play the consolidation to the downside, right? We went short here. We lost money on it. We went short again the second time it popped up at 89.94s, and then we went ahead and covered at 89.26s. Now keep in mind, I also went and sold the options here at 650. That went ahead and got filled. I only have 2 contracts left now. Oh, nope. Looks like I sold one more somewhere. That's weird. E-Trade only shows me 1 fill on the sell side, but my contracts only show 1. I only have 1 contract left, apparently. Need to figure out what that happened, but average price there, though, is 614.
SPY looks like it wants to crack here, but there's some support right underneath it, 3740s. We'll see what happens.
Dan saying AFib turned to trash here, no trade. Would totally agree. Broke this 81 cent on the downside. This range in here is kind of no man's land. Really would have liked to have seen it build or cross through the VWAP. I agree. Down here, Dan, trash, no trade. I like how you describe that.
Main focus is meta on this consolidation. Interested to see which way it wants to go.
All right, let's see if SPWR can give me that next leg up. It's hit 1750s a couple of times. Now we're going to look for the actual extension above here. Let's see if we get it. There's a nice little push, 1755. There's 1760s. There we go. Now we can get to 1775, I feel, before we hit another major resistance. So let's see if this can get that next little push, and then I'll take the profits off at 1775.
Nah, we'll leave it be. Fuck it. Feel like 141 is now resistance on Apple, but I'm not trying to just be cute with this, so I'm going to leave it be.
Doesn't want to keep going right now. some selling pressure above the 1752s.
Ooh, Meta to the downside. Meta on the bottom of this area now.
SPY doing even a little gap down on the 1 minute. So that just shows you how the down pressure is coming in right now. Apple just leaking down, leaking down, leaking down.
ARAV trying to go here. Some decent volume sticks here this morning. Not huge volume, but decent. Looking like it's trying to break this high here. 2 seems to be the test here on ARAV. Here we are at 2.
You've got great relative strength on AMD.
ARAV a little bit thinner than some of these other plays we play.
EMPH with a nice VWAP bounce, also run. So kind of sticking in here on the SPWR trade right now.
There goes 2 on ARAV. 201 up now, a little bit of size there that they took.
Added to the SPWR trade on that push. Now we're at 1756. EMPH with a nice push. Run with a nice push. Those were nice trades there. Looks like solar is getting a little bit of a lift today. We'll see if it can continue.
What was I about to do? Coming back. Oh, okay.
SPY continuing on the downside. Be careful there.
Yeah, new lows here on the market.
Yeah, things that are correlated. I'm trading something that's against correlated, and I'm actually trading something that's up. At least the industry's up on the day too. So I'm okay with it. But if you're in an industry that's down on the day and you're seeing the SPY take down those lows, just be careful. And SPY looks like it's coming for those lows fast, man. Woo.
Apple's still on the lows too. I know we talked about Apple being a proxy here. VIX near the highs.
Meta has now broken the consolidation to the downside. The puts that we got at 614 are now trading at 660 on the bid.
Nice.
If this 5-minute candle closes below VWAP, or excuse me, below this consolidation level, I'd be interested in going short. But I did go ahead and try to get cute with a NVIDIA short, just a very small size, because this is what I was waiting for. I was waiting for it to come up a little bit, then we can grab some more. Oh, but it's got 2
buddy?
minutes.
Hey, Berlin, how's it going, man? Fins up.
Fins up. Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm short NVIDIA here at 130.22. Stop loss 131.04. 131.07. Profit taking will be 129.37, which is the break of low a day. So that actually might not be smart. I don't want to get on another rant. I'm going to move it up here. It's about 129.62s.
Nice, Born. Amazon short. Speaking of Amazon, so I know we're moving lower here. For Amazon, we talked quite a bit about this on the happy hour, and one of the things we were trying to determine would be what would be a good buy area for Amazon. And so if we take a look at the daily chart, one of the things that pretty much the group agreed on is that you'd be waiting for about 80 to 85. So right in here is what we're waiting for on Amazon for a potential add for like a longer term trade. You could swing this, but I'm thinking more of like a, buy and hold here on Amazon. Really needs to come in a little bit more. I like the short term short because it sure seems like the momentum is driving us here to the downside, and I wouldn't be surprised if we found support in an 80 handle. So nice trade there, Born. That's why I'm short. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Boy, that trading school, Born, it's really working out for you, isn't it? You got a sharp eye, my friend. You got a sharp eye.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
All right, SPWR, get that push. Let's see if we can get it. Still just hanging out here.
Wissing says it might be a golf day. So slow. You're lucky you can still golf. Too cold where I'm at.
I feel like I was short something else.
Ratis, no, we have a one of our services here is a trading school which focuses primarily around equities, as well as an options trading school. Bourne has said a lot of good things about that, and it's cool because you can notice how he's actually progressing in his trading journey. If you're interested in that, reach out to one of our teammates. Actually, I might be able to give you his email. Robert is asking, what's the delay for this live? Robert, we set no delay. So the delay, I think, is anywhere, but what did we determine? It's anywhere between 1 to 4.
From when I've tested it, it's 5 to 7 seconds. And again, that's not because we wanted to have it delayed. It's just from me to you, from, the stream to YouTube is what its default is. But I've calculated it at 5 to 7 seconds personally. All right, real quick, I'm going to take a couple of risky plays here. It's not a complete lotto trade because I am going to cut it here if it goes south against me. But I'm going to go into the 128 puts expiring this week on NVIDIA. NVIDIA 128 puts expiring this week. I got filled at 144 and 146. My stop loss will be a crack of 131.07. Hoping this VWAP can stay strong as resistance.
Man, Apple's down to 139.65 now. Holy moly.
Wow.
It's getting hit hard.
138.20 is an area I'm interested in, but I didn't expect that quick. That's crazy. Especially because the SPY is just now, like where's Apple at? Yeah, Apple's definitely hella weak, down almost 4%.
Microsoft threw its lows on the 52-week, making new lows on Microsoft. When the leaders go, that means you sometimes gotta go.
My NVIDIA trade isn't working out. My Meta short is. The one contract that I have remaining on Meta, we're up about 9% on those. We got these at 614. Now they're going for about 675. And let's go ahead and check out NVIDIA since that's... Oh, NVIDIA now just broke even. So NVIDIA is just kind of hanging out around VWAP, I'd assume. Slightly below. There we go. Yeah.
I'm thinking, who was that earlier that was on TQQQ trying to play for a bounce? Thinking maybe we get that reversal here today. Was that Sean? Sean D? I think so, but I want to confirm. Can't find it. Sean, if you're out there, let me know if you're in TQQQ. I actually kind of like that for a bounce if we reverse here. Too early so far. Yep, getting crushed. Sorry, man. The way that you said that made me laugh. I'm not laughing at you.
214 is an interesting area for me on Tesla. If it breaks below that, I could be interested in a short. But honestly, at the moment, I've got a couple of shorts already on Meta and also on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the only one that's slightly in the red on the equity side and slightly green on the option side. Come on, baby. Oh, let's see what Neo's doing. Nice. Good. Yep, it did come down. Let me see if it went back up after my trade. It did. It sure did. Done it again. All right, looks like NVIDIA, I'm going to get stopped out. Equity side. Went ahead and took my stop and came right back down. Lovely.
Market is trying to bounce here.
All right, we're out of the equity, but we're still in the options here. 145 is my average fill on the option side. Here's NVIDIA to the downside. All right, you just wanted to wick me out, huh? Up 12% on the Facebook short. Let me see.
ISM non-manufacturing employment for October, 49.1 versus 53 prior. Non-manufacturing ISM PMI 54.4 versus 55.5. Market new lows here. That bounce did not work. We're not ready for a reversal yet.
Not ready.
Not ready.
I'm adding here on SPWR. We've been around the same level for a little bit of a while now, so I'm going to start risking off the VWAP here and look for the rip. Here's a little bit of a push. Can I get the rip above the 5-minute high around 1758? That's where we can really start taking some profit once we break through there.
We were up about 12% on these lottos, but now we may get stopped out.
SPY trying to bounce again. VMEO through 4.
This SPWR just keeps battling the 1760s. EMPH and Run are the only ones keeping me in it. Run with a beautiful move today. Definitely really nice VWAP bounces. EMPH just did the third, so I'm looking for that to continue. That's what's keeping me in these right now.
Come on, NVIDIA. 2 minutes till this NVIDIA candle closes.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. You're good. It's all me. Go ahead. It's all you.
I was just saying, Mike, looks like Mike's trading Hood. They reported earnings. What was it, last night? Day before? I think it was last night after the market closed. So they beat top and bottom line.
Just doesn't want to do it right now. Come on. Get it. Get it, SPWR. Make me go think about actually getting solar on my roof.
I do actually want to do that eventually. I want to get solar too.
If it was my roof, I don't own this house at least.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut this NVIDIA short. I went ahead and had a fill of 145. I'm cutting it for a loss here at 119s. I'm out for a loss on the 119s.
Jason saying, can I gloat on the one pick I've been buying for the last 45 days? Yes, absolutely.
Hubs. Why'd you say
HubSpot.
it? Why'd you say it, Jason? You could have tested me. I saw it this morning. HubSpot was up off of their earnings. And I actually got those for you here. Look, I was waiting for you. All right, I'll show you the banner right here. And where did I pull this from? Of course, Benzinga Pro. HubSpot EPS of 69 cents, beating the 51-cent estimate. Hold on, I gotta take some profit here. Gonna take majority off this SPWR trade. There you go. Got majority of it out right there at 67. So 1767. All right. HubSpot EPS coming in here at 69 cents, beating the 51-cent estimate. Sales at 443.96 million, beating the 425.38 million estimate. They see Q4 EPS at 82 cents and a high end of 84 cents versus their original 79-cent estimate. So raising their Q4 EPS outlook. They also kind of got their sales in line here and their estimate there, but they see their full year EPS at $2.48 with a high end of $2.50 versus the original estimate of $2.27. So another raise there in their full year 22 EPS.
And one of the things that we've seen from this earnings season and the past earnings season is companies that have positive guidance are the ones that end up moving. So Jason here is saying Hubs will be 360 in 4+ months. One of the other things that I really like about this particular trade is that the stocks that have bounced after good earnings prints have been the ones that have been really, really sold into recently. And if we take a look at the daily chart here on Hubs, that's exactly the story that we see. As soon as the count, I mean, this put it a high in what, November 30th, December 2nd, beginning of December. Ever since then, it's been straight down for Hubs. It really does look like it's kind of bottomed out here around 250. And the stocks that have been really, really hit are the stocks that bounce after really good earnings. That's exactly what we're seeing here in Hubs. Jason giving you a target here of 360 in 4 months. If we take a look at that on the chart here, that target definitely feasible within 4 months here. If this continues its upside move, we'd be taking out a lot of this consolidation area in this sideways trading or this bottoming process, which is certainly what it looks like here on the chart. Next spot after 360 would be 411, and a break on that might send you back towards 500. Awesome. And another good point here, Jason, this actually shows pretty good discipline, which is something that we try to preach here every single day because that can be used in any trading process. If you're going to buy something that you believe in, there might be a chance that you actually have to scale into that. So you started buying at 303, and as the price came down, you simply added to your position. That lowered your cost basis, and eventually you got the pop that you were looking for. Nice little day here. Worth noting that you're not over your initial buy, but you still traded it well because you used good risk management on the way down.
Real quick update on my position here on NVIDIA. I went ahead and went short here at the top at the 131.95. And of course, in true fashion, almost went ahead and took profits. I missed it by, I can't be too pissed, missed it by 7 cents this time. As it did go ahead and come on down, but we're still holding on strong and to see if we can go ahead and cover our short. The reason I took it is because it was the high of day, and I was hoping that this previous close would end up being rejection, which it was, but my second hopium, if you will, of having it test VWAP, it has not come to fruition just yet, and I can go ahead and get stopped out here at 132.57. And the other trade that I'm looking to put on is going to be AMD. If it wants to go ahead and test the $60 level at 59.96 is where I'm looking to go short AMD if it wants to come test that level at the moment. Let's see what the SPY is doing. SPY is right near. Ooh, this could actually. Why do I have that? That's why I have that. Wait, no, come back. Come back. Come back.
Jay, giving you some more really good context here on Hubs. I think this is really important, especially considering the environment we're in. Hubs, what's different about this name and names like that are now in the SaaS space, that's software as a service, is that they are two of the few to convert actual sales growth to earnings. So that sales growth ends up hitting the bottom line. I agree with that, Jay.
Yeah, the big thing I think you always ask yourself in those companies is can this cost be can this expense be cut? Is it something that's vital to the business, right? Vital to the way that the business works. Just so everybody know, stopped out of the SPWR, the rest of it took a 2-cent stop out there, set a stop there on the pullback. Probably should have just taken it all out, but there I was looking for the 75 run and solar turning around here. SPY coming back a little bit. Now you got to keep your eyes to see what happens here. Do we get a change in trend? And of course, where did this happen? Right after 10 a.m. So let's see if this kind of holds, or do we come right back down towards those SPY lows?
And as far on that bounce, really quick, Mitch, on that bounce, if we do in fact have a SPY bounce materialize for more than 5 minutes here, if we're looking at a potential reversal trade using TQQQ, really would like to see this break to the upside here, 1738, 1740 thereabouts. It's about 13, 14 cents away from where we are right now. Would love to see this get taken out in accordance with a market bounce here.
AMD's been pretty strong today, just keeping that in mind. Why? I have no idea. EMPH. FSLR continuing that green move. That's what I wanted to see in solar today, to see if it would continue pushing. And so FSLR is still giving us that strength outlook, and you can see it here on the kind of the 5 minute, or I'll even show you the 1 minute tight consolidation right off the VWAP, exploded up there towards the high. Hasn't been a bad one there for solar.
Stay disciplined, asking me about my scanner filters that we use here every day. Your filters, volume over 1 million, RVol greater than 3. Those are both correct, right? So volume over 1 million ensures that the stock is liquid enough for me to get in and out and make day trades. RVol is the crux of my scan. I'm looking for expansions of volume or unusual volume in names. That generally correlates with a move. And then to filter moves to the upside, I'm using change percent over a rolling 1 minute window. So it's not volume over the 1 minute window. It's actually change percent, and I use 0.2. Again, I'm trying to hit things that are curling back up. Doesn't mean anything if they're down on the day. Down on the day is fine. As long as they're curling back up and have that unusual relative volume in there, that's what I want to be alerted to. Here is what it is. You can see it on the screen. I'll go ahead and type them in the chat as well.
Like in BTU right now, might take a cold trade, but would like to get a nice little pullback to 2580s. But usually when I like that, BTU has a tendency of not pulling back here. So might take my shot here.
There you go. Ratis, great question here. I'm a long bias trader. My day trade scan that you're looking at right now is set up to identify long opportunities. I make 90% or more of my money on the long side, which is one of the reasons that trading in a bear market has been difficult. I've had to adjust my process to fit the market that I'm being given. Taking swing trades in an environment like this lead to a lot of chop and a lot of stop outs. So I'm trying to take a more tactical approach by trading intraday and then keeping the gains in my pocket overnight. I would say most of my trades, 90% plus or more to the long side. Good question, though.
All right, what I got filled on my short on AMD at 59.96. Now, this is going to be tricky because it is very strong compared to the market. However, I do like the $60 level to act as resistance here. If it comes to fruition or not, we'll see. But I did also go ahead and purchase some
long BTU,
some $55 puts on AMD expiring January 20th for $3.75. Stop out on that will be when I get stopped out on the equity side of things.
All right. We working here. We working. Let's see what we get today.
Ratis, the one of the reasons why I've adjusted the process the way that I have is because I'm not as adept at trading on the short side. I watch Zunaid short things out here, and I'm in awe because he spots the levels correctly, and then he's able to actually take gains when the stock doesn't go within 1 cent of his profit level, of course. But to me, it's not as easy as just flipping the charts over and say, okay, I'm going to do the same thing on the short side. I also don't like taking any stock short. If I play something to the downside, I'd rather define my risk ahead of the trade and use options to capture that move. But again, I'm more successful and I'm more experienced with trading to the long side. So that's what I do.
SPY coming back here for the open. We'll see if it gets the opening price. Opening price there was 371.41. We're almost there at 371.38. I saw right now. It hit it already, 371.42. So look for that to see if you get through that opening price again. SPY coming back here, reversal from 10 a.m.
Well, here we go. I'm about 6 cents away from getting stopped out on AMD, as you can see on my screen. Now 3 cents, 2 cents, 5 cents. We'll figure life out. Ooh, ooh. Barely missed getting stopped out. But again, very, very likely that I just get stopped out here. Let's see what else we've got moving on. Where's the SPY at? Yep, SPY. Look for it to possibly test at 371s.
There's that opening price. I'm still in BTU looking for the push above 26 here to take some profit. Deep into the green already from the 76, but just trying to get a little bit of a push into 26, and then I can take majority of it.
AMD stopped out. Going to close my position on AMD on the option side for a 3% loss. Meta still acting very, very weak here, as it's looking to test previous support. Let's see if that acts as resistance.
Sean, great discipline on your trade. You never wavered from the open here. You even admitted that you were getting crushed at one point. You're already back almost to break even here. Great conviction on that trade. I still do like that setup. I felt like when I took a look at it, we were a little bit early there, but good stuff, my man. Good stuff.
Can I get this coal run? Santa needs some coal this year. Into the
If you
26.
If you do want to take Nvidia to the long side, you can just try to get a position closer to 132.20. But what you got to get a little bit of market help. But let's be honest, it's strong. AMD is up 3%. Nvidia is up almost 2%. SPY is down 1%. So definitely relative strength there.
All right, taking a half off here. Actually, a little bit more, close to like 70% off here on BTU. Don't feel yet. Hold on a second here. Limit. Boom. All right, just took a good profit there in BTU. A little spike fill. Not a bad fill there on BTU. Got the from 25.76 to 26.25s there. Now we'll look to see if BTU can get towards the high resistance that's past like the 36 into the 26.50 area. Show you guys that BTU trade right now. Nice little VWAP bounce right off the VWAP. Held the 25.69 support on that recent move. Then came back up, sold into that 26 pop. Now looking for that extension here towards 26.50. Then I can take it all out, and it'll be a hell of a trade for us. Here's 26.39s, 40s. We get that just extension to the 26.50s. It's holding resistance right now at this 26.35. But with this trade, we're back into the green on the day, so at least not looking too bad. FSLR turning around there. SPY coming right back below the opening price. Put a big wick there at 31.70, 150 on the 5-minute.
You've also got VWAP right there as well.
Yeah, where's your VWAP at?
Good question. Looks like mine is at around 370.90.
Okay. I've been trying to compare, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they're a little bit different. How are the big boys doing? That's an important thing to see that reversal or not. So look there. I just don't want to take off this chart, not this chart. Microsoft here. Bounced. Hasn't come back to that VWAP. Let me see if I have a different VWAP here. Yeah, I have it at VWAP right now. This VWAP a little bit slight higher. But 218, like 35, I have VWAP. So we'll look to see if we get a VWAP rejection here. VWAP fade on Microsoft. It starts pushing. Be careful because you could get a nice push there. See what happens.
All right, my remaining contract on Meta, I went ahead and sold here at 671. I'm out everything on Meta, 671. I'm trying to go. Let me see if I got the fill. I did. I went ahead and went long. Hopefully I get it right. Yeah, I did. I went and went long SPY. January 20th expiration, 374 on this test. Now with these wicks, it does scare me a little bit, but we are in a short-term upwards trend. I'd be interested if we can go ahead and test the previous high on the day, session highs. But if this closes below VWAP on the 5-minute, I will go ahead and get out.
All right, guys. I just took profits on that BTU move. So nice little move there towards the 2650s. Got 2649 out the BTU trade. Not a bad little trade there. Good day for me. And I'll kick it back to you guys now. Now I can kind of relax. I've been trying to be more in execution mode.
Smart.
Nail. And now I can hang out with you guys. Just like you guys can do the same, right? Be in execution mode, execute your plans, what you're trying to do, what your daily goal is, what you're trying to accomplish on the day, and then come hang out with us. Come have some fun because, we like to have some fun. That is definitely not something we shy away from. But now I can kick back a little bit. I don't even have to take another trade. If something looks perfect, I can take it. But from here, bounce back day, right? I was out on NCLH, on SPWR. I had to cut some for the risk, eventually making that back and a little bit more on the push. But then, of course, what do? Focus in, same kind of risk to reward again on BTU. Nail it there for it was really past the 4-to-1 outlook there. So I'll take a 5-to-1 there on BTU and celebrate the day.
Sydney shouting out one of our other community members, Becca here. Becca called run out of the gate, run up pretty big here, up 16.8% here off that on the backs of that earnings report. Great call here. Becca obviously trying to build up the funds to impress Zunaid. So we'll see if that has any effect.
I would not mind a sugar mama. A sugar mama, I would not mind. Here's the SPY. There we go. Nice VWAP bounce there.
Nice trade, Gary. Closing those AMD calls for 21%.
Good job, Becca, today. Good eyes on those solar names. One of the things is we're not going to be always able to see it too at the beginning. I was looking at them too. I played some of them, and that's what it's all about, right? And that's why you always see me guys talking about like what sectors are up, what sectors are down, especially from the open, because that's how you're going to be able to find stuff too. Technology is actually down, but if you look at their industries, everything's on the red except solar. Solar is up 3.5% today. This is why it's important to kind of understand what industries are also doing well compared to sectors. BTU taking another leg there towards the high of the day. Not a bad trade if you guys are still into that one. Not going to worry about that it kept going because I wasn't trying to get it all the way towards the high. I was just trying to play the moment, play the momentum. Boom, boom, get in and out. This market has not been friendly for those extension type moves. Microsoft keeps battling here right at the VWAP. So this looks like a VWAP fade for me. The risk would be 218.50s. I'd want to see it reject the VWAP one more time, go up there till like maybe 218.38s, and then just cut right back down. The SPY would have to come down also,
though. Neil's asking what happened with AMD. AMD bouncing here. We did have a Goldman maintaining a buy and a lowered price target here this morning, but we're seeing AMD kind of bounce back after yesterday's sell-off. Damn, Zunaid. Becca even tried to play Powerball for you.
I tried winning the Powerball to be your sugar mama, but I was left on it. Well, you can buy. What is it tonight? Is it tonight?
Saturday, it rolled over. So Saturday, we can do it all again.
Call me.
I'm not gonna lie though, my little fantasy football chat was like, "Yo, let's play Powerball 13." Let's Powerball 13 at least. So
What's
I
Powerball
don't
13?
know what that is.
There's the Powerball. Do you don't know? Have you guys ever played?
Are you kidding me?
Okay, well,
First,
let's
I
get
Okay,
to,
played
let's
you have the
get to your
Powerball,
point.
right? So
Right.
there's the last ball. It's like the yellow ball or whatever. They change the color or whatever. It's like the special one. Then it gives you like at least like some money if you just get that one.
Sure.
But yeah, so the Powerball at the end was 13. So who knows? Maybe we got to do this whole team together, kind of buying some tickets.
So you picked the power. It's actually the actual Powerball is what it is. You picked that to be 13. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
my little group did. I didn't play.
I gotcha.
They got it right there. They were like, let's all do 13. I was like, does that really make sense? We're all gonna go on one number, but hey, they got it right.
Went ahead and got filled on the sell side here on the options that we purchased on the SPY. We got filled at 1638. I just went and exited at 1685 and also 17 here. So I'm all out of those options. Let's see. I'm glad I got out of Meta as well. Amazon, if it cracks 90, I'd be interested to go short. It's all you, pal.
I was just saying your first stop is your best stop on that Meta trade.
Yep.
Fabulous $4, baby.
Let's see what Neo's doing.
BTU through the highs. Hertz talking about it. There you go. That's through the highs there. At least that was a good catch today. I've been waiting for it to get through 25. That was a very important daily level. It was in some tight consolidation there. There's Microsoft with the rejection above the 218.50s. That makes me want to go short here, Microsoft. And I'm going to actually try to do it. I just need to go small here. See if I can get a little move. What is it, 20 cents here? There you go. Little bounce here.
What is the Powerball? It's at like 1.2 billion, I think.
1.5 now that it rolled over. It was 1.2 last night.
All right, starter there on Microsoft.
That's crazy.
Willing to add to it.
It's funny. Mitch is trading and actually trying to make money, and I look at Zunaid, and the gears are turning on what he would do with $750 million.
Oh man!
Oh my goodness!
Isn't that how it goes?
A life that would be.
Isn't that how it
He would never
goes?
see me again. He would never see me again.
I would just go ahead and make it seem like I won that in the markets, and then just start like a Discord or something. So that's it.
I'd move to the middle of the mountains, raise animals, and grow food.
All right, got to be careful with the squeeze here. Just going to give it a chance to reject 218.50s here, and then I'll add to it. I have a very, very tiny position because I had a feeling we'd get to the VWAP again. Can add at VWAP or give it a chance first and wait
Just
for the
by
red
Discord.
candle.
That's funny. Just by Discord. That's hilarious.
Pot name's getting another move up today. We had a spike yesterday that bled all those gains back. Then it traded lower here in the pre-market, but we're getting back towards those intraday highs. I'm looking at CGC here. I know, isn't pot on the ballot for next week's elections in some of the states?
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah. So I'm almost wondering if we're going to get headlines out of there if that goes well.
The more recent thing that you should be watching in pot is Schumer's bill that should be put out. That's why stocks would probably be running also. Schumer's bill would do the Spongement Act. There you go. I'm out of Microsoft there. Really, really tiny loss. This is just to kind of put it in perspective. Since it was a third of position, it was a third of the loss that I normally get. So I'm okay with that one. Still deep into the green on the day. Give myself a shot. But I will say that Microsoft did get back into a bullish trend there. So you could see the SPY push in there strong. So look for maybe some reversals back into the green side. Could this be for just a little bit of a short momentum run? Yes, but stocks are beaten down since yesterday's kind of wipeout to the downside. So you could start seeing some up moves here.
Wanted to try to look cute little short on Meta. I got stopped out. I am long Microsoft here.
Tesla's remained strong on the day. So if you're looking at what stock is in a bullish trend, that stock hasn't even broken VWAP today.
Some of these other tech names firming up. We already talked about AMD. That one's obvious, but Apple holding in here pretty well too.
All right. Well, there you see at least Apple. Maybe you start trying to see if it can get above VWAP, then hold VWAP, right? It just got above VWAP. Now you can maybe risk off 140.75 if that's your type of risk. If not, you can maybe get a little even closer towards the 89. I would be looking for a slight dip here, looking for the extension above 141, then looking for a pullback towards maybe 141.16. It's going to be all dependent really on the SPY overall. But if there's one stock that's probably going to get a little bit of a pushback, Apple's definitely fallen off the tape in the last, 3 days? 3 days, it's down about 9.4%. How's XOM? How's the oil game? Ooh, it's hanging in there. Interesting chart there. Interesting chart. It's looking bullish. I actually like that. It's a pretty chart there. Bashi. The Gusher. The Gusher. Looking good there. How's MRO? I know they had their earnings. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. Hanging out. Trying to do that ABC move. The Elliott wave. What's going on out there, team? Look at that. Microsoft's now starting to reject. Look at that. Come on. XOM. Show you guys that interesting pattern there. Right here. You can see it here. Nice little pattern trying to get back above. Oil names. And Gush. Okay, Gush. Gusher. Look at that. It's trying to gush. It's trying to give you that oil just spilling over. We'll see.
Come on down.
Stock that was beaten down yesterday in oil, bouncing back today, DVN. Chevron. Nice little push up there. How's my Valero? I like that one. Oh, that looks good there. A little pull back in Valero. I'll take a shot.
VRAX, good shout here. VRAX could go if we clear out this 245 level. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Oh, Mitch did it for me. Thank you. So this is the level we're looking at here. Remember, we broke beneath the VWAP. We've managed to trade back to it. We've kind of traded around the VWAP. So what I'd like to see is a break at 245 here. We'd clear out all of this, and then we can make our first move towards 255. Next spot after that would be 265. So got a potential 20 cents in here if we can take 245 out. No position as of right now, watching VRAX. I will tell Buddy that you gave him a flower, Shelly. I'm sure he will appreciate that.
Let's wait.
What are you waiting for?
I said that's sweet.
Oh, that's sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's all good. Amazon, if it goes out and cracks 90 and has a retest, I'd be interested going short, but the market needs to come on back down as it is at the moment. I'm short. Did I get filled? Yeah, I did. I'm short AMD here at 60.92s.
Sean, again, great job in the conviction. I like this trade setup. I think maybe we do bounce. Good luck on your trade. Hope to see again. Vimeo back above 4 here. VRAX pulling back towards the VWAP. Watch the next attempt if it can make a move back towards 245 on VRAX.
Wonder if we just kind of stay within this range on the SPY. Yeah, it's a nice play there. That's smart. He would have been better on that, but looking around to see if we can try to play something here, but I don't necessarily like anything personally. If Tesla wanted to get to 222, I'd be interested in a short there. But right now, the only short I'm in is this AMD. Oh, and also Meta here. I want to get some more shares if it wants to pop back to this. Let me see if, what is that? Let's see if we can get some more there. And then we'll look to get some more here.
Missed this VLO pullback right now. It's looking to the right, just dealing with some work stuff, but wanted though 127 here. If we can get a little bit of a pullback here, because I want the risk to be the 4-to-1 outlook, 2690s, then off of 2670. That's not too bad. 20-cent risk. Looking for that little move above the 2740, going back towards 2750. That makes risk to reward sense. Let's see if I can get the entry or not.
PRVB sure looks like this wants to take a move to 9. Broke out from that 839 spot that we took a look at the last time that we were here on PRVB. So this actually was pretty nice. It back tested this line too. I should have set up one of Zunaid's fire alarm notifications here for me. Pretty nice though on PRVB. And Vimeo still trying here. Vimeo, I think, let me get a look at this next spot here. So it's trying. It wants to take this out. Looks like 407 is going to be your next spot right from the chart. And then the next high here is what? 435. So this would be our trade if we can get this to materialize. Love that it's staying above the VWAP. Would love to see this volume down here grow as we move through 407. That would be an entry trigger on an attempt to test 435.
SPY holding VWAP at the moment.
Tom saying AMD. Tom, good to see you again, by the way. Tom saying AMD done at 61. We're currently at 61.20. So this looks like a potential short entry. By the way, VWAP on that 59.56. So about a 2-point move back to the VWAP from right where we're at now. Aren't you short AMD, Zunaid?
I am short AMD at about 3 cents, 6 cents away from getting stopped out right over here. And I'm also short Meta, but looking to get some more. Hoping the SPY can just go ahead and break VWAP to the downside. But at the moment, it's holding on.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to miss that VLO trade.
Stopped out.
Woohoo! And you guys want to know which rocket I missed?
Sure.
SPWR's second move. I caught the first one. That was that little push towards 68. It stopped me out on the pullback because it went through the VWAP there and held the support and then broke out to 1822. Man, that was a big run after that. This big bar. Missed all that move, but Solar, SPWR, really nice move there today.
Where's Amazon? Amazon's right here. Waiting for Amazon to possibly crack this area here.
You kept going. Oh, me digas. Yep, it did. It did. Look at that little push there. High of 27.39. Whew. 2570s was my entry. Well, there's a couple there. 76 is the average. But not a bad little move there. BTU, the coal. Santa's getting that coal this year. He's getting ready, all those naughty kids. Santa's coming to town.
What we got
I, for
here?
one, can't wait for Christmas season.
Hell yeah.
I cannot wait.
Gonna have to do the 25 days of Christmas. Get the movies ready. Apple, another leg down. Apple does not want to come back right now.
Still
Big
holding
boys.
the intraday low, though. As long as it stays above that intraday low, we're okay.
Big boys, man. The big boys rejecting. And Microsoft stopped me out just after that little push. Yeah, these big boys, if they stay in the red today, ain't gonna be looking good for us. Tesla's like the only big boy that's kind of in the green. Nvidia's in the green, at least if you're looking for stocks that are in the green. Do.
Apple to the up. Yep. Apple will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy there. You on Apple, you've got where'd it go? Where'd it go? I just had it. I don't know where it went. There it is. Just couldn't get over VWAP there at the 141.
Vimeo still trying to take out 407.
Amazon went ahead and held at $90 again.
God, Roblox, what a move on Roblox, especially off that VWAP. Look at this move in Roblox.
Wow.
Yeah, nice little 6% move here, almost approaching yesterday's intraday highs. That should be interesting. 55.50 next spot here on Roblox. No position. I want to see how it reacts here.
What up, guys?
Sorry, just answering back to Slack here. Nothing much really. Just looking for this meta to go ahead and reject the VWAP, but with the SPY bouncing from VWAP, I'm not sure if it's going to find strength or if we're just going to make a lower high. That's to be determined at the moment. But I did trade very well to start the show, but then traded very poorly to end the show, as I'm about to bounce here in about a minute or two and get ready for our interview.
Let me run to the washroom before you dip.
Sounds good. Yeah, just not great trading by me at the end. Let's see what else we got going on. Let's see. Come on down.
All right, we'll see what's going on. And I don't know if there's any NFT fans or NBA fans out there, but I did want to mention that we've been doing a sponsorship with So Rare. If you guys don't know what So Rare is, it's a fantasy football style NFT action. What I like it about it is you get digital collectibles, but you also get to play, fantasy sports against others, right? Like I've been in the common competitions because you can join this for absolutely nothing. It's just free. And I think it's an important thing to definitely check out. If you guys want to check it out, I can give you guys a link. Let me know in the chat if you guys want to check it out. I'll throw up the link. If you don't have to mention it in the chat and I won't have to throw up the link. I'm not really here to try to push it, just more along mentioning it so that you guys can come check us out today on the roadmap, 2 p.m. To 3 p.m. I'll be joining around 2:45 and talking about it towards the end till 3 p.m. But it's going to be fun. I got an announcement to make in my common competition. Got pretty close to the top. I'm not going to tell you how close to the top, but it was out of 69,000 people. So it wasn't a bad result. So come check it out. And we're also going to start talking about the limiteds that we're buying right now, actually starting to put some money towards it. We'll see if we can make some cash. And maybe if you guys make it out there, maybe we'll do a giveaway. But we'll see you guys there. Just let me know in the chat if you guys are interested in the So Rare. And I can throw out the link.
Sounds fun. You said 2 o'clock, yeah?
Yeah, 2 p.m. is the roadmap starts, and I'll be joining around 2:45.
Got it. All right, Amazon holding 90, but keep an eye on that for the afternoon session, especially if it breaks, retest at 90 can be a lot of fun to play with. I am short, as I mentioned, Meta. It was in the money for a little bit here, just going back and forth. I'm either going to lose 56 or I'm going to make 56 bucks. But I'm going to head out. I'll be back in time for our interview, and our interview is going to be with, let me go ahead and scroll up our notes here, with Sovos Brands CEO Todd, and the ticker is SOVO. And here is the stock itself. Go ahead and take a look at the daily. So it's actually in a consolidation to me right over here for quite some time now. But ticker looks like they IPO'd earlier today. Shooting earlier this, what is this dinosaur? Oh, this is the very, I've never seen this. That's interesting. Looks like almost a year ago they went ahead and IPO'd a little over a year ago. But we'll have that interview here in about 15 to 20 minutes at 11:05 as always. But for now, main focus as I step away from my computer will be on Meta.
VMEO broke that 407, currently at 412. 435 is going to be that day high if we can get up there. VMEO.
The market making new highs? Yes, it is.
Yeah, that TQQQ bounce. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, TQQ to the upside.
Apple.
There's that So Rare. If anybody wants to join it, you guys can check it out. And like I mentioned, it's absolutely free to start out, and you guys can do the same. It's pretty fun. It makes watching basketball a little bit more fun for me, and it'll definitely make me watch some players that I don't normally watch.
All right, I'm going to head out. I'll be back. See you guys in a bit.
Take care, Zunaid.
All right, I'll put up my screen and we'll take a look at some of the action out there. All right, NVIDIA staying strong today. Look at that bounce back in Apple. Now that is a determining bounce back there. Now I would really start looking at some of those stocks like Microsoft and Amazon for them to start bouncing back towards the upside. So I'll actually be willing to play Amazon here if I can get it on a little bit of a pullback above this range and then just kind of risk off of the range, right? And so there's a little bit of a kind of resistance area right here. I think we're about to get back through it. Let's look for a little bit of a pullback here. Look for the range that we're in. Right now we're in about a, 80-cent range. So let's see if we can pull back maybe about 40 cents. So back into somewhere into the 90.70 to 90.60 area. Then for a push back to 91.
Johan is asking, did the Fed pivot? No, the Fed did not pivot. And I saw a lot of discussion on Twitter yesterday about pivot and a lot that being mentioned. We're currently raising interest rates right now. A pivot would be cutting rates. We're not doing that. In fact, the rate rise yesterday was another 75 bips raise. Even if he does a 50 bips raise at the next meeting, that's not a pivot. That's just a slowdown of the increase in rate raises. It's not even a pause. A pause would be no more rate raises, at least for a temporary amount of time. So no, there was no Fed pivot.
You and I both know this all too well. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. There's that pullback for Amazon. Trying to get it right now. There it is. Just got a little bit there at 90.75. So taking that shot there in Amazon there. I kind of drawed it out there before I got into the trade for you guys so you guys can see me kind of plan out how I attack things. I even gave you the range and why I like this area. So now we got to just determine what's our risk going to be. Our risk is going to be towards this 55 area. So 55 off 75, that's about a 20-cent risk, right? What are we going to look for reward? Well, we need to look for at least 60 cents on the upside. So that's a move back towards 91.30s. Look where the VWAP is, 91.42. So right around the VWAP, we're already getting our 4-to-1 outlook. And that's where I'm going to be looking to take majority of it off and then look to see if it keeps running towards the upside. Of course, I'm playing a reversal towards the upside on the market. So we can take a look also starting to look at like the Qs or whichever you want to look at the overall market. But I want to see the Qs kind of really push here and continue the upside trend. And we'll see if it can hold the VWAP on any pullbacks.
Vimeo pulling back here towards its VWAP, currently 404. Mitch, you're getting pretty proficient with those charts, I just got to say.
Getting better every day, right?
Every
2%.
day, man. Every day.
And learning how to balance, right? You got to learn how to use the skills and the tools that you have, right? And sometimes you're going to have to pay for some tools like, Benzinga Pro to give you some kind of benefit and some edge. But like always, try to find things that fit you, give you benefit. For me, Benzinga Pro is such a great tool every single morning to go ahead and get ready. Then I'm starting to use a nice little day trading setup here. You guys can see my 3 chart setup. I'm enjoying it. And I'm starting to get to the point where I can use this for everything that I do. That's what I want to be able to do. That's what Benzinga Pro is about.
Absolutely. Jerry, charts with benefits. Oh,
hey, charts with benefits. I like it. Oh, man.
PRVB trying to go to 9 now. So we talked about this 9 magnet in PRVB. Did go above 9 already. Yep. As high as 911 on PRVB. I'm going to mark that level too. This might be in play tomorrow. Mike, I would second that. I would say anyone that is here is winning today, including you and those 2 cute little puppies in your avatar. We are all winners. Sharing knowledge with one another makes us winners.
All right, trying to distinguish if I'm going to go and stay in this Amazon. Let's see if we can get that next leg up there. Amazon getting close to my risk here. Just keeping an eye on it. There, it bounced off of that level. So that's a good outlook there. Come on, Amazon. We need more good news all around. I agree. All right, taking a look at what's going on out there.
Looking around, kind of dried up here, at least for me.
Yeah, definitely dried up here.
Yeah, real quick, Dan here. That was a great A+ setup too on the daily PRVB. You could swing that if you got it at open. Dan, you're exactly right here. Let's take a look. So here's the chart. This big green candle here is obviously today, but you're absolutely right. You could have got that right at the open. This is a great daily chart formation. Kind of a floating island here, right? We gapped into a new area here. We actually continued higher, pulled back, didn't quite get to the bottom of that range, so it would have been harder to execute this, but we pulled back and then we curled back up. Now we blasted through that 778. Let's just call it 8, right? 780 to 8 here. We blasted right through that, right up here. This would have been a great swing trade, and breaking out above this level here. Let's take a look and see. Next level here I would have here is 970 and maybe 1150 after that. This was a great setup.
Amazon bounced right to that 91, then pulled back here. So the Qs are staying strong, though. That's keeping me confident. Here's 90.94. So let's see if we can get through that 91 on Amazon.
Yeah, Sean, I think at this point you're probably sitting pretty on your TQQQ trade. You're probably green by now. So the way I would trade that would be end of the world is a bullish case for me. Okay, I don't know why I highlighted that comment. I just saw your name and clicked on it. Interesting comment to highlight. But regardless, with your trade, I think you're probably doing pretty well here. If it were me, I would not let that trade go red on me. If it came back down towards the entry, I'd cut it, book whatever I had or flat, and then wait for another setup here. But great job in the morning, sticking with your conviction and waiting out this bounce here because you're getting it now. All right, Mitch, I'm going to get rolling here and get my regular day on the way. Underway. I think that's what I meant. Anyway, have a great one. Enjoy the World game tonight. If you
yes, I'll be watching. I'm enjoying
Phillies,
it.
Man. Rooting for Schwarber. Love to see it.
Yeah, let's go Phillies. Let's go Phillies. We don't want to see the Astros win. Come on, man.
Cheaters. Nope. No thanks. All right. Take care, everyone. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here on Monday.
My man Ryan. I'll miss you, my friend. I'll miss you
too.
Have a good one, dude. All right, there's Ryan getting out of here. And I will tell you what, we got another interview for you today. We're not holding back here on Benzinga TV. We got an interview coming up with SOVO. Stick around. We'll be getting towards that around 11:05. Got a little bit until then, so I'm going to stick you here, guys, and we'll just get through this. And this will be starting at 11:05, so don't go anywhere. I know some people are joining up. Here you guys have it. This is who we'll be having on in just a few moments here. So excited to hear about a new company, right? That's what it's all about. But let's talk about our Amazon trade. We're trying to get this to really get into this motion. It did hold that little pullback there, gave me a little bit of a wick towards my wrist there, but we got the little bounce there. Now we're getting up there. Really just want to get back through the 91. What do we want to see? We want to see the Qs stay into that nice greenish move. Let's get to this. The SPY. SPY wants to stay into the green. We've been keeping kind of this trend line here that I would keep a close watch on this kind of 5 minute. We can pull back towards the VWAP even now and still be in an uptrend. So that's just what I want to be seeing, that the SPY stays in an uptrend and that Amazon can find that bounce. Here's 90.86. Let's see if we can get through that 91. This is where we're looking to take some profit towards that 91.41. We'll see what happens here. I do know that Zunaid will be joining me in a few moments to get into an interview. Excited to hear what we got in store. All right. All right, let me get my I'm gonna do a little promo for the crypto event. Can't miss it, guys. All right, come on, Amazon. Hang on there for me. I'm watching that trade. We'll see what happens. At least it's not the biggest.
What's up, pal?
What's up, man? What's up? How we doing?
Oh, good. You know, did a little stretching before the interview. I'm excited for it. Should be a fun one. We've had great interviews so far this week, and I expect nothing different from today's interview as well, especially with them reporting earnings yesterday. Definitely a lot of good stuff to talk about. And of course, chat yesterday, I mean, we asked a ton of questions from the chat. So feel free to kind of be active so that we can go ahead and get your questions answered as well, because you can't really go to a lot of places where you can ask questions to the CEO and have them answered. So be sure to take part in that. And I know Todd's in the background already. So in a couple of moments, Todd, I'll ask for a thumbs up whenever you're ready to go.
Yeah, you let me know when you're ready to go, because I'm just trying to focus on my trade here.
You're good. I can take over and just ramble on for a couple of minutes if you'd like.
Yeah, no worries. I'll let you take to it. Just want to see if Amazon can get through that 91. Like I talked about on the SPY, it can pull back. Where do we start breaking the trend is around 372. And so I'll look at that as the outlook for the pullbacks on SPY. I don't want to see 372 break. I want to see it continue in the uptrend. Talking about a 5 minute trend line towards the upside. And if Amazon gets to that 91, we're looking good. That'll get us through the resistance and it'll start reversing. We'll see what happens here. All right, going to pull down my screen here and let you take control, my friend. It's all on you, and you can put up your screen if you'd like.
Sounds good. Yeah, again, we'll get an interview going in just a couple of minutes with Todd, who is a CEO of SOVO as a ticker, Sovos Brands. Hopefully I pronounced that right, or else Todd will leave from the back. Yeah, give me a thumbs up. Pronounce that right? Yeah? There we go. Oh, man. But yeah, let's go ahead. Look, let's just go ahead and take a look at a couple of charts here before we get going. Something to keep an eye on for me in terms of NVIDIA. Let me back up. Okay, all right, we're good. Appreciate it, pal. I thought you were focused on your trade. On NVIDIA, it's going to be like this 138 level, excuse me. You can see we had a little bit of support there, finally cracked down and acted as resistance right over there. So 138s, and I'm going to go short again, 139s. I'm taking a smaller size because I'm going to be all locked in on the interview. So even if this, goes wrong on me, I won't be upset whatsoever. And that's the main trade that I'm kind of focused on here. So let me go to an X out of these because we don't want to worry about a trade. When we're doing the interview, I'm going to go to an X out of that. But again, make sure you manage your positions yourself. And that way you don't get mad at me. You don't send me any hate mail or anything like that. Manage your risk. But let me go ahead and get set up here with my questions. Todd, you give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready. All right, I see the thumbs up to the side. Let me go ahead and get going. But again, chat. The ticker that we're interviewing is going to be SOVO, Sovos Brands. Make sure you guys go ahead and ask us any questions that you have, and I know Todd will be more than happy to go ahead and answer them. So without further ado, let me go ahead and introduce you guys to Todd. Todd, what's going on?
How you doing? Well, it's a lot going on right now. But it's great to be with you today. Thanks for Thanks for having me on. I mean, I think the key is we announced results yesterday, which I know you referenced. Thank you, but another really solid quarter of results. We passed the $800 million net sales mark, grew 17% year on year.
Yeah.
Really nice benefit from pricing this quarter that we can talk about. But we've grown double digit every quarter since the company was founded, obviously since we were public, but also EBITDA up about 14.5% this quarter. And that Rayo's brand driving our growth and steadily marching to $1 billion in sales. We actually passed $500 million net sales on the Rayo's brand in whole. Happy to talk more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're just taking a couple of notes. And as you mentioned, you had a 17% increase year over year from the prior year period, which is about approximately 210 million increase in net sales. So that's definitely impressive. But before we get into the nerdy stuff, if you could just explain it to me like I'm five, what is it that your company does?
Sure. So we basically we have our core, basically a food manufacturing company, but if you're trying to remember, my kids are a bit older now. If they were five, we basically purchase the raw materials. So, whether it's milk for yogurt, whether it's tomatoes for our pasta sauce, the glass jars that it goes into, we buy the raw materials, the packaging materials. We own the facility, or have someone else, and they basically take those ingredients and packaging materials, and they make jars of pasta sauce. And then we have an organization where we take the let's just call it pasta sauce or soup, and it goes in trucks and goes to the stores, and we sell it into, let's call it Walmart or Albertsons, etc. And then we communicate to the consumer about our products to try to educate them and encourage them to buy our products. So it goes all the way from purchasing the raw materials to making the products to putting them on a truck to the store, and then for the consumer to buy them. So, that's what we do. And, now not to a 5-year-old, but to everyone else out there, we are unique in that we are purposefully built growth platform. We basically pride ourselves in acquiring, integrating, and growing one-of-a-kind brands. When we founded this company, one of the things that we saw in the marketplace is about 6 years ago that the 100 largest brands in the food store were declining in sales, or they were losing share. And what was growing at their expense? It was the smallest brands in the store. If you took all the brands and sorted them by price, it was the most premium priced brands. So premium priced, on trend, smaller brands were growing at the expense of larger brands. I felt that there was a distinct opportunity to build a company with the culture, the talent, the capabilities to acquire, integrate, and grow these brands. And we have Rayo's, Noosa, Michelangelo's, Birch Benders, and that's what we're doing. We're building a company that's one of a kind. It's very unique, and you can see the results, the points that we're putting on the board.
And you can also kind of see results here in the chat as well, as Sabrina, one of our viewers, is very familiar with your brands and she enjoys all of them. And you're also making folks hungry now is what you're doing. So, hopefully, right around lunchtime, hopefully they can get some of your stuff. But you talked about how the acquisition, you talked about the Rayo's brand as well, right? That's kind of helped boost sales for you. With you reporting earnings yesterday as well, can you tell us a little bit more about what's ahead in terms of all the brands that you have and for your company in general? Because we talked about yesterday, we talked about the past. Maybe tell me a little bit about today and also tomorrow.
Sure. So, there were some good questions. Well, there were always good questions on the earnings call. And, we've gotten a lot of questions, honestly, about M&A. And everybody wants to know more than anything else, what's going to be the fifth brand for Sovos Brands. And, what we're really emphasizing now is that, we kind of joke, we've got you can say you have a tiger by the tail. One person quoted us as saying, feels like you're a one-trick pony with Rayo's. We kind of say, well, we're kind of a one-trick Clydesdale. That's quite a big brand doing extremely well. And, right now we have all the tools in place to continue organic growth, double digit for some time to come. So, we're not necessarily focused on the fifth brand. We're focused on the brands that we have. And I would say notably Rayo's. So you've got a brand in Rayo's where the sauce business is the brand itself, $500 million, up 30% year on year, year to date, and LTM. So 30% growth on that largest size of brand. You've got the sauce business, now number 2, growing close to 24% dollars, growing immensely in units. As a matter of fact, interesting, we can talk about it. the two fastest growing businesses in sauce are Rayo's super premium priced and private label, because you have mainstream brands trading down to private label, but you've got consumers that are spending less to dine outside their houses, buying Rayo's for restaurant quality Italian cuisine in their house. But in addition to sauce, you've got soup, number 5 brand now, growing about 30% year on year. You've got dry pasta growing 40%. You've got frozen Rayo's growing 50%. So as I mentioned in the prepared remarks, you've got beachheads outside of sauce over $100 million in retail sales. And we've also got frozen pizza in test right now, which will be launched in 2023. So another small little $8 billion category that we're looking to disrupt with a super premium, absolutely delicious product.
May I have the permission to dig a little deeper? You said 2023. Any idea if that'll be Q1, 2, 3, or 4? I won't hold you to it if you're able to. I know sometimes you can't, but it's my job to ask.
Yeah, I would say it's more towards the latter half of the year. The earliest it could be was Q2. But that's good. That's a good dig. Yeah, no problem.
Hey, absolutely. Yeah, matter of fact, I went ahead and I always like to look at brands that come on and see if they're on Amazon and different things like that. And yeah, it looks like you've got great reviews on folks. I love it. Obviously, the chat here enjoys it. I know a couple of my coworkers here as well. Any challenges that you see coming on, right? Especially with there was so much of a recession talk. You kind of hinted to it a little bit where it's like, hey, folks are slowly not going out as often. Therefore, they're trying to make meals at home. Therefore, they're using your brands. Any challenges you see on the horizon, though, at all? And if so, how are you equipped to take care of them?
Sure, I'd say it is absolutely a challenging environment for the consumer right now, and we see that in the in all the data that we look at right now. As a matter of fact, across all income cohorts, cutting back on dining outside the home is the number 1 area they're cutting back on. Travel is number 2, and it goes down the scale from that. But there's all sorts of metrics. I'm sure you've communicated a variety on on your show. But what we see in the end, we're providing consumers with the type of quality and value with high quality ingredients, simpler ingredients, cleaner label. Yes, it is premium priced, but very affordable. I mean, to prepare Rayo's sauce with dry pasta, I'll include a side salad, et cetera, about $15 for a family of 4 versus, 60 or 70 to go to, potentially a typical Italian restaurant. So, we feel that we're providing the consumer with, affordable, products to be able to create restaurant quality cuisine in their home, whether it's with Rayo's or whether it's breakfast with Birch Benders or Noosa yogurt, et cetera. But we are definitely mindful of the environment that the consumer has. I'd say the other area of challenge, although when I talked about it yesterday, our service rates on our products now are all in the mid to upper 90s. But just 6 months ago, I was talking about, we were in the 80s because of intermittent supply disruptions, whether we couldn't get enough lids for the tops of Noosa or glass jars. We make our sauce, in Italy. And so you've got the war over there, and it's creating a bit of havoc in the supply chain, et cetera. So all those intermittent supply chain disruptions with, labor, et cetera, caused some disruptions. But right now, although they are still there today, it's a little bit less, and we've got our inventory levels up and servicing the customer well. So I'd say the last thing, honestly, we've been able to weather this because we have a tenacious, energetic, super talented team. Sovos has a very unique culture. One story that we like to, that I think is a great example is when we were going through, this is about 6 months ago, the heart of, kind of the crisis, and ports were delayed, et cetera. And we couldn't get the material to make the foils for the top of Noosa. And we went right to our supplier, and our team came up with the idea, literally in 48 hours, we're going to charter a cargo plane from Shanghai to Toronto with all the raw material that we needed to make the foils. And that supplier said, wow, for a relatively small player in yogurt, you're the first one that's come up with that idea. And we executed it. We did it, and we kept our retailers and our consumers in stock with the best tasting yogurt that's on the market today in Noosa.
Yeah, sometimes the best companies are the ones that are able to kind of respond to that when they're blindsided, but they're able to kind of respond. And I love that you guys came up with that creative idea within 2 days. One question that I had for you is in the sense of you you mentioned, you had a couple of acquisitions and people ask you about that, but is there anything else in the pipeline besides the possible pizza in 2023 that our viewers should be aware of that you're able to share right now?
No, so right now we launched, so we've got Rayo's frozen, pizza in the pipeline that we've talked about, and that is in test now, at 4 retailers, doing well. The other area that we just launched, I mean, it really started coming to market in Q2 of this year.
Sorry to interrupt you there. So it's already in 4 retailers. Like, you're already kind of testing out the sales side of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if someone, on the show now goes in to buy it, it's in 4 select retailers, not necessarily in all the stores of the retailers.
Right.
Sort of an expression that we like to use: make a little, sell a little, learn a lot. So we're in that phase now. And then we did just launch Noosa frozen yogurt gelato. So the Noosa brand, the thick velvety texture of the yogurt, we knew played quite well in the ice cream category. Quite honestly, there's not a lot of great frozen yogurts out there today. So we basically have frozen yogurt gelato with Noosa. The selling was tremendous. We're working to build up distribution velocities, et cetera. So that's in the market today, building distribution. So those are really the 2 that I can talk about. And then quite honestly, if I'm back again in about 90 days, there's actually about 2 or 3 more things that I can talk about. Just can't tell them right now.
Totally understand. But yeah, we absolutely would love to have you back whenever you are ready to announce that. But let's go ahead and talk about raising some cash, right? I want to know, 1, what your financial health looks like. And then 2, you guys did have a secondary offering, if correct me if I'm wrong, with about 8.5 million shares of common stock. How are you using those funds to build the company?
Sure. So, the first headline is very positive cash position. The next was that was a secondary offering by our largest shareholder. So that was, basically our main backer being Advent, owning, a very large percentage of the company, selling their shares into the open market. So that was not a transaction that raised cash for Sovos.
Gotcha.
But right now, from a cash position from Sovos, from a financial performance, from Sovos, doing very well. We talked yesterday about, our debt ratios, et cetera. We're, although interest expense as well, we're hedged on half our debt from an interest rate standpoint. And honestly, keep putting these points on the board. And right now, honestly, we're using our cash to drive our business. It's one thing that really differentiates us from our peers, is the fact that we've been increasing investment in our brand significantly. 20% increase in marketing and R&D in Q3 alone versus prior year. So we have pedal to the metal, whether it's my team, complete commitment from the board to invest, to grow, these brands. So that's the primary use of our cash and our funds, is really to continue to drive awareness, distribution, of our current portfolio of products and brands.
Yeah, and I appreciate the clarification on that. My apologies, that was misleading. But so it looks like the largest shareholder went ahead and had those, not the company itself. Last thing, Todd, was there anything else that you were kind of hoping to talk about? I'm going to have a guest come on here in a second, but anything you wanted to talk about, or anything that you were hoping I would ask you that you'd like to let our viewers know about?
No, you've actually, you've asked a ton. I will just reinforce that, we have now put, as a public company, 5 quarters where we've delivered double-digit growth, growth on the bottom line, very healthy in Q3. The consumption results on our business right now, are really very well differentiated from competition. I think the last thing I'd say too is a key differentiator, was highlighted this morning in a variety of the analyst reports, is that we're not only growing through price, we're growing through volume. So we're up about 17% year to date net sales, of which 9%, we've got 9% volume growth. So, we're driving this isn't a company that's 100% driven by price or more. We're driving price and volume, selling a lot of units of our product, and, excited to see you again. Appreciate being on the show.
Of course, and if, as someone who's learning how to cook, and I am pretty old to learn this late, but I'm still learning, better late than never. I definitely look forward to using your product. But there's one individual who has already started using your product, and I'll bring him on here. And this is my co-host here, Mitch. He looks like, what you got, Mitch? You said you're only a Rayos household?
That's it. That's it. My wife would have definitely pretty much murdered me in the back if I didn't say that. Definitely. I also would say that I appreciate, that through this time that we've been going through this high inflationary time, it hasn't gotten to the point where I can't have my Rayos. So appreciate that,
awesome.
Todd.
To Mitch and everybody out there, the reason Rayos taste so great. We have 30 kettles now. They're making this. The Rayos sauce is whole tomatoes, basically slowly simmered in open kettles. Literally, someone's stirring it. They're basically stirring the sauce and then put it in a glass jar. So it is made just like homemade.
You could see the garlic in there. You could see it even on my camera. Look at that.
I love it. It's right there, right up to the
roasted garlic. Got to try it out. And the basil has actual basil inside. It's not just some ingredient you read. You actually find it inside.
Mitch, I just like the fact you've got the sauce and the dolphin sweatshirt on there at the same time. I love it. It's outstanding.
Yeah. Well, us Miami guys, we know our little Italian,
There you go.
Have a good one. Appreciate it, Todd.
Appreciate it.
Awesome, guys. Hey, thanks for the time.
No problem, Todd. And again, the ticker is SOVO. Really appreciate you coming on, Todd. And hey, 90 days, you and me. We'll talk again in January.
Done. I look forward to it.
Take care, pal. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And that was Todd from Sovos Brands, ticker SOVO. So be sure to check them out. And yeah, look, you guys know this, right? You guys have been watching the show. I'm learning to cook myself, trying to lose weight, this and that, because I'm at a little plateau. So this is definitely going to be something that's going to be on my to-do list to go ahead and purchase and check it out and try it as well. And it's great that Mitch, like as soon as the interview started, he pinged me on Slack. He's like, yo, I use this all the time. My wife uses it. And so we had to go ahead and get Mitch involved as well. You can come on back if you'd like, my man. But that was a solid interview again. Where else do you get a chance to have conversations with the CEOs from publicly traded companies and ask them questions? And we appreciate everyone in the chat giving your comments as well. So do you cook it or does someone else cook it with those ingredients, Mitch? Let's be honest here.
I make some really good, bolognese sauce. So I use it as a starter though. Normally, sometimes I used to use regular tomato sauce and go through the long process. The reason why I used to go through the long process was because I couldn't find a, bottled one that was any quality. That's the truth. So there's an even more advantage that they do have, because I can tell you, man, and I've tried so many, from premiums to whatever you can find out there to, super expensive ones that are imported from Italy, right?
What we need to do is have a show that is sponsored by Rayos, to where we have a cooking 30 minutes or however long it takes to cook. Again, I don't know this. You be the chef. Rayos is the sponsor, and then we can go ahead and kind of cook together if you'd like. And by that, I mean, I won't try to burn down the house,
Mitch.
But you know what I mean? There you go. See?
I got you. Zunaid's going to do it too.
Making it happen.
We'll have Zunaid make some pizza.
I got it. Look, pizza I think is probably the only thing I can do. So I'm down with that. I have no problem cooking a little bit of pizza. But let's go ahead and quickly take a look at some trades that we've got going on. And then I'll hop on out of here. NVIDIA. Oh, how annoyed I am with NVIDIA. As you can see, it almost went ahead and filled me here at the 138s. Not quite. And to the downside we go. That would have been a beautiful, beautiful money trade. Unfortunately, we don't go ahead and get filled on that side of things. That's quite all right. It is life. Let's go ahead and check out. I know I had a couple of options here as well. Let me see what I've got going on, because obviously I don't check these. Oh, they're only up about 2%. So I have Amazon $90 puts expiring January 20th.
That's why I got stopped out in Amazon.
Because of my 5 contracts. And I wanted to put this cute little short on, because my theory was in the sense of, again, since I'm not on the show, or since I'm on the interview, I'm not focusing on this. I just want to take a quick little short here to see if the VWAP would go ahead and hold, and apparently it did. I'm still waiting for this 90 crack, y'all. If this 90 cracks, I am looking to go short hardcore via some puts, and maybe at least go ahead and get $1 of a move to the downside if I can. So far, though, this $90 is holding. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 10-minute. The trend is clearly to the downside, as you can see from the EMAs being red. but we have to go ahead and check out what the SPY is doing, because that'll kind of help us out, as that went ahead and now it's bouncing from VWAP at the moment. We'll see which way it goes. Matter of fact, let me try to be cute here, chat. Let me try to be cute here. We're going to short, and we're going to stop loss right above it, and we're going to see if we can go ahead and get filled. So risking $50 to the upside, looking to profit $50 to the downside on 50 shares short on the SPY. We'll see if we get the fill. We've seen it bounce from VWAP once, twice, 3 times. Let's see if we go ahead and have it happen the 4th time. And let me see where AMD is, because that one was annoying this morning. Ooh, AMD went way high. Now, keep an eye. If this one goes ahead and cracks 60, to me, we can go ahead and go short if it goes ahead and cracks 60. But I like the crack of 90 on Amazon much, much more, especially because it's already weak, right? It's down 2%, where the SPY is only down 1%, where AMD is up 3.5 almost, with the SPY only being down about 0.75%. So main trade for me to focus on in the afternoon is going to be $90 short on Amazon. If it cracks it, and the retest is where we want to go ahead and get in. By the way, Shelly, I have the book, the Turtle Trader book or whatever, and I started reading it because it's part of my, doing 75 hard. I read 10 pages a day. Interesting book. I'm only about maybe 20, 30 pages in, but I like it so far. So I thought of you, Shelly, when I was reading it. But that's all I got, Mitch. Anything on your end?
I'll take a look at the market right now. I got to the point where I was just like, all right, now it's kind of just take it easy, take a look at what's going on. You even got First Solar that made a huge pullback. Can bring up my screen to kind of show you guys that, but even Solar pulling back. So just seems to me like the momentum has just died off now. Does that mean that we're not going to move? No, we could definitely still move, but there's a lot of choppy action starting to go around. So at this point, I'm kind of on a wait and see kind of mode. I'm going to not do too much for the rest of the day. Did get 2 red trades there, but still in the green for the day. Happy how I can keep the risk to reward and focus so that we don't fall off the wagon, right? The one thing that you can't do is, let's say if you're taking certain trades and you're risking about $50 per trade, right? The one thing that you can't do is all of a sudden take that 3rd trade and all of a sudden you're risking 150. Well, that doesn't really make sense, right? Because then all of a sudden you're bringing your probability all around. I never think that it can be exactly the same. Like, you can't risk always exactly $50 on each trade. Sometimes it's going to be like, maybe it's 52, maybe it's 53, maybe it's 58. But I try to stay within a certain range, like let's say from 50 to 60 or 50 to 70. And I'm not trying to risk too much on per trade aspect. What I'm trying to do is stay in the math probability. And so that's focusing on the 4 to 1s. That's focusing on the 5 to 1 trades, so that I only have to really be about 30 to 40% accurate on my trades, and I can still be big into the green. I think this is where traders need to always look back at their accuracy rate and their data. What is their data telling them? Are they normally 60% accurate traders, 70, 80, 90? If you're a 90% trader, then you could go for 1-to-1 trades, right? Because you're 90% accurate. This is where you need to go ahead and look at how accurate you are and what's your plan in the profit to loss ratio or loss to reward ratio, whichever one you want to call it. But definitely keep that in mind.
Absolutely, my man. Let's see what we've got. Let me go ahead and check something else out here. Something went ahead and got filled. I forgot. Oh, that's right. Amazon did. So Amazon did go ahead and hit the bottom of the 90. So we were playing the range, to be honest, is why I went ahead and went short here, is because we were just playing this range right here between 91 and 90 is a range that I've kind of been playing. Matter of fact, AB is on right now. And AB will remember, we played the same exact thing for AMD yesterday, right? Just playing that range to go short. If it goes ahead and cracks this 90, I'm in. Let's go ahead and check out what our puts are doing. Our puts are up about 4%. Again, we're in the $90 puts expiring January 20th. I got filled at 653. Let's go ahead and check out the SPY. SPY's coming down a little bit. I'm interested in going short SPY. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and waste some money on this one. I should have done it a little bit earlier, but that's on me. That's okay. That's life. I'm going to go short. Are the spreads okay here? Yeah, the spreads are just fine. I'm going to go ahead and grab just one contract because I'm already got 5 on Amazon short. But I'm going to grab one contract of the January 20th expiration on SPY of the 370 puts. So 370 puts on SPY expiring January 20th. My fill is 1569. And if it goes ahead and breaks VWAP, I might just go ahead and gamble a little bit more, but probably not because, again, already in Amazon, already got the short on the equity side here. And again, we're waiting to see if Amazon is going to crack the $90 level. I feel like I have something else coming up today. I can't remember. I have to check my calendar. But what you doing there, AB? I don't know if you can hear me, but 100%. Oh, AB's a funny guy. Oh, let's see. Here we go. What you gonna do at 90? What you gonna do at 90? Now, if you believe the market's gonna bounce, right? Especially because look, it's near VWAP, and you've got Amazon at 90. Amazon is weaker though, but you could go ahead and try to go long because your risk reward is really good if you believe the market's gonna bounce to the upside. I am not one of those people. I actually would not be surprised if we see 86 on Amazon by tomorrow. My money, however, will be on an 89 test today. If this breaks with the retest, I'm going short, hoping to get 89s. Let's see how things work out. Again, I told you guys I traded pretty well to start the show. Then I traded awful to end the show. So I was up about $200. Now I'm down about 140 here. Let me see what E-Trade is. E-Trade at the moment only down $6, so that's okay with me. And we're up about $172 on the Amazon short. But again, we want this crack to happen, and that's what we're going to wait for. The market will tank buying Amazon at 86. Hey, maybe you'll get that tomorrow. I don't know. I have no idea, but these contracts expire this week. AB.
We ready?
AB. Nah, I don't know. I'm waiting for him to put his headsets on.
He ain't even ready. He ain't even ready.
I'm gonna try to just do this. There we go.
Just put him ready. Make him ready.
I don't want to get him in trouble if he does some nut shit. But here we go. There's the crack of 90 on Amazon. To the downside we go. Let's go ahead and see what our contracts are doing. Our contracts on Amazon are up 5%, and on the SPY are up a spectacular 1%. But again, we're gonna wait for this 5-minute candle to close though, because we do not want to go ahead and get, is this stock really that low? We don't want to get shaken out. Under $10 is crazy.
Market's coming back down there.
Bro, look at this. Can we do the math on this? You know what? Here's an article idea. I don't know if AB can hear me. We often do articles like if you invested $1,000 into X, here's what you'd make. We need to do the same exact thing. Because you know what? Let's have a little bit of fun, chat. Let's do a quick math lesson while AB is still getting ready to come on.
If you would have shorted Peloton at the top,
if you were no. If you would have bought it with 1,000 shares or $1,000, excuse me, at 170, let's just call it 170. All right, 170. You would have had about 6.8 shares. All right, let's just say 6.8 shares. Those 5.8 shares. Those 5.8 shares, bro, would be worth $47.
Why do you guys have just like a black screen as your background?
What are you talking about?
You don't like the black screen, bro?
Oh,
the
you
black
mean
screen of death?
the
It's because we went into an interview and then we didn't want to put the live trading background on there.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
But
so
hey,
we try
AB,
not to, make it all live trading, and then we have a, smaller stock.
AB, here's an article idea for you.
What up? What up?
You know how often we do like $1,000? If you were to purchase $1,000 worth of X, here's how much money you'd have today.
Yeah.
I feel like we should do that with Peloton, except it should be
like if you would have bought Peloton in 2021.
If you would have bought Peloton in 2021, here's how much money you would have. Or if you invested $1,000 into Peloton, because the answer to that question
is not a lot of money.
So we did the math here. If you would purchase $1,000 worth of shares at 170.
Wait, can I guess? Can I guess
Peloton?
before you do it?
Yeah, please.
All right.
$1,000 right here.
All right. So wait. What was the price at? 127. You
170.
said?
170.
Oh, 170. Okay, 170. So you'd get about 6 shares, $8. I'd say you're looking at about $50.
47.73. Yeah.
Man, I was gonna go 48 on the dot to 6 times 8, but I went up a little bit. But that's
insane, bro. Like
yeah,
that is insane. And I'm sure there's so many tickers you could do that with.
I don't know what past Aaron. I didn't include any like notes or elaborations or thoughts or a thesis on this, but I woke up from a reminder on my phone that past Aaron left future Aaron, and it says look at HubSpot's earnings from the previous afternoon, and if they are good, buy the stock.
So what are you gonna do?
Why'd you wait?
I don't
Jason
know.
likes
I don't
it.
really trust. I don't
Yeah,
really
why'd
trust
you
past
wait?
Aaron, to be honest.
Jason likes the stock. He believes it'll be he believes it'll be 350 plus. I believe in a few months, 4 months. I think is what he said.
I honestly, so I think like I'm trying to get back into past Aaron mindset. I'm pretty sure like I was looking at how beaten down the name was and knowing like, all right, now's not my time to get in. I want some confidence that like things are turning around for this company. So if it's able to report a great quarter, maybe that's my sign. Okay, that it's starting to turn around. Maybe we can get in here. But honestly, like out of names, I want to hold off on. As I'm starting to like nibble at stocks, B2B SaaS companies are kind of like the last ones I want to go to. Those are going to be probably the ones that really need the pivot more so than other stocks.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I hear you. I agree with you. But real quick, before you go ahead and get your guest on, I'm going to go ahead and recap my trade on SPY. So as you can see, we went ahead and went short here. At 372.11, we went ahead and covered our short at 371.11. So what is that? Exactly a point of a move to the downside. Our contracts on the SPY short are up only a couple of percent points, nothing too crazy. So I'm going to wait to see if we can test low a day. That'd be the beauty of it for me. And then, of course, on the Amazon put side, those contracts are up about 6%. So I'm going to go ahead and sell some here at 690 if I can go ahead and get filled. But I'm going to look to go short actually right here if I can. Let's go short 100 shares. And I'm going to cover if it wants to come back up. But that's all I got. AB, maybe later on I can join you. But I'm out for now. Mitch, always a pleasure. Appreciate you producing during the interview, my man. You kill it. And we'll see y'all Monday. Bye.
All right, we'll get
Bye.
Zunaid out of here. And Zunaid's getting out. I'm about to get out. And I'll play you guys to get started for your show, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate it, Money Mitch. What is up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. We've got a packed show today. Here in a few minutes, Mr. Steve Kalajian from TradeEZ will join us. After him, we've got Rob Roy from Wealth Builders HQ, our very own Hot Stocks. Luke's going to hop on the stream, and my man making his long-awaited return to Benzinga Live downtown, Nick Brown, going to join us later in the show. Nick not in school, call his parents. Shelly, he's got school off today. Don't narc on him. Don't be a narc. Jay Rice said, not sure which is worse. Buying Peloton, buying it at 30 and watching it go to 170 and not selling any, or buying it at 170, I assume. That's probably one of the things I'm most proud of in my 3 years I've really been like actively trading and investing, is I didn't get swept up in a Peloton craze. In fact, and I'll prove this. I bought some Peloton before. Here, I'll pull up my Robinhood. We're gonna go deep into the AB trade journal here. When I say trade journal, I just mean my Robinhood account. Let me find okay, so here's what I think happened before I look. I'm pretty sure I bought Peloton like right before COVID really hit, and I want to say around like, I don't know, $20 a share, and ended up selling it to buy like put options on the overall market, and never like got back into it. So I actually, I don't know. Here, let's find the actual thing. All right. By the way, I cleared out my, wait, holy cow. Okay, never mind. I cleared out most of my Robinhood account into my interactive, so don't be shocked when you see the balance on it. It's not like I lost. Well, I did lose a lot of that too. All right, we're gonna find this out together. Boom. We'll go here. Go to Peloton. All right, $8.28. Scroll down, go to history. Wow, that's it. I really only. I thought I sold. I thought I traded options on it too. All right, so I was right. I bought it, just the stock, 2 shares on February 5th. Sold it a month later for a loss, a $7 loss per share. Again, I think I was trying to free up like as much cash as I could in my account just to buy puts at that point on like the market, because we were like free falling during COVID, and I thought it was going to get worse, which it did, and then we ended up bottoming like a week after that. But wow, I mean that's actually a terrible trade. I bought a stock it would have been a great trade if I held it for like another month, literally another month. March 11th, I sold at 22. Let's go to the chart here, and we're just going to look at it on on Robinhood because I don't feel like switching. But March 22 is here's where I sold it, like right here around $24. If I just would have waited a month till April 20th, I'd be up on it. Waited another month after that, I'd be up significantly. But I am proud that I never got swept up in the ABJJ Paterka. I don't know who that is, to be honest with you. Let me look him up real quick. JJ Paterka, German ice hockey player. No, but dude's if you're saying I resemble him, he seems like a pretty good looking dude, so appreciate it. Speaking of hockey, do we got any hockey fans? That was a dig at you know who. I honestly don't. Oh, I don't. But what up, Fried Chicken Man? Can't wait to talk about Peloton earnings. Yeah, let's talk about some different stocks earnings that we've gotten this week. One thing that's interesting that I kind of want to talk about is backing up. If you guys remember, this is going back a few years ago, probably let's say like 2010 or so. Really before, what's the Microsoft CEO name? Patella or something like that. Before he took over, Microsoft was seen as kind of the stodgy old tech company that wasn't really growing. Apple and Google were kind of like the flashy ones. Microsoft has basically in the last 10 years caught up to Google in terms of innovation. I mean, Microsoft's beating Google in terms of cloud computing. Azure, that's the smartest thing Microsoft's ever done, was invest as much as it did in cloud computing. I was just reading up on the companies last night, kind of Google, Microsoft, because that's we can talk about all the different stocks and the different stocks that have been beaten down 80% all we want. It's still important to me, or at least the way I see it, to look at the Microsofts, the Amazons, the Googles, see where their companies sit at, see what they're saying, because those are still like the biggest weightings, and at least on the tech side for sure, the ones that are going to lead the market. So I was reading up on the companies last night, and it's just incredible. I think Microsoft doesn't even get enough credit over the last 12 or so years, what it's really done to kind of bring itself from being seen as the old, 1980s Windows company that's going out of favor to now a really actually, kind of sexy tech company. I mean, I think it still is. Satya Nadella. Sorry, what did I say? I don't even know what Patella. I'm sorry, that I screwed it up. But yeah, Nadella. He's got my vote for like the worst CEO, or sorry, did I say worst? Best. Except AB has teeth. So much to talk about AB since I'm back. I've got some more facts. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. We again, a lot of companies reported earnings continuing this week. HubSpot up 12%. Again, past Aaron left myself a reminder to buy this today. I think I'm maybe here's what I'll do. Maybe I'll compromise. Maybe past Aaron and current Aaron will compromise. I don't know how future Aaron will know if I should buy today or not. But unfortunately, we can't talk to him and figure that out. But I can compromise between current Aaron, who doesn't really want to buy HubSpot right now, versus past Aaron, who did want me to buy HubSpot today, and I'll just nibble. So say I would have bought $100 worth, maybe I'll buy $25 worth or something to just start my position, and I'll let you guys know. Maybe I'll buy a share or two. We'll figure it out. But I was not teething. I was just chewing on something. That doesn't mean I was teething. All right, guys, let me know some tickers in the chat you want us to check out. Otherwise, we can go through a couple more of the stocks that reported earnings. Of course, we do have Mr. Steve Kalasian going to join us here in a minute or two. Oh my God. How about how about speaking of Peloton? You know what chart looks kind of similar to Peloton? Is actually Roku's at one point Roku was down I want to say like 20%. Now it's not. See, it got down to 40, like $42. It's almost at 52 right now. Roku's actually come back a lot. So if you want to say something nice about Roku, we're looking at a 5-minute chart here. You can see this is the huge leg it took after earnings last night. If you want to say something nice about it, you can say, all right, at least you're up, honestly, like 20% from there, right? 43 to 51. Like, that's a huge move. From where we opened today too. I mean, you opened here down. I did not realize that Roku has moved like this today. You would have made a lot of money if you bought calls right at the open today on Roku. But then we're on a 5-minute chart here. Look at the daily chart. I mean, geez Louise, I actually really like this chart. I like how symmetrical it is. Beautiful double top up here. I really like that. I like the way it looks. Waiting on Uber. All right. Anyone got any other tickers they want to check out? Hold on. Okay. Is someone screwing me with me right now? Mitch? Lift makes me fade. All right, when I get a thumbs up or something from Steve in the background, we'll go ahead and get him on. Buglog wants to check out Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's go ahead and do that. What happened? I just keeps going full screen on the charts when I wasn't clicking that. I don't really know what was going on there. Bed Bath & Beyond. All right, real quick. We'll do a quick 30-second look. Whoa. All right, I'll be completely honest with you guys. I had no clue this thing got down to less than $4 again. I mean, is this new? Or are we making new 52-week lows on Bed Bath & Beyond? I wouldn't really touch this thing because if anything, I'd want to go short, but there's not really that much alpha. Like, why go short a stock that's already $4? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's going to zero. Maybe it gets another buyout offer or something. I mean, we saw this stock go crazy, get up to $30 a few weeks ago. Ryan Cohen was making moves there. I think Ryan Cohen cashed out on his stake though. So I don't know if you're in Bed Bath & Beyond. I really don't know, to be honest with you, man. Like that's a tough one. I wouldn't touch it here. I don't know. What are you in on Buglog? Are you holding common stock? You holding calls or something? If anything, I would buy, like, if I did want to play this on the long side, I'd probably be more interested in doing it so with some like crazy, options in case it really ran again than just buying the stock. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get our first guest on of the day, Mr. Steve Kalasian. Let's give him our very special intro and see what Steve thinks of these markets, of the Fed decision yesterday and everything going on. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, Aaron. Good morning, everybody.
What's been on your mind? We had the Fed decision yesterday, kind of some crazy market today so far. What's been going on? What have you been watching?
Well, last week, currently this morning when we gapped down, we had major buy divergences when the S&P's traded down to that 3703, 04, 05 level, and we had major buy divergences on Nvidia and AMD with it and the spiders, and we saw a 50 handle move up off the lows there. I expected about a 30 handle move up, and then we got 50, and then we had some sell divergences on, and then we pulled in around 25 points off that. But remember last week when I was on, I said to you that the diamonds, right, were trading around, obviously, we were trading, the 32,800, somewhere around there, 33,000. And I said we had this explosive run up, and we were 1,900 points away from the last sell to a number I look at, and I said this is a significant aberration, and I was looking for a sharp pullback here. I still think that the lows are in for the year, the 3502, excuse me, 02 on the S&P. I do think that we dropped about 1,500 points from that peak high. When you get these bear market rallies, and as I always told you, bear market rallies are more vicious than bull market rallies. And when we were that so far away, you know, a lot of people in my community, I exposed them to the S Dows, and they were buying the S Dows under 2880, 2850. I think they printed a low of 2802, and they rallied like $3.50 in about less than a week. So pretty good if they sold them, if they kept them, or if they sold them lower. Either way, that's how you can play the inverse on a market instead of just shorting the diamonds. You look at the S Dows. So the market, the Dow, was actually outperforming the Dow and the Russell were outperforming the Nasdaq and the S&P at that point. So we had that big push up from 3502 up to 3928 on the S&P, and I just thought that, you know, I've been telling you from the last 3 or 4 months, we're always going to make lower highs here. I don't think we're going to get into a new bull market until November of next year. I think we have a lot of downsides still to come. But I think that, you know, doesn't mean you can't rally, you know, 2,000-3,000 points and then drop 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 points either. So I think that's the type of market that we're in.
Yeah, what you just said there at the very end, you know, doesn't mean you can't rally 1,000 points or whatever and then drop even further. That's kind of where that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little rally, you know, maybe not, I'm not saying right from these levels right here, but maybe at some point, you know, here toward the, you know, end of the year at some point, and then you know, make new lows at some point later in 2023. I don't, what you said for 2021, you thought lows are in, right? Do you still think so?
You mean for 2022?
Sorry, yeah, for 2022.
Yeah, I think the lows are in the 3502 are in.
Yeah, okay. So again, I'm kind of in agreement there, where I think most likely we're going to see something of a rally, you know, not bull market like you said, but then before we make our next leg lower, kind of some positive action.
So here's an interesting note, right? So we saw a low in the 30-year bonds trade at 117.19 seconds in the end of September, right? And yesterday they raised interest rates 0.75 of a point on the Fed funds. The actual bond market rallied. So I think the lows are in on the 30-year bonds right now, even if they raise them going to 2023. I think that you're going to enter into a bull market in the bonds very, very soon. Because I think that, you know, they may hike 1, maybe 2 more times, if that, in 2023. But then I think they're going to do major slashing in the mid to second to third quarter, probably the third quarter of 2023. And I think that's going to propel. And based upon my work, if it goes out the way I have it timed, I think we're looking at a bull market starting in October, November, December of 2023.
Got it. How about have there been any setups on any of the individual names that you watch that you like?
Well, what we do here is more intraday stuff, but we do look at intermediate and long term. So intraday, we had nothing but buy divergences on the opening today in a lot of the big cap names. You talk about Roku. Roku was trading actually after the earnings below 41 yesterday, and a lot of people, you know, in my community were buying Roku because of the buy divergence off the charts. And I mean, they kicked it out like 3-4 higher, and now it's trading above 50. And actually, I think, you know, obviously the lows, my work showing the lows are in for the day here. So I think any pullbacks here on Roku intraday should be bought. I think that the lows are in for the day today. And I think that the market is going to just trade in the sideways, you know, range here between 20 and 50 on the S&Ps for the rest of the day.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, you know, we got that Fed decision yesterday. It was kind of what people were expecting, but then you had Powell talking after, and obviously the market didn't like it. What do you think? I think will be like people's signs really to get cash off the sideline and start buying the market? What do people need to see?
Well, the S&Ps were trading 39.07 before he opened his mouth, and then he starts coming out with his monstrous hawkish tone, and they dropped 50 handles on the S&P in 12 minutes. So I think to answer your question, it's got to be the language going forward. And I don't see that language changing till sometime second to early third quarter of next year. I don't think they're going to take a dovish approach. I think they know that they completely screwed up here. I was watching one of the Fed chairmen yesterday, and he was just so complacent about, we're going to do everything we can to fight inflation. Meanwhile, you made it go to 9%. Your mortgage rates are the highest in 20 years. And look what you did to the economy and to the housing market. And you sat there, you completely negated your mandate of 2%. You didn't even jump on the bandwagon, not even raise it a quarter or a half a point when the CPI numbers were showing you that inflation was out of control. You let it go on for months and months and months. And then you decide to put the brakes on. Now you're crippling what? You're killing the stock market. You're killing 401ks. You're killing the housing market. You did a great job. They deserve a standing ovation. I mean, and they still have a job, which is beyond my belief.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know. I was looking at Rocket right here. I saw a headline. I forget what bank. I think it was Wells Fargo, laying off a lot of people from its mortgage department. Like, it seemed I could foresee this happening. I'm not saying it's going. What'd you say?
No. Sorry.
I was saying I could see it happening where the effects what the Fed's doing right now is going to end up having huge effects on the housing market. Maybe that could be the reason why they're forced to. That could be the thing that essentially makes them pivot before they were ready to.
I just think, again, looking at my work, if this work that I look at on the monthly charts has any indication, we haven't had a signal like this since 2008, and it lasted 5 months, and then it bottomed. And I think that's what's going to happen come sometime November. And I think a new bull market will, but I don't think from here. It could be in the mid 2,500 level on the S&P. It could be the low 22,000 level on the S&P. I think things are going to get bad in 2023, and then I think that the Federal Reserve is going to have to cut rates drastically, because I think the economy will be in a severe recession then, and I think it's going to affect the housing market. We have a jobs number coming out tomorrow. We see now they're saying, well, I heard today for every one job available, for every one person looking for work, we have 1.9 jobs available for that one person. So they're saying, that there's more jobs out there than people are looking for. But just because you have a strong labor market doesn't mean that prices aren't going to come down here. You can have stagflation. That's a word from the past, right? So you basically right here, what we're looking at is a market that's a tradable market. Volatility is insane. We love it as what we do here in our live channel each and every day. I think it's going to continue and be more ferocious going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're going to see that tradable rally come. I'm not saying maybe it starts next week, maybe the week after. I have no clue, but I think we're gonna see a tradable rally. But that doesn't necessarily mean the bottoms are in. Here, I'll pull the SPY chart back on my thing, but. I mean, I don't know. I think the fears of stagflation and things like that are a little bit overblown right now, because you do have, I mean, even in the housing market, like you have a lot of data showing that prices are coming down. And when housing prices and prices of buildings start coming down, like that will be, those effects will then be, ripple effect down to rent and stuff. And those things are going to be reflected in the CPI. So I do think we're seeing signs that inflation, if at least it's coming down, hasn't been going up, which is, people don't love to see gas at $4 a gallon or whatever. But if it's not going, if the prices aren't continuously going higher, then inflation eventually will normalize, come down.
Oh, I mean, you hope. You don't know, right? I mean, you're at 8.5%, 9%, numbers that they're still talking about. and their numbers are 2%. You're 6.5, 7 away. I mean, that's you may take interest rates to go to 7% on Fed funds for that to happen. Who knows? And then you really come to a grinding halt on the economy. Forget it. Restaurants, any leisure spending, they missed the boat here. They completely failed to address it when the signs were early. And that's the thing that's really a shame. And yet they still have a job, and yet they're still there. And I just don't understand the mindset, how they can just even be so credible at this stage.
I mean, we'll see. I think the Fed, the American public at this point has no confidence in the Fed. I was seeing numbers yesterday regarding the midterm elections that the majority of people are going in voting based on the economy and inflation. So it sounds like, that's what's been on the forefront of mind of most voters and Americans right now. So that, I mean, the Fed has really lost the confidence of a lot of people.
The bond market should just dictate in itself the natural course of interest rates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, okay. So we talked about Roku. We talked about SPY. Any other tickers? Any other stocks you wanna chat about before I let you go here, Steve?
Well, like I said, I think that the lows are in for the year, the 3502 on the S&P. I do think that we're in negative trends right now on the smaller time frames, the 30 and the hourly as well for today. We just trade what we see here, and we just trade them, and we wait for the right setups, the right patterns, and we're all about being consistent and just coming back for the next day. So right now the intermediate term, like when I was on last week when I was calling that diamond short, we were 1,900 points from that moving average. I said, this is too far extended. This is too rich for me. This is no way this is going to last. And we got caboose, 1,500 points on the Dow. I do think that we get to another significant oversold level, making a higher low. I do think between that time and the end of the year, we'll get some type of a rally. I'm not so certain. I think we closed below 4,000 though on the S&P for the year.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, no matter what happens, it's going to be an exciting, rest of the year into 2023. I mean, I don't really know if exciting is the best word, but at least it'll be, it'll keep you on your toes if you're a trader.
Yeah, I mean, the volatility is what people want, right? And but look at some of these stocks like Meta just getting decimated. I mean, can you imagine, people who own Meta 150, 180, 200, 250? I mean, same thing with Roku. I remember Roku in the 300 level. I mean, these stocks are Square. I mean, these stocks just got decimated. I mean, price is probably never to return. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you see one of those severe, I don't even know what the bear market, bubble burst, like whatever you want to call it, like there will be stocks, that eventually get back to those prices. And there will be a lot of them that don't. And I think, we're going to see over time which one of those, like to me, like I'd be surprised, I think, if we end up seeing Roku someday back at 400 or wherever it was at, Upstart back at some, I'd be surprised. But, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, eventually Apple obviously make new high, some of the other companies. So, again, I mean, it is going to be an interesting time for investors and traders alike.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, this is a fun game when things are going right, and you see things for what's going on. And I again, as a technical trader, this is a technical market. I'm not really into fundamental analysis here. I don't think it works. Period. That's 40 years of my life I've been saying that. So in the industry, I think everything's based upon technicals, and I think there's great opportunities when you use technical analysis in high volatile markets.
There you go. Well, Mr. Steve Kalajian, if anyone out there wants to learn more about Steve and what he's doing, I'll drop that link in the chat, tradeeasy.com. Steve, enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
You too, Aaron. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Aaron. Talk to you next week. Bye-bye, everybody.
No problem. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, that was sorry, here, one sec, Steve. My computer's bugging out. There we go. Alrighty. Hey, Rohan, do you mind helping me for a second? My StreamYard's just like frozen on my laptop. Well, no, I just can you what's up, Riley? Riley, you want to come on? You want to come on stream real quick? Say hi to the audience. Oh wow. Oh really? All right, hold on. All right, so we've got Rob Roy hanging out in the background. Rohan, do you mind when Rob gives us a thumbs up or something? Do you mind playing our special intro and bringing Rob on? He's ready. All right, guys. We're going from one technical trader to another. Complete. What is up, Mr. Rob Roy? Oh, looks like we got you on mute.
My bad. Sorry about that. How are you?
No problem. It's been a couple weeks since we had you on. How was your event in New York? I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it.
Yeah, the event was fantastic. I mean, Thursday was a great event. One of our coaches, Brandon Wendell, is a CMT. He got into some of the techniques he uses through different trading styles for the day. So he does futures, he does Forex, he does options, and so on, SPX. So we taught what he does at each time of the day, which was great. And then Friday, we had our super summit with our higher level coaching students, our inner circle and masterminds. And we laid out some of the day trading things that I've been working on for about the last year. Finally introduced all of that to them. We've kind of worked through some tweaks in there, get some feedback from them. And I'm getting ready to introduce those to our group shortly. So it was really a great class. Some of the people in our inner circle have already seen some of what we're doing. I was going to show there. And one gentleman in particular, Will, sat right up front and said, Rob, I've cut 25% of my time off every day of finding my candidates with this simple little tweak you gave us on making adjustments to it. So I'm stoked to finally get that released.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, and that's what's I think so cool about this industry and about investing and trading and finance in general is that even yourself, who's been doing this since, what'd you say, 1997?
Yep. 97. I took my first training.
Since you've been doing this since 1997, are still, developing your strategies and doing new things and not just staying stagnant, staying complacent. I mean, I think if you do that, you end up getting caught up, right?
Yeah, I'd be out of business. I mean, my favorite trade used to be what we called the chicken trade. It was a strangle. And you would do it right before earnings. Then market makers figured out that they can really nail you right before earnings if you get into the strangle. They jack the premiums up. And where it used to be a day or two before earnings, now it's 3 or 4 weeks before earnings, they're starting to jack up the vols. So had I just stayed stagnant, I would definitely be in trouble.
Yeah, there you go. And so that's why, I mean, I think a lot of people, obviously, that got into trading and whatnot during 2020, during COVID, it's easy, whatever. And then it's like starts, okay, now you're seeing the real market, right? It's not so easy. You got it. And people are like, well, what's going on? I'm losing all this money. I'm doing the same thing I was doing a year ago when I was making all this money. And it's like, well, there's your problem. You can't be doing the same thing you were doing a year ago.
Markets changed. The problem is everybody that came in from COVID is trading a bull market. And that's all we knew. Yeah, we had some pullbacks because of COVID. But this is, without a doubt, the toughest market I've ever traded. And this is my 25th year. The toughest market I have ever traded is right here. It's harder than it was in 2000. It's harder than it was in 08, 97. I mean, it's tough.
Yeah. All right. So what do we got up right now? We've got the is this the futures SPX?
This is just regular SPX, the index.
Oh, okay.
So the S&P 500. So we've had good move down on it. I mean, yesterday was pretty typical, right? We knew this was going to happen. Just go sideways till the Fed. Ooh, sounds good. Never mind, right? Once Powell started speaking, we had this nice drop take place yesterday, and there's a quasi candle pattern here called a rising 3. You get this very large red candle. This large red candle here. You get these 3 rising green candles. This one should be a little higher. So that's, I said, quasi. And then we got a nice failure there at a key level. And that was, I had already taken an SPY pivot trade at this point on the break here on this candle. And I wrote it till about the end of the day, not quite, but about the end of the day, and did okay with it, right? Just one trade. I couldn't do anything else yesterday. I was leery, couldn't sit and watch, and I really didn't want to fight the game yesterday of nothing going on in the market where we're just flat with this craziness, right? So, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
I'm just curious, like, I guess, and I know you're more in and out daily trading, doing, you know, quick, some swing trades you're holding, but like, what do you think in terms of what, is it as simple as the Fed is what's holding like some people back from going long now? Or are there other, you know, macro headwinds? Are there indicators you're looking at that you're like, okay, now is going to be where it's going to be time to the market's going to start ripping again and we're okay to go long?
You know, Aaron, I heard you guys talking right before I came on with your last guest, and you were talking about the elections and how people are voting. And you're right. There's the things that some politicians were thinking voters were focused on, they're not. So they are very focused on the economy. They're very focused on what things are costing them. They're very focused on crime. I mean, my wife and I watching the news last night, and every day it seems someone's getting shot in New York City every single day. It's bad. And if this is how they lead right into the polls, it's going to drive in one very particular direction. And I think
a lot of that's a failure on the media. I mean, there were in New York City alone, there was almost double the amount of homicides in 1990 than there were last year or on track for this year. So a lot of people think that like the crime in New York's going crazy, but the stats say otherwise. I mean, again, for whatever reason, that's how the media has been kind of there. Because I think what happened is there has been an uptick in the past like couple years, but in relative to like our lifetimes, the crime rates in New York's way safer today in 2022 than it was in 1990. And yet people, if you ask most Americans, they would say the opposite. So that's what matters when they're going to the polls.
Correct. And that's just it. So I think the polls could potentially drive us. And we're waiting to see what happens with midterms. And we're not going to hear it on election day. It's going to be a couple of days, couple of weeks, because there are going to be some that they are going to protest, right? I want to recount, and we're going to have a bunch of that, I think, having this happen this time around. But I think, from a larger standpoint, the war with Ukraine and Russia is still an issue. Like it, don't like it, agree with it, disagree with it, your call. But there's still concerns of energy and fuel, us potentially running out of diesel in the U.S. I mean, look at the cost of diesel now. It's astronomical, right? The cost of gas. I think all of those things are definitely hurting us. Now, if from the elections, could that shift things? It can, but I don't see it being as a long-term sustained thing unless a new Senate, a new House can get changes made, and I don't think they're going to as easily as they say they're going to. So I think we could see some shift in it, but I really believe that Powell does hold a lot of cards right now. And a bunch of Dems just sent a letter to him condemning him for what he was saying and how he's handling it, and terrible, right? But it is what it is. He's got an edict, and it's not the stock market, it's the economy. And the Fed just generally waits too long. That's just how they work. They never are on time.
Yeah, and I trust me, I have a lot of problems with how Powell and how the Fed has been running it, but I don't want to hop to his defense, but to anyone out there acting like it's really been a super easy situation for either the Fed or any central banks around the world. I mean, going back to like the onset of COVID, it's the first time the world's dealt with a global pandemic in how many years, and we're dealing with economic shock winds from that, and it just there hasn't really been. It's not as clear cut. I don't think there was like a lot of easy. If they started raising rates when people now say they should have been, and they probably should have been, people would have been freaking out about that at the time too.
Exactly. It's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback. I'm very jaded because I liked Greenspan. I thought he did a good job through what we went through. And I don't know if I don't think I've had a Fed that I've liked as much since him at all. Powell, I do like. But I think he's stuck in a really tough situation that he can't make a right decision. One side or the other is going to be angry at him.
Yeah. And I think right now, I think what's going on right now is that he has enough confidence in the labor market. There's been, we've still been adding jobs, all these things saying like, yeah, you've got, really no reason to slow it. You can err on the side of trying to tackle inflation right now because the economy is holding up. But eventually that's going to flip to where whether it's housing prices crashing or unemployment rising, it's going to be like, okay, now that side's the one we got to worry more about. But for right now, inflation's still the side he can worry more about. But again, that's going to change at some point, whether that's, next month, whether that's February 2023, yet to be seen. We don't know.
Right. If there's a bully coming at you right now and then there's 2 bullies a block away, you got to deal with the one that's coming at you right now. You can't worry about the 2 blocks away. I got to get rid of this one first.
That's a great way to put it. Even if, but yeah, even if those bullies a couple blocks away are bigger and actually scarier, you deal with the one you're dealing with right now, and then we'll deal with them later.
Exactly.
All right, Rob. So how about any individual names? You got any trades open? Any things on your watch list you're looking at?
So I closed 2 of them out already today. Etsy, we did a bull put spread on after the earnings announcement. We did the 88.87. We got 20 cents. Got out of it for 3. Could have got out of it for a penny, but I got out a little bit earlier before I left my office, headed here, my home office, to headed to our office here. So that was a good trade from this morning. And then just a directional trade on Adobe. We got the 295 puts. We made about $2.50 on those puts. So overall, it was a decent day for us. I did not get any SPY or Qs trades off today. Nothing I saw that was jumping off the screen at me. I do have a couple of companies that I'm watching right now, but I don't know if we're going to get in any of them anymore today. I think I need closings to happen first for me to really get excited about getting in most of these guys for tomorrow.
Yeah. Wait, sorry. Sorry. I thought you were sharing your chart for.
Oh no, but let's bring it over to Adobe. Make it easy.
Yeah.
Flip over to this chart here. A little bit brighter, a little bit easier to see.
Bowen looks happy. Quantum saying, yeah, and I think right now, I do think if we do see a rally, a lot of kind of the more, not even necessarily value names, just names that are, kind of the, I guess more value names, just ones that aren't like the high growth tech might be ones that really benefit from a rally.
Yeah, NASDAQ's still suffering the most, right? So, but you look at Adobe Tech, but it had its gap down today, opening price here. It stretched right back up where to a key level, the 100-point level, 300-point level. And it was within about 50 cents of that. We got a great rollover and on a 1-minute chart and a failure. And there was the entry. And we went right down to that next target. I mean, we are sitting there right now to that line. So out of the trade, out before lunch, day is over if I want it to be. You do one contract, $250 of profit on one options contract. May not get you to quit your job, but 3 or 4 might.
Yeah. I don't know. I think yeah, I don't really have any thoughts on Adobe. I haven't looked at it. I do like Adobe long term. I think it's just it's got a pretty good moat as far as companies go. Like there aren't a lot of companies out there that can do what Adobe does.
That's an old Phil Town word, moat.
Phil Town?
Oh yeah, he teaches that in his Rule 1 stuff of companies having a big moat. Cell phone companies, it's expensive to get in there and try to compete with those guys, right? Adobe owns a huge part of the market for what they do.
Right, and I think like you think about companies that really have what they do is hard to compete with, like a company like Google. There's not really, in terms of the search engine business, a lot of competition there, right? Like Google's got a pretty good moat on the search engine business. Now, YouTube doesn't have that big of a moat because you've got Instagram and all these other social media platforms. Although I do think YouTube has value that a lot of other video websites and stuff can't really replicate. So even YouTube, you could argue, has a little moat there.
I agree. I mean, and with where they are right now, as the leader in, number 2 of search engines, right? It's the number 1 for video. So Google itself controls a lot of that market from search, and you're not going to see Firefox or Safari or Internet Explorer compete with them the way that Google is. You're just not going to see it happen.
Yeah, I did see that the younger generation, the young kids now are using like TikTok more than Google as their search engine, which is kind of scary.
It is. All that means is 5 years from now, the adults will be more on TikTok than the kids, right? Because it seems to be that shift. It was Facebook, right? My kids don't use Facebook anymore. My wife lives and dies on that every day, right? She's on.
I think you're already seeing that happen. I mean, I personally, like, I'm 25. I don't go on TikTok, and my mom will like send me TikToks, and I'll be like, Mom, what are you doing on TikTok? You know, so that's a very astute observation, Rob, that eventually, at least with social media, for whatever reason, that's the phenomenon, is that the kids will flock to a place and the parents will soon you're going to see, you know, adults be posting B-Reels.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
All right, Rob. Well, I don't know if you've got any final thoughts or stocks. I'll see if we've got any questions. Otherwise, I'll drop that Wealth Builders HQ link in the chat and let you get on with your Thursday. Go make some money in the markets.
Yeah, I've got a couple of companies if you want to look at them, or I'll take some if you want me to look at what's in the chat. That's fine. Either way works for me.
Yeah. Let me go. Yeah, go ahead and share your screen, share the website. I'll drop the link in the chat as well while you're doing that. Well,
okay. So first one is PayPal.
PayPal.
Right. Now I know they've got earnings coming up shortly, right? I think.
Let me check.
They do on the 3rd. So their earnings are today. So I'm off on that one. I thought we had a couple of days left. So forget PayPal for now. SPY is the next one, right? I love the place that SPY is at right now. I love that it gapped down, stretched down to this fib line and bounced. A little further away than I want it to be, but I needed to either A, retest and bounce for an entry, again tomorrow, or break, retest and drop, and there's a lot of room in either direction. There's tons of money to be made on the SPY. And since the SPY moves about $8.50 a day, there's really good chance or potential on this, right? United Healthcare is the next one, UNH.
Oh, that thing's just been a monster.
Yeah, it really has. It's rocked. You know, through its
Wow,
earnings.
Coin CEO resigns. Holy shit.
Ooh.
I wonder what that stock's doing right now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually not even down that much.
Not a good CEO, I guess.
I guess not.
So United Healthcare up where it's at. Again, retest that 545 level and bounce is the next one. And there's a great confluence with the 8 moving average there, guys. So it's a phenomenal looking candidate as long as the setup is there. If the setup presents itself, take the trade. If it doesn't, go find something else. Position one in the chair. I'm just sitting back, waiting for the next trade. Can't touch the keyboard, right? Just chilling out.
Yep. Well, Rob, it's always a pleasure to get you on. We'll see if we got any final questions in the chat. I've got that link in there, tradinglikeaboss.com. You heard the man. If his setups don't happen, he's just going to be hanging out. That's how you guys got to be too. You know, don't be out there forcing nothing. Just take the trades as they come to you, right, Rob?
Absolutely. Aaron, we have a free training tonight that we're doing. How now not to get your ass kicked.
How to not get your ass kicked. Free training tonight. I
All
might
right.
need to come to that.
Yeah, it's guys, all I'm going to tell you is with the system I'm going to share with you this evening, we're up over 500% this year. If you got an interest in it, awesome. If not, that's cool. We'll still be friends.
And I'll say this, there's no we have a good, I mean, Rob and I, you know, we're friends and we have a good relationship, but we're not, you know, getting paid or whatever. I'm being completely 100% honest right now. 99% probably of people, if they told me they're up 500% this year, I'd say, you know, whatever, I don't believe you. But Rob, I know if you say that, that's true.
It's documented. We can show it. So,
well, I mean, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. So congratulations. I need to start working harder. So I'm gonna get my bank account up so I can come to you and we can, and you can really help me out and we can and I can start trading like you.
There you go. We'll hook you up.
All right. Awesome, Rob. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We'll chat soon.
All right, guys. Take care.
All righty, guys. That was Rob Roy, tradinglikeaboss.com. Again, there are a lot of people out there that will tell you things, say things. Rob's a good man. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and we do have our very special in-person guest coming up. Surprise guest. I'm going to go ahead and play our special intro and bring him on. No hesitation. What is up, Luke?
What is going on? Happy Thursday.
Thursday. You missed hump day yesterday.
Another Thursday. I miss hump day. That used to be my favorite one to announce. Because, does everybody remember that commercial at the camel? Where the camel would walk around and he would just keep asking, what day is it? What day is it? What day is it? And the punchline was hump day.
Yeah, it's a guy commercial. I was thinking about this. What was the last like truly cultural important commercial we've had? Culturally important commercial we've had. Like a commercial like that, where like you go to work and say Happy Hump Day. I can't remember the last like big commercial.
I would say one is, what up?
What's up, Mr. Razman? You want to take my chair? You want to
Sure.
hang out? Look up here for a sec.
And then we got to bring Riley in.
I tried to. She didn't.
No, she said you will.
Oh.
I mean, I can't believe you guys haven't already chosen to have me on.
Did you see HubSpot today?
Dude, I'm very aware. I did the Mitch training thing. I called in. So, do these sound things work?
Give them a go.
Okay. Got some stuff to tell you guys.
All right. What's a good word?
These things don't work?
Very nice.
There you go.
Okay. So, I can't see. That's not. I have to go to YouTube. Okay. So, I've been talking about one stock that I've been buying for the last 60 to 90 days. I started at 303, but really my major buys were like 256, 260.
Okay.
And today is the reckoning day. Now, the only thing I'm annoyed about is this goes for Benzinga. I had my portfolio synced on the Benzinga. If you guys go to Benzinga, you now can have your portfolios synced across all accounts. You just go to Benzinga, My Stocks. So I have my HubSpot synced. Well, it's HubSpot. Well, today, HubSpot had earnings.
Yeah, and one more piece of clarity. So go to benzinga.com, top right corner. That's the button you want to press, okay? Top right corner, benzinga.com. My Stocks.
Yes.
All right, so your account's synced.
So anyway, well, then I would have had an alert that there was earnings today, because what I would have done is I've been buying the stock up, and my average cost basis was 264, but I would have bought call options before earnings that were like 4 months out, and I would have made a lot more. I would have, like, say today I'm up, say 15,000 on the stock. I would have been up another 20,000 on the call options. I didn't realize earnings were today. Now, is it my fault? Yes, it's my fault. I think when I type in HubSpot in the Benzinga quotes.benzinga.com and other things, I need to see what next important events are. I need to know the dates. I just need to see it. It has to be easier for me. But can we look maybe past Aaron's Hubs idea was Jason's? Yes. So HubSpot, if you guys go back, I guarantee whoever's listening to this thing, who are the editors, they go back 2 weeks ago when I was on the show, I talked about HubSpot. And then Aaron said, what other SaaS plays? Can we pull up a HubSpot chart, Aaron?
Nope.
No. What do you mean?
Give me this computer.
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
So I got to do it here?
You got to do it there.
Okay, I will.
You gotta share your
So
screen.
I know, I got it. Luke doesn't think I can do stuff.
Just
And then we have a
try it out.
special guest coming on very soon. Young person. We're gonna see what she uses for her investing.
You know who we
What was
haven't
it?
had on in forever? Is our young investor. Remember our buddy
Oh, yeah,
from
yeah.
England?
Is he still
Our
doing it?
12-year-old? Yeah, he's still doing it. We just haven't had him on in a minute.
Why we should have him on for
We should
sure.
have him on.
All right, hold on. Here we go. I'm gonna show you guys. Okay, Luke wanted to do it because he said he could do it, but I got it. Right? Do I have it up? Let's see.
Almost. One more step.
Go back. One more step.
You're really close.
I think.
Oh, that would be a good one. That'd be a good segment.
Here we go. Here we go, guys. So now I want to take me and Luke off and just show the picture. Can I do that? I did it. Oh,
Boom.
Luke did it.
No, I didn't do it.
Yes, you did. Okay. All right. So here we go, guys. Here's HubSpot. I've been buying this thing for ever. If I can log into my E-Trade account, I will show you the purchases. I wish I was on my account. Maybe I should log in from my computer because I guess I don't know if that's gonna mess it up. But look at it today, guys. And I don't think this thing stops running. I think we're at 350.
Yeah, talk us through what is HubSpot? Why did you like it? What
Yeah.
stood out? How does this help us
I'll-
pick stocks?
I'll talk you through. Let's get some more likes. Let's get some shares. I'm telling you HubSpot, and I'll tell you my next big trade too, guys. Like this is like I went hardcore into it, and it's all relative on a dollar amount. I'm going to show you my trades into HubSpot. I'll show you what I did. But here was my thesis. So right now, companies are making layoffs, maybe less funding out there. So some people are bearish on HubSpot. They're bearish, and that means they weren't buying it. My logic was there's still a lot of companies out there retail companies that have been around for a long time that aren't in the digital space that are moving to HubSpot. I forgot who I talked to 2 days ago. They just moved to HubSpot. Everyone is not digital will move to a HubSpot type solution. And HubSpot keeps getting better. Their CRM is awesome. Their CRM is one of the best out there, which, like, you know, for like a Salesforce competitor. I pitched to Mark Benioff 4 years ago, and HubSpot was at $40 for them to buy HubSpot. They bought everything else then, but they did not buy HubSpot. HubSpot went up to like 600. When I saw it go down to 270, I wanted to back up the truck on a stock, and HubSpot was the stock I chose. It's one that is email marketing, social media. It's also funnels. Like the guy who I talked to, why they use it for their CRM, and they find it so easy to use. They find it way better than Salesforce because it's easy, it makes sense, and it, like, you know, it rates. So a lead comes in, it rates, automatically goes to the right people. And with Salesforce, you need like 3 people to monitor it. Like if you're a new company or a company that wants to get more organized, HubSpot is your solution. And I'm going to show you guys what I was doing on HubSpot. Where are we? Okay. All right. 1 second. I'm going to share my screen again. Luke, so I don't know if I answered your question there.
Yeah, you did. And so here's what I'm trying. Okay, so like here's what I'm distilling from it is basically we're obviously in a bear market, and you're asking the question, what's the last thing to be cut, basically, right? We see that the advertising budgets are getting cut. We all saw what happened to Facebook stock, brutal. You know, we see the layoff headlines, brutal. What are the things that are so embedded in people's businesses, in people's lives, that it's not going away? Like a Starbucks coffee, that might go away if things get bad.
Yeah.
Kroger's, people are still going to shop at Kroger. This sort of similar analogy to that.
Yes. I want to make sure I'm not echoing because of the volume here. Okay. Yes. So the idea is what's not going to be cut. Amazon AWS is not going to be cut typically, but Amazon's such a big company that that retail buying is slowing down. So it's hard to go buy AWS as a stock. So I tried to look at where I could find something that doesn't have other things that affect it. So Amazon, $90, hasn't been here in like whatever, 4 or 5 years. Maybe it's a great buy. If you could just bet on AWS, I would say it's a great buy. But you have other things that come into play. Retail spending, you know, all the real estate costs, just a lot, interest rates going high. There's a lot of things that come into play. With me, with HubSpot, it was one of the last things that would go away. And that's the same thing with Salesforce. I like businesses that have consistent income. I like businesses that have recurring income. I like Benzinga. I like HubSpot, the software we make. And that was my, thesis on it. Now, here's something to be said. They forecasted higher growth, higher revenue, and that makes a huge difference. It's also something to look at when companies like have negative numbers and then they forecast it. The reason I said to Luke that, I said to you guys that I wish I had an alert through Benzinga that they had earnings coming up, right? Like, I want that alert. It would help me. But the truth of the matter is I may not have really bought call options because you never know when the good numbers are going to come in. It could have been next quarter. I've been buying HubSpot heavy, and I'll show you, but I mean, relatively heavy, but that number could have been a bad one. But I think my thesis long-term remains the same, that HubSpot will do fine and do well throughout this environment. That's my thesis. Twilio is kind of on that, in that vernacular as well. And yeah, Jesse, pretty much anyone can visit the Benzinga headquarters, pretty much. All right, so Luke, what I'm going to do is just to make it a little more...
make it real for us.
Make it real. So I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. I know I got to make it bigger.
Yeah, give us a couple zooms.
Okay, I know I got to do something else.
And did you see we got a new header on benzinga.com today?
Nope, I do not.
Let's look at that one too.
Can't do that yet. Okay. All right, I got to go back. Zoom. Okay. Zoom. Okay. So here. So here's my HubSpot. I started, look at this. Okay, I started. Is it big enough, Luke?
It's not big enough, no.
Really?
Maybe a little more. All right, there we go.
Guys, is it big enough? I want to see it. Press 1 if it's big enough. Press 2 if it's not. I lost my...
All right, I love that comment. Raz Serious, rolling up the sleeves.
Yeah, I did roll up the sleeves.
When you roll up the sleeves, you know you're about to get into it.
I want to bring energy. I want to take the, like, we as a team here, we have to take this up another level, and we have to help everyone make money and find opportunities. And we find those opportunities, we need to jump on them. We need to jump stronger and then have a little bit of protection, because I'm going to get into my protection too. So do they say it's big enough? Or they got
it's
ones?
big enough. You got ones.
Got like 4, 1, not in that many. All right. So look, 15 shares at 347 at August 25th. 10 shares at, so when I want to go into a position, I like to do it in stages. So 10 shares, September. We're not going to go through each thing. 309. Then, like, look, we're going to scroll. Look how many buys I have. So
Holy crap.
Look at this.
Wow.
So when I say I have, you know, I'm seriously into HubSpot on a relative basis, I didn't quit. I started at 347, 309. 347 was a bad buy. 306, 299, 290, 286, 267. You don't see any sells here. It would show you if I have any sells. 250, 270. Okay? 265, 270, 258. Those are my HubSpot buys. I didn't stop. Look how many buys I have, guys.
That's crazy.
Look at this.
And you really average into this thing.
Yep. And I really wanted to buy more at this 258 level. What's October 21st? I really meant to buy more, and then I'm like, maybe it goes to 245 before it goes to 300. So, but that's showing conviction. And, Nicholas Brown wants to know if I'm still coming on the show today. I mean, I don't know. Aaron Breeze, Nick haven't coming on the show. Okay. And then here's, I'm sure, Nick, we're just stopping in for a second. So then here's my protection a little bit, guys. So SQQ, this is short. Do you know what the SQQ is, Luke?
Yes. It's moving against the NASDAQ index, correct?
Yes.
So it's basically, if you want to be generally short tech stocks, SQQQ is an ETF to do it. You don't need to actually short an ETF. You just buy this one.
So look at my conviction here, Luke. I know you're busy. September 23rd, I bought 200 shares. And then I just kept buying when the market went up.
Oh, you moved in some size on that one.
Yeah, I bought some size.
Some serious size.
I got about 40K in SQQQ.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Were you buying SQQ? So you're basically short the market. Was that to protect a broader portfolio, or was that because you directionally saw the market going down and looked at it as like, hey, this is the best place to make money right now?
Well, it's both, right? The market's going down, and I was like, I was all long. I'm like, how do I get some protection? I also bought some Tesla puts. So, and I shorted some Tesla stock, even though I own the Tesla stock. So it was to have some green when the market's down. So like today, I don't know where the market's at right this minute. Is it down? What are we doing?
We're down a little bit today.
We're down about a percent on the 125 on the Qs. But wait, so also on SQQ, it's triple leverage as well, not just inverse against the Qs. But Raz, I think you should sell
triple leverage.
Yeah, I think you should sell your SQQ right now.
Why?
Because I think we're gonna see some sort of a little rally at some point here. If it starts next week, the week after, and then I'm not saying that we're not gonna end up out of the bear market, but I would not be shocked to see, especially some of these beaten up tech names, rally a little bit here over the next. And because it's triple leveraged, if we get even 5% rally on the Qs, those SQQ shares are going to get absolutely decimated.
So that's interesting. So I thought the Fed commentary yesterday was almost as bad as it could be. I was very cautiously optimistic that we would get 75, and then like hey guys, we're gonna slow down. All right, everybody chill. And we got none of that, like at all.
I don't know. Powell said the slowdown in the rate hikes could come as soon as, I think he said November or December. Like the next one could be 50 point. They didn't give any sign of a pivot, but I think there were some hints that the slowdown of rates could be coming pretty soon.
Not much, man. I don't know. It sounded so hawkish to me. Again,
Yeah,
I really thought
does
we were
everyone know what
chill.
Does everyone know what hawkish means?
We should go through that for anyone new. I did go through it.
You should be able to Google it, and then Benzinga should show up first. But
right, so the Federal Reserve, the central bank, can either typically be dovish or hawkish. Dovish is seen as kind of looser monetary policy, good for markets, whereas hawkish, they're tightening monetary policy, and it's bad for markets when they're hawkish. So Luke, and 100%, the market, like you said, saw it as super hawkish, whatever. I'm just saying I would not be shocked if here in, a month we're looking at, instead of 75 basis point hikes, we're looking at 50. Still not great, but might give investors some sort of confidence.
All right, fair enough.
Even Jay Rice is saying he agrees with me. He usually we're on opposite sides of stuff. So
there you go. You got a fan.
So what I would say to you guys is, the SQQ, I potentially should cover, but it's a 61. I'll take some off at 64 or higher. That's where I'm at right now.
All right, we got a special guest who's about to join us. Before that, I got to give some props where props are due. I had a big earnings winner yesterday. Ticker ELF, Echo Lima Foxtrot. It's Elf Beauty. It's a cosmetics company. AB, guess where this one came from?
Me.
Nope. Sorry.
What?
Our very first Benzinga boot camp, almost 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago exactly. Chris Camillo. It was a Chris Camillo stock. We can talk more about his thesis, but just in terms of the process of owning the stock, because I've now owned it for 2 years. Similar to some of that thinking that Jason's doing, where he's saying, hey, what's going to stick around? Where are people not going to be able to do budget cuts? I've got like my little channel check scoop on this one. So they make beauty products, makeup, etc. I've got a younger cousin, 21 years old, who works at a cosmetics store, and about once a quarter, I send her a text and I just ask her, I don't lead it at all. I just say, what are the hot brands? What are the brands that everybody's buying? What's trendy? What's continuing to sell? Elf is always in her list. And her, as somebody who works at that store, that's one of the products that she's buying. So
well, I wonder if our guest Riley knows that product. All
right, okay, let's bring her on and ask her.
How do we do this? What mic should we use?
Slide over here, Ry.
Luke, does your cousin work at an Ulta?
It's not an Ulta, no.
Okay, because that stock's been incredible too. And Estee Lauder reported, which is a competitor with Elf. And the reason why I thought maybe I had given Elf to Luke is because we've talked about different cosmetic stocks on the show a lot here the past couple months, because it's interesting. In recession times, the Estee Lauder CEO talked about it in the 01 recession, the lipstick index, that when inflation's going high, women still will buy like a $5 lipstick. It's a nice little treat. Cosmetic sales don't really go down as much as you would expect in recession time. So we've been talking a lot about Ulta stock. But yeah, I mean, Luke, to your point, it looks like Elf's taking a lot of Estee Lauder's market share. Look at EL compared to Elf.
All right, and we're bringing you an in-person channel check. We're joined by Miss Riley Rasnick.
What? Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Elf, is that a brand that you know? And if so, is it a brand you like?
Yes.
Do you own any of the products? Give me the lowdown.
Yes, I actually like it a lot. Okay. I actually have a couple products.
Okay. If you had to name your top 2-3 favorite cosmetics brands, what would they be? And would Elf be in that list?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
I don't even know. I don't even use that much makeup. I just
Which is a good thing.
Wait, we didn't give Riley a proper introduction to Benzinga Live.
We'll get there.
All right.
All right. So it's one of the products you use.
Yeah, because it's so good.
Okay, what makes it so good? And then among your friend group, is it a top choice? Is it something that everybody's buying? Why do you all like it?
Well, when my friends come over, they always use it because they don't have it, so they just always come over and use it. Like half of the bottle. I don't know. They just love it. I have it. Some of my friends do.
Has Elf been big for a while, or is it getting bigger now?
It's been big for a while. It's getting bigger though, I think.
Okay.
Is she talking about it?
So Riley, I have a question. This is AB here. Do you where if you and your friends were going to look for new makeups, pick up cosmetics, where would you go?
Probably to like the mall or like Sephora or something like that.
Okay. So I'm curious because I know Ulta is really popular. And
yeah.
Ulta stock is doing real, and Ulta actually has a deal with Target too, right? Where you can buy like Ulta stuff at Target.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's such a better deal. What did Sephora get? They got Kohl's, I think.
Yeah.
That's it. Ulta and Target is so much of a better deal than Sephora and Kohl's.
Do.
Oh my god.
I know.
Wait, Riley, have you been to a Kohl's recently?
I've never been to one before.
Have you, AB?
Yes.
It's like depressing.
Yeah.
It's like seriously depressing to shop there. Like so bad that like I can't do it.
I know. I used to love shopping at like the TJ Maxx's, Kohl's, where you can buy a lot of discount stuff. And then now I'll go and I'll buy like a $20 pair of pants, and I'll come home and be like, oh yeah, there was a reason those pants were $20.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right, now time for the proper introduction. Riley, who are you? How old are you? Why aren't you at school today?
So I'm Riley Rasnick, and I'm 13, and my school went on a Boston trip from Saturday to Wednesday, and the teachers are sick of us, so we get Thursday off.
Oh, that's amazing. All right, what'd you do in Boston?
What about Friday?
Friday, there's conferences for the teachers, so we get that off too.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, so you basically just had a whole week off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you weren't doing math in Boston, I'm guessing.
No.
All right, what was the best thing you saw in Boston?
We went to watch the Blue Man Group, which was pretty cool. We went whale watching.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of kids got sick though on that.
They puked on the ship?
Yep.
Dang, that's
Not
brutal.
me though, not me.
Were they embarrassed? Or
I
was
don't know,
were enough people puking that it wasn't that embarrassing?
Yeah,
All
a
right.
lot of people.
All right,
what
so-
else did we do? We went to the Freedom Trail. That was pretty cool.
That's cool. You see Paul Revere, like where Paul Revere
Yep.
was. Yep.
Yesterday, yep.
Did that on a school trip too. But how'd you like Boston overall?
It was a really cool place.
Rank it 1
The-
out of 10.
Like a 9. Like
Really?
the downtown is so much prettier than Detroit.
It's a lot more historic.
Yeah.
Just wait. They're putting up the holiday lights right now, Riley. Give it to like 4:30 p.m. It's going to get dark out, and you'll see how beautiful downtown Detroit is. So, all right, we talked about Elf. Let's talk about some other brands that you like, other products that you like. What's hot? Are there other beauty products that are hot? Is there apparel that's hot?
Here's
are
what I
there
want to
video
know.
games that are hot?
Yeah, are kids still playing Roblox, Riley? Nah.
Yeah, pretty much.
But like less.
There's like, I don't really play it as much anymore, but like if I'm bored, I'll play it.
What about has TikTok started to cool off among? No, not
It's
at all.
still.
TikTok's still the place to be.
Yes, it is.
What about Snapchat?
Yes, it's still a thing. It's
Okay.
like, yep.
Wait. Okay. No, that's a great one. All right. Is Snapchat like the thing?
Well, like people sometimes get annoyed with it because you have to do your streaks every single day, and it just gets annoying sometimes. But at the same time, it's like fun. Because you want to keep.
Why do you do streaks every day?
Yeah.
What's that?
What
It's
are
like,
the streaks?
Streaks are like you like send a photo every day, and it's like every single day to the same person, and then it's like counts up how many days you have. Like the highest streak I have is like 315 days.
Wow.
Okay,
almost a full
so-
year.
Very nice.
So Riley, so if you're like, if you're in like a if you're in like a group chat with your friends, are you guys just texting each other, or is it like a group chat on Snapchat?
So basically, my grade, we have an 8th grade group chat on Snapchat. So like everyone texts in Snapchat.
Okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, there's like
How many
50.
people are in it?
50 maybe. Not that many. Well, yeah, there's a lot actually.
Okay, and so let me ask you this. If you didn't have Snapchat, is there another way that you could be texting or communicating with all those people? Like, are there massive iMessage chats? Are there Facebook chats, or is Snapchat it?
Messages or Snapchat.
Okay, and then one more question about Snapchat. Would you say that you and your friends are using it more in recent period or less? Like it's
I feel like a little more with like our group chat and stuff because like everyone's texting on it all the time. So yeah, probably a little more.
okay. All right, that's interesting. Yeah, let's do Roblox.
Okay.
Did you used to be a big Roblox junkie?
Yeah, I feel like yeah, a little bit.
You were
yeah.
buying what are Roblox currency? What's it
Robux?
called?
Robux.
Robux.
Yep.
Okay.
I
You
was-
were you heavy in the Robux? Like heavy? Yeah, you were bad. Okay.
Riley,
Are
what do
you
you
still
think?
buying the Robux or no? When was the last time you bought Robux?
Last year, maybe.
So not even in 2022.
No, I just play the games. I don't buy it. I
Okay.
just play.
And are you playing it less than you were last year?
Yeah.
Do you think that's because you've grown out of it, like you're too old for it, or it's just becoming less popular?
Yeah, I think it's because I've been growing out of it, like my age and stuff.
There's another game that she plays now.
Okay, what's the new game?
What game?
What are you talking about? That Aria makes us buy digital dollars and it costs
Oh,
us
Stumble Guys.
Stumble Guys. They are obsessed, and we just probably spent $50 buying.
Oh yeah.
Nothing.
I think a little more than that. Aria
Yeah.
spends money every single day on Stumble
All right,
Guys.
do you know about this Stumble Guys, AB?
No, I'm googling it right now. It looks like I think it's like it's Fall Guy. Yeah, actually, I do know
Yeah.
about this. I play.
Yeah, it's like
I
a
play this on my. I've played this on my PS4, but this is just like the phone version of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I actually really like this game. It's by Epic Games. It's by the same people that make.
Okay, that's what
Fortnite.
I was looking for. Who makes it?
Yeah, so it's Epic Games. You can get exposure through Tencent and through someone else has a stake in Epic Games that's publicly traded.
You're a Fall Guy?
Okay, so 10-cent ticker on that one is, let's see, OTC dual listed TCEHY. Again, that's somebody put that in the chat. Help me out. TCEHY. The symbol on that one.
I know, and I think there's I think there's a U.S. company that has some equity in Sony has some equity in Epic Games as well.
And what the relationship is so this Stumble Guys that Riley's spending all of her parents' hard-earned money on.
That's Aria.
Riley's little sister, who's how old?
6.
Okay, so she's 6, and this is her game. Is spending all the money on.
Every day.
Is created by Epic Games, and Tencent is the publicly traded company that owns part of Epic Games.
But wait, this is amazing. I'm learning that, like, I had no clue and again, my friends, like one of my good friends who just got out. I'm talking. So Raz can't hear me right now. But anyway, one of my friends. So my friends play the Fall Guys, and Aria's playing Stumble Guys. Like, this game has that big of a. It's so versatile that you have 25-year-old dudes playing it and 10-year-old girls.
Okay, that's interesting. So Jason, what producer AB just said is that he and his friends play Fall Guys in their 20s,
and
then you got Aria, 6 years old, playing Stumble Guys.
Yeah. So what was Fall Guys?
Fall Guys is like on Xbox and like PS4s.
Okay, so Stumble Guys
is on phones.
I don't know when Tencent has earnings. I know it's a big company, but I want to look at the next earnings date in Benzinga Pro because I would personally buy shares and buy some call options. I have never seen kids so addicted to Stumble Guys.
Wait, is it worse than Roblox?
It's to me, it's worse.
Worse than Madden?
It's more fun.
Wherever I go, everyone's playing it. Like if I take
you
the kids.
play it sometimes.
When you force me to play it, I don't always play it. You guys force me to play it.
Riley,
I'm not good at it.
Wait, Riley, is he playing it in his free time?
No.
And just doesn't want to tell us?
Yeah, probably, maybe. I don't know.
That's
Riley, is there one like
what sound you want?
Is there one? Chris.
All right, Tencent should have earnings probably next week. Last year it was November 10th.
Hold on. Wait, I'm getting.
Okay, so I may buy some Tencent. What's the symbol?
TCEHY. Shout out David Lynn in the chat, dropping in there, helping us out.
Thank you. Riley wants to press a button on here. Go ahead, Riley. Press the button you want.
Congratulations.
Did it do it?
Yeah. Yep. But wait, before we buy
fan?
before we buy Tencent.
No comment.
Before we buy Tencent, we might have had it wrong. Stumble Guys might be completely different than Fall Guys. It's just a knockoff of the game. It looks the exact same.
Yeah, it is a knockoff.
Okay, so it's a knockoff. But Fall Guys is still big. Riley, is there one Christmas or holiday present you think everyone your age is going to be asking for this year?
That's a good one. Holiday present.
Money and Lululemon.
Okay.
Lululemon.
There we go,
100%.
Lululemon.
That's what I'm asking for.
So Lulu hasn't. So Lulu's still as popular among like teenage girls as it was 10 years ago. Yeah. Okay.
10 years ago.
I don't know, 5 years ago, whatever. I've been worried about Lulu being like a fad. Like, young people aren't into it as much anymore. But Riley's saying the opposite.
Oh, everyone's into it.
Okay, what other clothing? Like, what would be your next choice for clothing brand?
Wait, but is Aaron Fleming Bree shop at Lululemon?
How do you know my
Aaron
middle name?
Fleming?
Did he just see my driver's license?
What did he say?
Did he see my driver's license?
I don't want people to know my middle name. I don't like it.
Why? All right, one in the chat if you think Fleming is a great middle name. Two if you don't like it.
Well, I thought it was
It's a
girly growing
great
up.
middle
I thought it
name.
was like girly growing up, but now it's my mom's maiden name. So, Riley, what about Aritzia? Do girls your age wear Aritzia yet?
Yes.
Okay, that Aritzia,
Yeah.
Luke. I told you about this stock a while ago. It's a Canadian
Yeah, I
women's
remember
clothing
that.
brand. It has been
It's another
be-
Canadian one.
Yeah, it's been the best performing Canadian stock over the past 5 years. More than Shopify now. Better than Shopify.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so Riley, Aritzia versus Lulu
Lulu.
by far.
Which one?
Yeah.
Aritzia.
That's in the mall.
I know what that is, but Aritzia AB just said is the best performing Canadian stock over the past 5 years.
I have a sweatshirt from there, but that's like it.
Okay. What is that you're wearing right now? What's the N?
Aviator Nation.
Okay. Aviator Nation versus
that-
Lulu.
That's a hard one.
Okay.
I don't know.
Another one, Riley. Do people your age wear those on shoes at all? On shoes? Okay, that face is saying no.
I don't know.
You don't even know what it is.
Okay.
That's an OAB.
That's
All right,
enough.
Lululemon earnings most likely to come out in the first week of December. We don't know for sure yet. They last reported at the beginning of September. Monster results, great quarter. Next earning report, Lulu, ticker LULU, December. And I'll say anecdotally too, AB, people our age group, I think Lulu is becoming such a force of a brand.
Oh my God.
Especially men's clothing.
Yeah, I like. I saw Randy here in the office was wearing a hoodie yesterday. I was like, "Where'd you get that?" He was like, "Lulu." I was like, "I need to get one of those." We wear Lulu pants to the office as like dress pants. It's so versatile. You can wear it to lounge, wear it to work. Love it. Can't speak it. The only downside to it is it's expensive, but you get what you pay for.
You get what you pay for. All right, Riley. What else is it? Shelly is asking, what else is on the Christmas list? You said Money and Lulu.
Aviator Nation.
All right. Let's do some research on that one.
Ooh. What about this one, Riley? You see my yellow water bottle right there? You know what kind of water bottle it is?
Hydro Flask.
Does everyone in your class have a hydro flask?
Every
Yeah.
single person. I have one too, but I lost it.
I wonder.
Wait, what is it? It's just a water bottle?
Yeah, it's a Hydro Flask.
It's a hydro flask.
Yeah.
It's like the Lulu of water bottles, right, Riley?
Yep.
She's like, that's a great way to put it. It's like bougie. They're really nice though. I wonder who makes hydro flask. Can we invest in it?
I'm looking at. All right, that's on you. You look up that one. I'm looking at Aviator Nation right now.
All right. Helen Troy of Limited.
All right, Aviator Nation. It does not look like we have public company exposure.
Oh, we can get exposure to hydro flask though. Ticker HELE. Helen Troy Unlimited. And it kind of looks cheap right now, Luke. I kind of like this. I think we're getting somewhere here with HELE.
Okay,
Riley, what do you think about
does
that?
Helen of Troy, does they own Hydro Flask, or how are we getting the exposure?
Hydro Flask is a water bottle brand owned by the American conglomerate Helen Troy Limited. So let's go through some of the other brands this company has under its conglomerate.
But here's my issue with Hydro Flask. Riley, tell me if this is true. I'm imagining that you buy this once, and you're not buying another one for years.
No, people have a lot of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you have so like would it be how many? When you're saying a lot.
Well,
do people own three of them? Do you have multiple?
Well, I just bought one and I lost it, I guess.
Okay, that's a good model. Okay.
Yeah. It's the Jewel model.
Yeah, exactly.
So now I have to buy another one.
All right, fair enough. Anything else on holiday list? We got the Lulu, we have the Aviator Nation.
I have my notes of ones that I like. I put a list last night.
Of what? A list of what?
Holiday.
Well, what else is on that list?
A treadmill.
A treadmill? Okay. Is
it
there
a
any
Peloton?
specific treadmill?
Yes, it's called the. 1 second. It was when we went to Mexico. There was a treadmill, and it had like on the thing. It had like it had like Netflix on the screen and YouTube and stuff. It's called a Techno Gym.
All right, we're looking.
Wait, so Riley, you just mentioned Netflix. This was gonna be my last question for you. If you had to choose right now to keep either a Netflix subscription or a Disney Plus, Which one are you doing?
Netflix.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there one that you would select over Netflix, like HBO or Hulu?
Hulu, because they have the Kardashians.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so Hulu, that's interesting.
That is interesting. Raz, Nicholas is hanging out.
Hulu versus YouTube.
YouTube.
YouTube, okay. Techno Gym is a publicly traded company, so it's ticker TCCHF. Again, somebody in the chat help me out. It's TCCHF. And Riley, so you said you saw this on a trip. Like this Techno Gym treadmill, is this something that other people have, or is it just you saw it the one time and it was an amazing
I saw it
experience?
and I was obsessed with it, and I just kept going. I would go on the treadmill for like an hour. I was so excited about it.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. So maybe not maybe a bubbling trend, but it's not like the Hydro Flask where everybody has one.
Oh wait, Riley, I see one more really good question. This should be the segment where we just come on and ask Riley to pick between two things. You can only keep one: YouTube or TikTok.
Oh.
That's brutal.
Well, on YouTube you can watch like TikTok like reels.
Okay.
But then on TikTok you can like watch. No, I don't.
That's a smart answer. No, that's good because if you pick YouTube, you still have reels. If you pick TikTok, you don't have YouTube videos.
So technically, I think YouTube because I could watch TikTok reels on YouTube.
Okay, that's the stipulation. You pick YouTube, but you need to also have the short reels on YouTube.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Riley. Any other hot stock tips you got for us?
I don't know.
All right. Who wants to make a lot of money? We're going to do a quick. I think you have Nicholas Brown coming on. Who wants to make a lot of money? We got a 2-minute segment. No, you keep your headphones. What's up? Who wants to make a lot of money right now? Like long term, not today. Long term, Riley. So what are you? 30 years old?
I'm 13.
13. Are you married?
No.
She's not married. Okay. Did you still play Stumble Guys?
Sometimes.
Okay. So this is what we got to think about right now. Oh, we got Enver here. Riley, say hi to Enver.
Hi.
Say hi, Enver.
Hi, Enver.
Okay. So listen, and we got Michael Feehan here. I saw him earlier, Feehan. But listen, a lot of money. We a lot of us are day traders here. We swing trade day in, day out, right? What we need are picks that last us 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, 3 years. Riley doesn't remember, but there's a guy named Dennis Dick who bought Microsoft because when Riley she's 13. I think she was about 10 or 9. I brought her on the show, and he bought Microsoft because she was playing the Xbox a lot and loved it. And that day he's like, you know what? I'm buying Microsoft. I think it was like at 180 when he bought it, or 160, something like that. And so this is what this is about here. What picks can we buy today and not look at for the next 6 months to 3 years? Okay. So the 10-cent trade, the Stumble Guys, that could be good for 6 months, a year. But what are the Lululemon? Do you think Lululemon is a brand that 3 years will be just as strong as it is now, Riley, or is it one that's going to fade out?
100%, it's going to stay strong.
I think so too, Raz, because I was worried about that with Lulu, that it would be kind of fad. But the fact that Riley's saying her and all her friends still are asking for Lulu for Christmas in 2022, when Lulu got big like 6 years ago, is showing me that this thing's here to stay. That's good insight on Lulu, Riley.
Do you think it's a crowded trade?
Not after it's probably down 20-30% from its highs right now. I mean, you're still paying a high premium on a stock that's supposed to grow a lot, but I don't know. I wouldn't consider it traded or crowded right now. No, long Lulu, I would not consider it a crowded trade.
Okay, got you. So Lululemon is one of our 3-year investments. You're saying?
I would bet money that the stock is higher in 3 years than it is today on Lululemon. Yes, I put up my own money on that bet.
All right. Next stock, Riley. We need a company that you like and watch, and you think it'll be strong 3 years from now.
All right. Well, you're thinking, Riley. I'm just gonna bring Nick on now so he can join this conversation. You'll like Nick too. Please. Nick's about your age, Riley.
Like TikTok.
What's up, Nick Brown? How you doing?
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
I don't see him.
We've got two high schoolers. On the stream with us right now.
How old are you, Nick?
I'm 16.
Okay, he's 16. Riley's 13. Okay.
You guys should start your own stock podcast.
I said it when they did it several years ago. Yeah. Okay, so Nicholas, do you have a pick for the next 3 years that you don't have to look at? You buy and you keep. Oh yeah, that's Josh Blinzer has a great question. Blinzer, we'll ask that in a second. But Nick, do you have a stock like that?
I would go with Apple.
That's true.
Okay, it's
I was
a
gonna say that
classic.
one.
Yeah, I mean Riley, no one's asking to switch to Androids. Nick or Riley in your guys' age group? No.
No. People.
No.
Sometimes my friends make fun of people if they have an Android. Like our friends.
Yeah. Okay, wait, this is a good one, Riley. Someone's asking favorite fast food. I'm gonna guess your favorite fast food place is Chick-fil-A at the Somerset Mall.
Yes, they just. I was thinking of that one. They just built one. Dad, where is it? It's like
Telegraph, Southfield.
yes, but there's always a very long line. But I wait in it because I really want it. It's so good.
Okay, and what about the Chick-fil-A is private, so we can't buy stock in it. Is there another favorite fast food place you have?
Yes, she does.
I do.
Yep.
I can't think.
What about Wendy's?
That's good.
You like Frosties?
I've had it. Oh
Frosties
my
from-
god. Oh, those are so good.
The Frosties?
Oh yeah, those are good.
Riley has some friends in here right now watching. There's a girl named Sophia Hopkins.
How do you know
watching.
she's
She
on?
says, "Hey Riley, it's Sophia." So, someone asked about Buffalo Wild Wings or Bed Bath and Beyond. Riley, are you guys your friends? Are you fans of Bed Bath and Beyond? You guys ever go there?
Yes, but I haven't gone in a little bit.
Are you guys fans of it or what?
Yeah, I feel like people go there a lot. People like that place.
Okay. And then what about Buffalo Wild Wings?
I've been there like once, like a while ago.
Got it. Okay, so you're not a big fan of that?
Yeah,
What about Walmart?
I've been once.
Okay, so what's interesting is I know what she's going to say next. Riley, where do you buy if you're allowed to buy something?
Amazon.
Is Amazon your default choice for everything?
Without you guys knowing, yeah. I order stuff without them knowing all the time.
Well, you can't you can't say that. Now they're gonna start checking more. But
Not anymore.
No, I stopped.
what about Target?
She
Like,
stopped.
do
She
your
stopped.
friends ever just go to Target and just like hang out at Target?
Me and Sophia, she's on
Nick?
here right now.
I do. Yeah, I'll admit it. I just go to Target just to walk around.
Okay, so
Yeah.
among young people,
Yeah.
young people love Target. Can you guys explain this to me? What is so fascinating about being in a Target?
There's just so much stuff there that like I want, and so like I will just go and see it and then be like, I want that.
But why don't you go to Kohl's then?
I don't even know where Kohl's is. I've never seen it out. Like
Okay, so I think they do a great job branding. She also likes Costco.
yes, with you it's the best.
Yeah, you guys know what we used to do at Costco? All right, I'm going to tell you. So just like how Riley just told us a secret, Riley, tell them the secret.
So when me and my dad would go to Costco together, someone just left their cart because they were going to get something. We would put random food in their cart, and then they would come back and we would just watch the reaction.
It wasn't
That's
just
good.
wasn't food. It was like anything.
Anything,
Yeah.
random things.
Yeah, bad dad. This was a long time
And we
ago.
would take stuff out of people's carts.
No, I don't think we took stuff out of the carts.
Oh.
That's a good
We
prank.
we put like stuff in, so they would have their cart. We saw the YouTube pranks, we're trying to make a YouTube prank. Then we'd put like literally like a swing set, and not a swing set, but like
A bouncy house.
a
or something
bouncy
like
house
that.
in their car, and
Most
they're like,
random.
"What the heck?" And it was always like so stressful.
We should do
Yeah.
that. We should go to Costco and film a video of us doing that. That'd go viral.
It's so
on
much
TikTok.
fun.
Oh, it's the funniest thing ever. It's the funniest thing ever. Why would people use young people use Chegg? Isn't Chegg for textbooks?
It's
that?
Chegg is it's more for like college kids. So when you're but that's
I used
actually
to
good.
I used to have a textbook store.
Is there any, Riley, like on your for your high school? Do you guys have are you in high school, middle school? Are you in middle school? Are you guys have like an online educational platform, like you guys on Blackboard or Canvas or anything?
Canvas.
Canvas. Okay, so Canvas is owned by Instructure. That's a stock,
Yeah.
INST. I actually really
Oh,
like.
really?
Yeah, I like this stock, Raz. And I've had the
Minus.
INST because here's the bull case on INST. I had Canvas at in college at University of Missouri. They have all these huge state schools as clients, and like Riley's school district. Once a school district selects a platform like Canvas to use, it is such a pain to switch. So they have a good recurring revenue model, and with like state schools, so they have government contracts. Like a lot of their revenue is really safe in this environment where businesses might start cutting stuff. Riley School is not gonna be able to cut Canvas. They already paid for it. It'd be such a pain to switch.
So I'm gonna go. You wear my marketing hat for a second. You didn't use Porter 5 Forces. So yes, they have good recurring, but they have high switching costs. So the schools to switch is like you were inferring it, high switching costs.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, that's part of the pain.
Yep.
Is it's expensive for if Mizzou decides they want to switch from Canvas to Blackboard.
All right. Here's the issue that I have with Canvas right now. Did this just come out as a public company or something?
INST has been on the market since July 2021. So yeah,
I'm really confused then.
Do you have the right ticker? INST. Oh, sorry.
I'm on it. I'm on it. I was about to buy the stock immediately. When you said this, it's a no-brainer for me that it has recurring income, high switching costs. I love it. Here's the problem I have now. I looked at insider buying on the Benzinga website, and the insider bought at $12. The stock has risen from, $16, $17 to $23. So we're almost we're at a midpoint of the 52-week range in this bad market. I'm going to buy some shares here. I'm going to, go in slowly. I'm going to buy 150 shares right now. I'm going to, I'll just do a market.
And you know who owns, who's a big...
I'll buy 125 shares because I think it's going to fall maybe before it goes up, but whatever, okay? I got to see when earnings are. Go ahead. Yeah, who owns it?
Thoma Bravo. Well, I think he owned a lot of it and then they took it public, but Thoma Bravo was a big investor in Structure. Did the deal, I'm pretty
really?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just bought shares of INST. I'm gonna hold it for a while. I'm gonna add in as it goes down. There's no way I'll get rid of INST if that's what it does, because you guys use Canvas religiously, right? Riley,
What?
your turn to answer. You guys use Canvas a lot.
School.
Yes.
Yeah.
What about
every
you, Nick?
single
What about
day.
Nick? Do you guys use Canvas?
No, I think we use Google Classroom for most of our things. We don't, and then textbooks. We don't actually have many hard textbooks anymore ever since the pandemic. Everything's just been transitioned to online,
Nick,
Google.
Nick, do you have soft textbooks then? Just joking.
No, everything's just online. I don't actually think I have one hardback textbook with me this year, at least.
All right, let's see if we've got any final good questions coming.
I got one.
Okay.
So a stock that I've been buying for a decent amount of time is Crocs, CROX. I started buying at 60, 57, 48, 50. I mean, I can share my screen if, again.
I was just going to ask Riley, what type of shoes are you wearing?
Look what she's wearing. Zoom in on those shoes, our Rohan man or whoever is operating right now. Look at that. Look at that shoe. Where'd you get that Jibbitz? That's what we need to know.
I got the at Boston next to Quincy Market. There is a Croc store.
Okay, but did you buy the Jibbitz? That's what we want to know. Show that. Put your shoe back up.
Where's the camera?
What is a Jibbit?
Here's what I want to know. The Jibbit is like an extra thing on top of the Crocs that you pay extra. My argument is that she probably didn't buy it. Someone probably would buy it for her because it's like a nice little gift to add on to your Croc. It's a nice way for I don't know if Crocs owns the Jibbitz, but these kids love it. They were at in Boston, and they said I should get you more Jibbitz. It's not Jibbitz, okay? It's Jibbitz, okay? So I should get more Jibbitz. Riley, did you buy that Jibbit?
Yes, well, with Mom's money, but yeah.
Okay, so no one bought it for you.
No.
Would Jibbitz, Riley, be a good present for me to get you some more for the holiday season? Or do you want some more Jibbitz?
Yeah.
All right.
So Sophia didn't buy you the Jibbit?
Sophia did not buy me a Jibbit.
Okay.
She didn't buy Crocs.
Oh, she didn't buy Crocs. Okay.
No, she
Nick,
didn't.
do you have any Crocs?
I have Hey Dudes, which I believe is owned by Crocs.
Hey Dudes?
Yes.
Do you know that, Riley?
No, I don't.
Hold on. Hey Dudes.
Hey Dudes, I'm looking it up
Riley's
right now.
on her iPhone to see what Hey Dudes are. All right, I'm on Hey Dudes.
Hey Dudes owner.
Okay.
Let's see if Crocs.
Okay, before Riley goes, Riley, here's my. They can ask final questions, but here are my final questions. Are there any trends that we've been asking you about trends, like things that are growing in your age group, 13-year-olds? Like, what are you doing? You said Snapchat. That's one. So maybe Snapchat's a buy because it got killed. Maybe that's something.
We haven't asked about Instagram. Is Instagram slowing down or big?
No, it's
big.
still.
Okay,
how it is,
because
yeah.
Meta's only chance of like, well, outside the metaverse stuff of being relevant is if Instagram stays relevant. If Instagram falls off among the younger generation, I think Meta's screwed. At least until the metaverse thing is there. What about VR? Do any of your friends have VR goggles or anything?
Yes, we have one at our house, but we lost the charger.
We won we won the goggles
At our country club.
We won, no, not a, we won.
Yes,
we won the goggles playing golf. Okay.
No, at a bingo.
Okay, playing bingo. Thank you. We were playing golf and we won the. Okay. Yeah. Mitch, that's funny. Okay. And so, and we got the goggles. I tried them on. I know we lost charger. They weren't useful to me. I couldn't figure out how to do it. So if someone wants our what are they called?
Oculus
Goggles. I'm happy to give them to you because I don't know how to.
I know how to do it.
You do not know how to do it. Yes, I do. No, you don't.
Okay.
All right. Well, Riley, your job. I'm giving you a job. If it comes out that like this holiday season, all your friends got Oculuses, and all of a sudden like everyone's doing, I want you to come tell me because then might change my mind on Meta.
Okay, because a lot of people I know have them already.
Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got them at their country club.
Playing bingo.
She's a funny jokester.
Aria won it.
She's a funny jokester. All right, Riley. Any other trends before we go?
I don't know. TikTok.
You said, oh yeah, TikTok is the other one, but it's not a public company. But these kids are Nick on TikTok. You probably don't use TikTok, do you?
I use TikTok just for other videos. I personally don't make videos myself, but I would say I would be more on TikTok than Instagram. So I think Instagram is slowing down.
Got it. Okay. You're same too on that, Riley? You want to be able to be on TikTok?
Yeah.
What about Snapchat versus TikTok and Instagram? Which one, Riley?
TikTok.
Over Snapchat?
Yeah, 100%.
Adidas or Nike? Last one.
Nike.
Okay. Me too. I like Nike more.
Okay.
It is 1:15. We got to get over to Money Mitch. But Riley.
So then you should have Nick come on tomorrow because.
Yeah, I know.
I
was going to talk to Nick after the show. Nick, you're off school tomorrow too, correct?
Yep.
All right. Well, you want to come back on tomorrow for a more extended period? If you're able
Possibly.
to?
Yes.
Yeah,
All
Nick, right. This was a sudden thing. We didn't know Riley was coming here. But she came here and then we haven't done an update. Last pick she gave us was Microsoft like a couple 100 points ago, so it was good. So that's what we were trying to do. And then I bought institutional holdings today. I bought INST, and there was one other stock that got me interested. I don't know what it was, but I definitely bought INST. I didn't sell any of my HubSpot yet. I didn't sell any of my Crocs. I didn't sell any of the SQQQ. Yeah, I think I should just have my portfolio be live. I wish I could have my portfolio be live and then people could log into it and like trade the options for me, because I'm annoyed that I was so right on HubSpot, but I didn't buy call options just because I'm not as organized as Nick Brown. I mean, look at him. Look how beautiful that looks. That bow tie, how he's dressed. I mean, Riley, can you wear outfits like this every day? Look at Nick Brown.
Well, I have to wear a uniform for school, so it's like.
That's true.
Yeah, I was going to say, next time you come on the show, Riley, I expect you to be dressed like Nick. Not exactly that, and like a button down and bow tie. If you want to do that, you can. I mean, we won't judge you.
I'll be wearing my uniform probably.
All right, perfect. Oh, actually,
thanks,
fine.
guys.
One last one. Twitch. Are you on Twitch, Riley?
No.
No.
You know what that is?
Yes, I do. I know what that is. A couple people have it. I know more people that have what's it called? I don't even know what it. No, it starts with a D.
Oh, I know. Discord.
Yep. Discord.
Yeah, and then David Lynn said, "Good job, Riley. Great kid. You should be very proud, Raz." Tiny Pie Media said, "Nick is a true professional." Yeah, Riley, prepare a stock you like, and then that's it. Great segment. All right, thank you. Yeah, Discord. Thank you, Crassy. Thank you, guys. And then Angie Burbank wrote, "Riley, please come back."
I will.
She was not going to come on at first, but then we got her to come on.
I wasn't going to even come to your office today.
That's true, because you were sleeping. Raznick family, high favorite list. Thank you, guys. Nick and Aaron, take it away, and I know Mitchell's coming on. Mitchell's great. If you guys haven't heard Mitchell and here's live trades, he's great. He has more trades, short-term, long-term. He's great, and just tune in. Tell your friends about us. We have to get to 170,000 subscribers by November, I think 10th or 12th. If we don't, then we're going to be cutting back shows. So we got to prove to our partners. So help us get more subscribers, okay?
Oh no, Benzinga's part of the cost-cutting team. So guys, be prepared if there's an article circulating on Twitter that Raz is laying off employees. And I have an idea who's going to be first to go, but I don't want to say it publicly.
Who?
thinking maybe Aaron.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Or
That's
what?
mean. That
Shots
was mean.
fired by Nick over
Shots-
here.
You know,
Yeah,
anything is
For what?
possible.
Mitch, that was oh, I love, that was great. Okay.
Shots fired, man.
No, everyone smashed a like for Riley and Raz hopping on the stream. A lot of fun.
But Aaron, you wrote a great article yesterday that I read about Kanye West is worth less than Taylor Swift because remember when she jumped on the stage.
Did you remember? Did you know that, Riley?
What?
T
She
Swift
doesn't know
passed
Kanye
passed Kanye in net worth. Yeah, and then people were. It was just like a fun article. Like the whole saga started 13 years ago on the VMA stage, and I'm sure Kanye back then would have never thought in a million years Taylor would one day be worth more than her, or more than him. But here we are. I appreciate it.
By the way, guys, when Kanye went on the stage, Benzinga was very small. I was at home in my old house. I think Raleigh was 3 years old. I published it to Benzinga like immediately when it happened, and literally that took Benzinga down for like a day and a half. We had like 10 million views in the next like 4 hours. We were before MTV, and it was the most traffic thing I've ever experienced with like 20,000 people on the site at once. And this is before like AWS, and we just kept going down and up. Is because I posted the article immediately when Kanye went on the stage.
I have to say something after that for Taylor Swift.
Go ahead.
She just came out with her dates for concert June 10th at 6:30 at Ford Field. So, Dad, maybe I can.
Well, no, Riley, do you know you can sign up for the
rebooks.
pre? You can sign up for the pre.
In 14 days. 14 days.
Is when they get select like the lottery who gets to buy the tickets.
Well, when you can start buying tickets.
Okay. But right now, I'm saying they have like a pre thing where if you put your email in or whatever, you can get selected. Yeah, and buy them at face, and you can buy them at face value, and then
wait
you
on
either
Taylor
go
Swift's
or,
website. On Taylor Swift's website.
yeah, they're doing this things to where
put
like
your email address in.
Yeah, they're
don't
doing
know
this
how.
so that bots can't buy out all the tickets right when they release at midnight on whatever day, and then resell them on the secondary market. It's actually cool. She's doing it like so that some of her fans can get the tickets at the.
So
at the
Riley,
real
go
price.
register your email address, and I'll buy her tickets. But I think she needs to tell her dad more stuff. It's very hard to get information out of Riley, and I'm working on it. So
Did you like the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What?
Did you like the new Taylor Swift album?
I don't know. I think it's fine. I haven't really listened to it, but like is the concert on that album? That's what I don't know. But it's on.
No, so it's a long story, but she hasn't been touring because she doesn't have the rights to her old music. But now that she's re-recording it, she will be able to sing her old music.
Then I'm gonna go.
Aaron knows a lot about this stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you. We'll talk to you later.
All right. All right. Mr. Nick Brown, again, sorry today got a little convoluted, but tomorrow, do you have time? Do you have 20, 30 minutes to hop back on with us tomorrow?
I should. If not, we can always, I was thinking, do a spaces tomorrow afternoon after the close. We could always do something like that.
Yeah, if you're not able to come on during the show, we'll do a space instead. But all right, we've gone way too much over again. I apologize, Nick. Kind of crazy show today. But we got to start heading over to stock market movers. So Nick, I'm gonna let you go. We'll see you tomorrow, whether it's on the show, whether it's on spaces. We'll figure it out. But thanks again for hopping on. Apologies on my end. I don't want you to feel slighted or anything. It wasn't.
No, I actually like your new background. I think that should be the new live location for the AB show.
Maybe we'll do that. All right, Nick, we'll enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We'll chat tomorrow.
Thanks. You too.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get moving over to Money Mitch. I've got a nice little promo video queued up here for our crypto event in New York in December. You got to be there or be square. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get this video up and get moving over to Stock Market Movers.
What's going on, team? Let's go right into it. Let's get to stock market movers. Like always, guys, we're going to get into the headlines that are moving the stocks out there, and we got an expert opinion that will be coming on at 1:45. We do have Adam Lampe, CEO and co-founder of Mint Wealth Management. Stay tuned for that. We'll talk a lot about the Fed action, but let's get right into the markets. Like always, we want to go ahead and take a look what is the action that we're getting today? You guys can see the SPY's been bouncing all around. Now it's kind of hanging up towards the top side of the range. We'll see if the SPY is able to hold here. Let me go towards the 15-minute. And you can see that we kind of holding towards the 374 as resistance right now. It seems like we want to still head towards the downside today, but we'll have to wait and see if we get some continued downside action. But stay tuned right here. You guys are watching Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. Let's get right to the show. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right to the market. I know that you guys were having fun on the other show, and that's what it's all about here also on Benzinga. We're going to have a good time. That's what it's about here. But let's get into the market and see what kind of stocks are getting a bounce. Now, of course, today in the macro, right, we did get some economic number to come hitting the market, and I think that that's what affected us on the downside. Of course, this isn't helping, right? Isn't helping the approach right now. Still, we're in this bad news is good news is bad news type of market. So let's take a look. Initial jobless claims coming in here at 217,000 versus the estimates of 220,000. Prior was at 217,000 also. What does this show us? That initial jobless claims aren't getting that spike that we need to see unemployment start getting up so that the Fed can turn around. That's really what we're trying to see here, right? You guys heard it from Jerome Powell yesterday. He had certain comments, of course. What did he say? Well, he said 2% inflation over the long run. He also said sufficiently restrictive policy. That's what they want to be in. He also said that they would take into account if a pause is needed. But one of the things that he did give us, right, was job gains robust, showing us that the labor markets have stayed strong. This is one of the indicators I'm pointing to keep watch. If you want to know when we're truly going to find the bottom of this market and really get that rip and rally that everyone's looking for, well, the truth is you need to see the data change first, and then the Fed will change, right? There's 2 ways you can approach this. I'm starting to realize. You can either take it in a manner that you're like, well, I want to be a little bit of ahead of the game. This could cost you, of course. Always being ahead of the game is front running. When you front run, that's how you can get caught and hurt. But it could be a move if you start front running when you start seeing that data really turn. So unemployment going higher or inflation really getting a move down. Those are the moments that I think you're going to start seeing true front run getting into that position. And then, of course, when the Fed finally truly slows down the pace of the rate of the hike rates or starts to mention that they're going to go ahead and pause, that's truly the next time that you'll get that catalyst run. And of course, during all this, we got to keep watch on the political tensions out in the market because that could always shake things up. Now let's get towards, of course, today's action. We got some more notes also. Citigroup gave out some conversation today that I think is important. Citi is pretty much saying that the recession or an EPS recession is coming here, which is very important to kind of signify. And I think it's important because one of the things that we've been watching is earnings, right? And in earnings, what are the biggest things that we're looking for? Well, we're looking for forward guidance outlook. And you can see here, Citi saying that an EPS recession is coming. And this came in a note on Thursday. We think that the next global EPS recession is about to begin. The 8th in the past 50 years. So there's only been 8 in the last 50 years. And this was written by Robert Buckland in a note. Buckland also said the consensus expectations for the estimate for next year, 5% growth in revenue in estimates, earning estimates, is just too high compared to what they're putting out. They're not seeing a growth of 5%. They're actually seeing a contraction of 5 to 10%. So if you think that earnings are going to grow next year, maybe you're not on the city train. But they're seeing contraction 5 to 10%. If this is true, I think you're going to still see a continued downside in the overall market. Now let's get out of the macro talk. Of course, we could take a look at the SPY. Where we at? Well, still holding towards that 374 resistance. We'll see what happens. Yesterday, we were battling up here towards the 382. And right when the Fed started speaking about, of course, telling us that it was too early to kind of look at a pausing or changing of the pace, well, we cut through the 382 and we haven't made any move really back towards the upside. It seems to me like we're on a slow leak down. Let's go to the earnings stocks. I see you guys in the chat talking. It's good to see you guys. Quantum, Crypto Moons. What's going on out there? Jet, Daniel, it's good to see you guys in the chat. Do me the favor, hit the thumbs up. Can we get to 200 likes today? Let's go. Get it up there, team. All right, let's continue going in the headlines. We're going to go towards the earnings stock that definitely caught my eyes. I was looking for a short potential on Roku, of course. And look at this. Look, this is how quickly this market can be. You did get the down move, of course, off of the earnings, but look how it came back here in the intraday market. Got hit coming back almost all the way towards the close yesterday. And I think that's an important level to watch today. But Roku getting a big bounce. Let's talk about their numbers here. Sales came in at 761.4 million, beating the 702.32 million estimate. They do see Q4 sales at 800 million versus the 895.22 million estimate. So this just goes to show you that they're lowering their Q4 sales. And why are they lowering their Q4 sales? Well, they expect macro environment to further pressure consumer discretionary spend and degrade advertising budgets. I think this is the most important part here, especially in the TV scattered market. So Roku also is trying to figure out ways to grow. So they're growing and diversifying with the launch of new smart home products. Of course, I'm sure you're like me, smart home products. It seems like there's a lot of competition in this space right now. So with that being said, is this truly the best way for Roku to continue growing the bottom line? Or should they be more focused on streaming services? Or maybe looking to get one of these streaming services under their belt, right? Maybe it's an acquisition. I personally think that they should be looking more further into what they're already a part of, which is streaming, versus the connected home and kind of these further advances in technology. You do see Amazon in this space. And I think that this is what they're trying to copy. They're trying to copy a great like Amazon, right? But the question here remains that can Roku do the same kind of technology moves that Amazon can do? And I don't feel that they're going to be able to get the cameras and video doorbells sold because there's a lot of companies here that already have the advantage because they're already on the market. So with this being said, I'm not so sure about Roku in the long run, but like always, you guys make your own investment decisions. Let's keep going. Let's take a look at another earnings stock. Let's go to Qualcomm. Qualcomm, if you guys don't remember, I actually was at their automotive day. So in the long run, I do like this company, and that would be in a long run sense. So what would I say here? Well, I'd be looking for some big monthly pullbacks, right? A lot of times when I'm looking for an investment, I'm looking for some monthly pullback action, because if we can pull back to monthly support, that's where I think I'll be taking my shots. And so Qualcomm, I'll be looking towards a move towards around 88. But let's talk about the intraday action today. It did get hit hard off of their earnings, bounced back some today, but still hasn't gotten through the resistance. Intraday resistance I have around 107. So let's keep our eye on that level. So Qualcomm earnings here, EPS at $3.13 in line, sales at 11.39 billion, beating the 11.37 billion estimate. Qualcomm did give uncertainty caused by macroeconomic environment and updating their guidance for the calendar year of 2022. This, of course, is for their 3G, 4G, and 5G handsets. Year over year, mid-single digit percentage declining to a low double-digit percentage decline. So what does this show us? that they were looking at, let's say like 5, and they're going towards like 10% decline. So they're seeing the handsets decline. Of course, how are they seeing this? Because it's their chip that runs a lot of these phones, right? The Snapdragon. Well, this gives us a little bit more insight into the phone demand area. And I think that this shows us a little bit more that Apple probably is truly struggling with their iPhone. Of course, no confirmation here, but it shows us that, yes, there's going to be some struggles, at least in the short term here. But in the long run, I still like Qualcomm. The question is, where does the valuation make sense so that you can attack an opportunity like this? All right, just give me 1 second here. Just going to get some water, and we'll keep rolling through these stocks. All right, let's keep rolling through. Let's go to the next one here. We're going to go and talk about Moderna. Moderna's been one that's on my radar because of what? Well, because the health stocks have been bouncing lately. Well, this one was trying to get off the bottom. Did get a little bit of a bounce, so I'm keeping my eye on this one to see if it can make a nice move up. But if you take a look here in the pre-market, it went down all the way to 129, now making its way all the way back towards 150. This is definitely one that could continue the trend to the upside, even though getting a washout on their earnings. Why did they get the washout? Well, they missed badly. Let's talk about it. Moderna's here, Q3 EPS coming in at $2.53, missing the $3.29 estimate. Sales at $3.36 billion, missing the $3.53 billion estimate. So big miss there on both sides, sales and EPS. So what does that show me? They're not being able to meet the margins probably that they're looking to meet. And so at this point, I think that you need to kind of see this kind of get back above the 200-day to think bullish. That's the 148. So if it can get back into the 148, into the 150s, maybe we start seeing these biotechs really get that lift. One thing to keep in mind, I did see this kind of volume here that it started holding, and this big volume day is an important day. That's when we really started getting kind of more of that uptrend. When we came back towards the support, we started rocketing off. So I want to see if we could get another big volume day as we come back through 150, showing me that the bulls have control and Moderna wants to come back for, let's say, 200 run. We'll see what happens there in Moderna. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there, team? Looks like Tiny Pie in the house. What's up out there? Crypto moons, bands to make them dance. I don't know bands perfectly, crypto, so I'm pretty sure you're talking about a coin, bands. I can look at it in a little bit. I got you. I don't mind crypto moons. We'll see what happens. We'll see if bands can continue the lift. Not too bad. 91% in 24 hours. You can't go wrong. I haven't used bands much, but, I have some wax. I have some other blockchains that I've been working on. And up next on the roadmap, I'll be talking about a bunch of these crypto. So crypto moons, if you want to stick around and talk about some crypto coins, talk about some NFTs, stick around for the roadmap. That's coming up at 2 p.m. I'm even joining to talk about some of my so rare competition in the NBA action, but stick around. All right, let's get towards the next headline here. I want to go to Under Armour. Under Armour getting some lift today with their earnings, and it continued into the open. Let's talk about their earnings here. All right, so Under Armour, this one's a surprise for me because I did not expect to see that kind of lift when we're seeing, of course, Nike actually struggle in their demand. So let's talk about Under Armour here. Under Armour EPS at 20 cents, beating the 16-cent estimate. Sales at 1.57 billion, beating the 1.55 billion estimate. And it got the lift, right? It got the push. Now we got to see if this is actually going to hold. Will it do a 2-day move? I'd be looking for pullbacks towards the prior resistance, which was around 669 or 670, acting as new support. So I'd be looking for this pullback somewhere in this area to hold and then make its way back there towards, let's say, today's high of 729. We'll see what happens there in Under Armour. All right, going to keep rolling through. Going to get to some more stocks out there. If you guys are enjoying me keeping through and going through the different stocks, hit the thumbs up. Let's keep rolling here. Let's go to Robinhood. Where's the hood traders? Who's trading on Robinhood? Let me know in the chat if you ever have traded on Robinhood. Yes or no? Let me know. And if it's a yes, why do you like them? Let us know in the chat. All right, let's go to the next one here. We're going to go to Robinhood's earnings. Let's talk about what we got here. EPS coming in at a loss of 20 cents, beating the loss of 31 cent estimate. Sales at 361 million, beating the 355.27 million estimate. Robinhood expects Q4 net interest revenue to be up roughly 25 million from Q3. In the third quarter, this came from Robinhood CEO Vlad. We achieved our goal of reaching adjusted EBITDA profitability. Of course, this is the adjusted EBITDA, and so they're starting to get into the profitability. They're trying to push. Of course, they're still at a loss overall, not in the adjusted EPS, but the regular. And you can see there that they're really trying to get back into profitability. Now, the company's fourth quarter roadmap includes retirement accounts and progressing the Robinhood wallet and integrating the Lightning Network. So pay attention to that. Looks like they're going to be leaning into some retirement accounts. They already have the Robinhood wallet, which is interesting. Of course, that's going to be for kind of your cryptocurrencies. We'll see what happens there in Robinhood. Can it continue lifting? Let's go to the daily chart. Daily chart has a nice little push out of this bottom. I still remember when I wanted Robinhood at $8 and I missed it around the time when it was going down there to June, because I thought, once you get to 8, can we get to 5? In the long run, I think that Robinhood has enough subscribers and enough users that it makes sense starting to get down here. And so I think, you're starting to see this story turn around. Is it completely a turnaround yet? No, I would not say that yet. But you can see here on the monthlies, we're starting to have higher lows. So if this trend could stick around, you're not looking too bad there in Robinhood. We'll see if we still see those higher lows on the monthlies. All right, what's going on out there? You guys, OP, you haven't talked about Regeneron earnings this morning in pre-market prep. I got you. I can take a look at Regeneron. There's just so many, OP. So if you have one, I don't mind bringing it up. I'll definitely pull it up for us. Jerry saying, yes, easy for quick trade or something. What you looking at, easy? What you looking at? Rick, no cost for options. Can't blame you for that outlook. I mean, hey, no cost. There's nothing wrong with no cost. All right, let's go to that. You wanted to take a look at Regeneron's earnings. Let's go towards it. Let's see how the stock is moving on the day. You guys can see here. Let's go towards the 15-minute. It is starting to get a little bit of a bounce back. Did sell off in this morning. Let's talk about their numbers here. Regeneron's adjusted EPS coming in at $11.14, beating the $9.52 estimate. Sales also beat at $2.94 billion, beating the $2.88 billion estimate. Now, they did kind of give their guidance for R&D at $3.1 billion to $3.24 billion on the high end. They're moving that towards $3.11 billion on the low end and a high end of $3.17 billion. Honestly, not the worst kind of earnings report here from Regeneron. You can see why it came back. Now the question is, can it continue in this lift, right? It's been in a big lift lately, has looked like it's come back towards this before. Now we just need to kind of see, can we get through some of these highs, especially this high over here, and really start closing. Looks like we've had a couple of times where we even wick and kind of had to close up there. We need to see it get through that 760. That's going to be a good outlook to really push through. Let's see if it can get that after this reversal off their earnings. That's Regeneron. All right, in a second, we're going to get into our interview. Definitely smash the thumbs up if you guys are enjoying the stream. Now let's go to another one that I was taking a look at to see what would happen, and that's Datadog. That's DD Dog. Let's take a look there. Looks like you're just getting sideways action. It did get the pop off of their earnings. They did beat on EPS, also on sales. So I thought that this one would get a little love, but cybersecurity still not getting that big push. I'm also keeping an eye on Pan W, of course, Palo Alto, and you guys can see here, still taking that next leg down. So we'll see when the leader can turn around to maybe catch the another stock in cybersecurity. Now let's go into what was hot and what was not just for a minute or two before we get into our interview. Well, today, of course, if we take a look at what was hot and what was not in the market today, you're going to see that from the open, energy, nice little bounce back in energy today. Let's take a look at that. You can see it here. ExxonMobil getting the lift again after yesterday's pullback. Looks like it held the 9 EMA, so definitely still holding the trend here on oil. Let's take a look at like an Oxy. Oxy has been one that we've been looking at to see if we were going to get to the 52-week high. Of course, this is a Warren favorite, so we'll see what happens there. This one's having a really good day. ConocoPhillips, look at that little takeoff. Not a bad move here. Definitely a nice little push off the VWAP. Nice little VWAP bounce. One of my favorite trades is that big up move right out the gates, coming back here towards the VWAP and then getting that nice bounce back towards the high of the day and then looking for the extension above. Not a bad move here in ConocoPhillips. These energy names, they don't want to go away right now. That's for certain. And we'll see what happens with these if they ever turn around. One that I've been looking for an uptrend, of course, because of diesel prices was Valero. It did fall off the tape yesterday, but look at this. Now it's looking like it really wants to get through these highs. We'll see if it can really start pushing and maybe working its way towards the 52-week high in June. This one doesn't look too bad for me, especially if we're going to continue to see diesel prices increase. All right, getting out of Valero and what was hot and what was not. Of course, if you take a look at what was not hot, you'll see technology leading the downside action. Still our leadership, right? Leadership still down from the open. That's what I called in this pre-market. I just said, let's just look at the leadership. If the leadership doesn't change, it's going to be very tough to flip us back towards the upside. Right now, Google, Microsoft, and Apple still in the red here. So we'll see if those can flip back towards the upside. But Apple has made a huge move down here in the last kind of 3 days. We're about 10% down in Apple in 3 days. All right, getting out of that, let's go towards our interview today. Like always, that's what we're here for at Benzinga, to try to keep you in the informational edge. I can point to red flags here and there, but there's nothing like getting to the expert opinions. So excited to get into our conversation today. We got Adam Lampe, CEO and co-founder of Mint Wealth Management. Hit the thumbs up. Let's get right to the interview. All right, how we doing, Adam? Welcome back to the show.
Hey, how we doing? Hanging in there.
Yeah, especially with this market. You got to hang in there. We never know what can happen in this market. The uncertainty as high as probably ever. So how's it been? I just want to know, how's it been for you, Adam, especially with the kind of shakeup that we got yesterday? What were your key takeaways from the FOMC meeting?
Well, we anticipated all this stuff that's going on in the market, but at the same time, as a money guy, it presents some opportunities. And we're looking at fixed income right now going, wow, we could get 9% for a long period of time. The bottom line is whenever inflation peaks, that's what we can get on our bonds. So, that's a big advantage going on in this marketplace right now. And so we're positioning a lot of portfolios to take advantage of, the fixed income. First time in my 20-year career, I'm excited about bonds.
That is an exciting statement right there. I would have to say, I had this question a little bit later, but do you feel that could be where investors can really start looking for some return, especially going into the next year, if they're looking for that?
Certainly. I mean, I'm always talking about layups, and this is a layup. I mean, let's be honest here. Bonds and fixed income have been the worst place to be in 100 years. The likelihood that they're going to continue to go down is small, in my humble opinion. I mean, we're seeing yields triple, and I think, there's going to be some real opportunities in bonds, and I think it's going to favor the folks that are bold and act quick.
Yeah, and would you think, what type of bonds would you be looking at? Are you looking at like high yield bonds? What would we be talking here?
High yield municipal bonds, if you're a high income earner, corporate bonds. I mean, you can get some incredible yields right now from very stable companies. But the opportunities, people are selling. And the worst kind of exposure that you want in the bond area is a bond mutual fund. You want to own individual bonds ideally.
Like it. I like that. And I'm gonna have to actually reach out to you maybe one day in the future. There's not too many times where a show can even focus on bonds anymore. Everyone finds them boring, but it might just come towards a time, especially coming soon, that bonds could be the hot topic. So let's go towards more of the FOMC meeting. Do you feel that Fed Chair Jerome Powell is making a mistake by continuing to raise interest rates at this pace?
Well, I think a lot of folks are frustrated with him. I feel like he hadn't done his homework all year long. And, unfortunately, the market hasn't responded as well in the meantime. But we have a lot of underlying issues going on. The China shutdown, has really messed up the supply chain and caused some short-term issues. So until we get some real clarity on inflation shifting and the Ukraine and China situation, it's going to be an ongoing issue. And quite frankly, the stock market is struggled whenever inflation is above 6%. So we have to be keenly aware of that. But at the same time, there's a lot of opportunities in this market. Amazon's down 45%, and they barely missed their earnings. So, at the same time, we have to look at the big picture. And the big picture is, 69% of companies have increased their revenue, while the 10-year average is 62%. So, we're pricing in a mild recession at this point.
Yeah, I think about it now, I'm still kind of young, but I just think it's a really good learning lesson for anybody that's even, let's say just getting out of high school and thinking in the long run. This is why I think that you always want to have some extra money to invest in opportunities like this, because I feel like too often, everyone kind of runs away from this style of market. But really, this is when we get an opportunity to join the market at, it could be years of discount compared to everybody else.
Yes, certainly. Amazon, the Googles of the world, the Apples, you alluded to it earlier. Apple's down 10% in the last couple of days. That's not rational.
Definitely. And now one thing that I'm trying to determine, and I think that everybody has been kind of this battling camp, is, are we in a recession or is a recession coming?
Well, we're one of the few countries that, where we don't announce it after 2 consecutive quarters of down GDP. But it all comes down to, we know a recession lasts on average about 10 months. If you include numbers before 1936, which I would argue we probably need to, because we've had some unprecedented volatility, we're looking 12 to 16 months. So, that's right around the corner. Typically, they announce a recession on average about 8 or 9 months. It's debatable if we're right there, but I think the fact of the matter is cash balances went up 33% since 2020. Now people are spending that down, but that's one of the distinct advantages that we have. People are in a lot better shape than they were. And, somebody told me yesterday, well, this is 2008. I said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's a technical recession. Everyone thinks that, whenever we go through a recession or a bear market, it's 1932 or 2008 all over again. And that's just not the case. Do we certainly have headwinds? Yes. I don't understand to this day why China would shut down, especially a country that prides itself on being economically motivated.
Definitely. I think this leads to my next question here. I was thinking about geopolitical issues, right? Are you concerned about the building issues, either whether it be from Russia-Ukraine situation, or maybe the tensions growing against China, right? We have our CHIPS Act. It seems like we just keep trying to take away from what their advantage was in technology. Are you concerned about these situations in going into a sport, of course, 23 that's coming up?
Well, I'll touch upon the Ukraine situation and Russia briefly. I'm a math guy, and if you look at their global GDP and what that represents, we're talking less than 2%. And so, gosh, the market it changed that in the last week or so. So ultimately, I think Europe. I'm not a big fan of Europe at this point. With the winter coming, energy costs could just soar. But I think the U.S. is much more, a safer place to be at this point. I would certainly, encourage folks to be underweight to places like Eastern Europe and even Europe at this point. Whenever you watch the news in Europe, there's no talk if they're in a recession. The talk is we're in a recession. How long is it going to last? And that's the difference. Quite frankly, we got to have more job loss here for us to enter that recession. But, the reason the Fed is increasing the rates is so wages don't spiral out of control. And that's really critical because we don't want that to happen. I mean, there's a lot of major companies that their employee costs are up 25%. I help hundreds, if not thousands of people. Everyone's coming into my office and they got a raise. Well, we can't continue to do that. And we have to slow down. And the cost of, buying a house right now is double than it was a year ago. So those are all headwinds, but it's not forever.
Yeah, and wage inflation is sticky. So those are concerns, definitely. Now, what has to happen for the bull case?
What has to happen? Like I mentioned earlier, we have to get some clarity on inflation. And, unfortunately, we've had inflation this year, it's gone up every month with the exception of one or two. And if it went down one month, it went up the next month. And we're going to have to see some trends there of it going down. But the unknown is China shutting down. I just, sometimes I feel like they're being malicious at times. And I think there might be some bad intentions there. But, I talk to a lot of folks that are global managers of big companies and executives, and a lot of folks, the long-term plan is pulling out of China. And China, they're losing business right now, and that is the reality. There's a lot of big companies, whether big or small, they're pulling out of China.
Definitely something to keep watch. We'll see how those geopolitical situations work out. And of course, what happens with the FOMC, right? I mean, I think the Fed is clearly waiting to see the data change. That's what you're also stating here, Adam. So we'll keep watch. Is there anything else you feel investors might be missing in this market that they should know?
Ultimately, I think a lot of folks get caught on the day-to-day moves. And we have a distinct advantage. We lead with planning. And whether that's doing a Roth conversion right now or a backdoor Roth through your 401k and looking at what your sources of guaranteed income are, there's some real planning opportunities out there. And you can avoid, your tax liability with proper planning, whether you own real estate through a cost segregation study, but planning should be the lead factor in developing a financial plan for yourself. And as much as I like any one stock, whether it's Apple, Costco, or anything, I only like them up to 1 to 3% of my total portfolio.
Love it. Diversification. And definitely, if you guys want to check out Mint Wealth Management, I'll go ahead and throw up the link there. You guys are in the Houston area, right?
Yes, but we have clients all over the country.
Of course, sounds great, and can't go wrong. You Houston Astros fan tonight?
Oh, certainly. My son is a big Astros fan. He is 9, and we actually got blessed to go to a game 2, and he got a ball.
Nice.
One of my favorite pictures at this moment in my life. But yeah, go Astros. We hope they win. But it's I think the most enjoying part right now is watching my son watch baseball and enjoy it.
Hey, I know exactly how that is. As a big baseball fan, I hope you keep on enjoying that, Adam. Have a good one. Take care.
All right, thank you.
All right, there you guys have it. Our interview today. I hope that you guys enjoyed today's stream. Of course, we're going to go ahead and wrap up, get you over to the roadmap action. That's what's coming up next. Excited to get you over to that. We're going to do a little recap. And also, I saw some crypto fans in the chat. This is where you want to go ahead and redirect over. You're going to be able to click the thumbnail and come over. We'll redirect you to the roadmap. That's going to come up next. All the latest trends. But like always, we're wrapping up here at Stock Market Movers, where we get you all this moving headlines out there. What's moving, what was hot and what was not. And of course, get you expert opinions to keep you in the informational edge. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Was a great one, a long one indeed. Hit the thumbs up before you get out and let us know, what do you want to see more or less, whether it be from live trading, Benzinga Live, or right here on Stock Market Movers. We're here for you guys out there, so definitely hit the thumbs up on your way out. See you next time, team.